This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. And good news from the Kerava National Cricket Ground here in Finland. We have sun, and something that has eluded us a little bit over the last couple of days, but we're getting ready for the start of day 4 here in this European Cricket Series. It's the last set of qualifying matches in Group B before we hit finals Friday tomorrow. Quick weather update. It's currently 12 degrees, but we should get up to 18 or 19, and we're not expecting any rain today. So certainly very, very excited about that and the prospect of getting a full day's play here. I'll say good morning to everyone in our chat community as well. But first, let's have a look back at yesterday. And again, it was a bit of a tough day weather-wise. We started with a 5-over game, which was delayed due to the wet outfield due to the rain the night before. This was a real thriller with Oulu scoring 48 off their 5. Didn't look like enough, but it might have been enough. Marquez got there off the very last ball. A dropped chance, tough drop chance. Basically split the teams. It was 49-48. GHM then went to town in match number 12 with Atif Rashid 86 not out and Nellen Cherry 66 not out. 199, biggest score of the series so far. And unfortunately, the opposition there, KCC Lions, weren't able to get too close to that. They didn't even pick up their point, although they did get close. Vipers then had a game in match number 15. We had actually a washed out match number 13, but we did get 12.2 overs. It was pretty evenly split between those two teams. Match number 15 was a 6-over affair, and in the end of Vipers, they showed that they were a class unit, putting a big score on the board and killing the game pretty quickly. So this is how it looks with Marquez. The opportunity to get 7 points out of 8 yesterday, but of course there's no results. Affected every other team, and there's only 2 matches each team today. Ultimately, the top 2 will make it to tomorrow, and the top team will get the double chance. But unfortunately, if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's the end of the road in this European Cricket Series. First time that we've had a European Cricket Series here since 2020. So we're very, very excited about that. Match 16 then coming up. It's KCC Lions take on the FinCC Gladiators. 2 teams that are behind the running, and you would probably say that the loser of this game is probably completely out of the running for Finals Friday. 3 changes for both teams without a win. They had a loss and a no result yesterday. The news from the toss was that the FinCC Gladiators won it and elected to bat. So a good confident move from them. Watch out for the captain, Tundal Kumar Mohandas. He was a bit of a difference maker yesterday, particularly opening the bowling. Nishith Singh has got an important role as well, be behind the stumps. He's listed to open the batting. KCC Lions listed at 57% favourites, but we are in the Goldilocks zone. And so that's always a good thing, isn't it? That, you expect a tight contest. Hello to Johnny Heaston. Good morning to you. Morning to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. I'm so hello to Colin Mustafa. Plenty of cricket happening around the grounds today as well. Now we've got some T20 action. We won't be covering that, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it with T20 action in Romania. We'd love to do cover every single T20 around Europe, but yeah, most of them is probably enough. Anyway, FinCC Gladiators getting ready to go, and it is the keeper Nishith Singh to open up. He's out there with Ashish Chowdhury. Shoki to open up proceedings on day 4. If you don't want to say hello, now is a great time as we get ready for the opening stanza. And it's going to start with the ball straight up in the air. Keeper wants it, should get it, and does. A royal duck to start the day. The action starting so quickly, I don't think we even saw the ball bowled. But it's, yeah, unfortunately, a slight technical issue. I think the rain's got into something. But I can tell you what's for sure is that Nishu Singh is gone for a first baller. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan joins me, but the power went out as the ball was running in. That's why we didn't have the right camera angle. So even without the rain, we're still bringing the drama here in this European Cricket Series.
It's a crazy start. Crazy start, Maximo.
European Cricket Series. There you go.
It sounds like a bad 1990s remix of the Maximo commentary, but wicket first ball. Nisha not in a position to play that shot at all. A little bit of extra jump off the deck with the new ball. And he's back in the pavilion. So a terrible start to his Thursday morning, but wonderful stuff from the KCC Lions. They had a tough introduction yesterday after they were absolutely hammered in their first game by the Greater Helsinki team. Schalke swung down the ground. Fielder at long on. Thought he was in with a chance for a moment. That's Sundar Dakshinamurthy. But as it is, the ball clears him by a good 5 metres. And one thing you can say about this T10 game, Vinny, no one stands still, do they? A wicket first ball and the next one is pumped.
Yeah, and that's what we love about the format as well. It says Jagadeeth Satyanarayanan coming in at 3. Again, apologies, we don't have the main camera with power at the moment. That's why we're getting, I suppose, a bird's eye view. A zoomed out, a macro view of the field.
I'd say seagull's eye view.
Yeah. Anyway.
Plenty of those floating around.
Luckily we're able to call it live.
It's nicely cut. No run. So a little bit more of a subdued couple of balls after all of the excitement to start this game. Big game for these two teams who didn't have the most successful start to their campaign. The Lions getting completely washed out in their second game. It's wide of off stump, off the bottom of the bat, but the batting pair will cross over for a single, so they shift along to 8 for 1 off this first over. Beautiful conditions here this morning, Maximo.
It couldn't be better, really. Just keeping my eye on the chat, there's definitely one that you should probably have a look at early on. I'll call this one in. It's slow ball, actually. Chowdhury swings and misses. So yeah, apologies. Sure, it makes you appreciate when we do have the main camera up. Sometimes you don't know how good you got something until it's taken away, Rhino. True words never been said.
Don't know what you got till it's gone, Maximo.
Paved Paradise put in a parking lot. In the air. Is it getting over? It is just. It may pull up. Slightly spongy outfield. We'll come back for a second. So Chowdhury is off the mark, but not without a couple of heart palpitations. And it's the end of the first over. The score is 10 for 1. Rhino, keep an eye on the chat. And we had some fun yesterday with the comment that didn't stick around too long. 100 wickets in the tournament now over the first 3 days. We haven't quite had 100% of play, have we? But still over 2,000 runs. And I think it won't be too long. Probably in this game, we'll reach 200 maximos. 135 pass score so far.
Yep.
Rhino not offering a lot.
Just pondering some things one could say in response. So it's great to have plenty of updates coming in the YouTube chat. I'll just say that much. Good morning to Johnny He. Nice to hear from you too. Rob Thompson. Always brings a smile to my face. Your Rhino emojis first thing in the morning. Great to have all of you with us for the coverage. Siva Praksam for the second over. Ball's just continuing this trend of balls just being lofted over the infield. It's a nifty piece of footwork down there on the square leg boundary, and they do shift through for a couple.
Again, we've just got a slight technical issue with the main camera.
I love that we've had no technical issues for the last 3 days when it's been belting down torrential rain, and yet the first day we have sunshine.
Yeah, true. Anyway, Siva Praksam.
It's not a bad ball. Some late in swing. You're going to be a shy at the bowler's end. Neither the ball nor the runner were getting there particularly quickly, but as it is, they'll make it through safely for a single. Brings Chowdhury back onto strike, so he's come out to partner Satyanarayanan. In a nice in swinger. Fielder does well to get down to it. Keeps it to the 1.
The comments have been entertaining me so far. And, Adil Khan, probably one of my favourites. What is this?
I could have someone say wrong camera view, just in case we hadn't
Is
noticed.
there such a thing as a wrong camera, though?
It's directorial choice.
Yeah, choice is pretty limited at the moment. Poor Rhinus trying to push the buttons. I think he's probably got steam coming out of his ears.
Just trying to cope with the fact that we've got half a Scrabble board on the scoreboard at the moment.
Deepak saying bad view. I'm going to come back to that in a second.
Bad is such a subjective word. I mean, that is a bad ball objectively.
Wide called for a ball. It was well outside the off stump. Speaking of bad views, I mean, we actually did go to Sompasona last night. Oh, look.
Didn't we?
Main camera's back. Look, so how long was that? 10 balls, they fixed it. Well, kind of. We'll see. Oh, yeah.
We're back.
That looks good.
Decent length ball, clubbed, taking on the runs. It's good throw from the mid-off position. Had to hustle. I reckon a direct hit might have had him going back for an early shower, Vinny.
Yeah, it was a...
Actually, here is an interesting
chance.
technological suggestion from Siabonga Mashalaba. Use the wicket-keeper view. It would be better when the ball is bowled. Have we got wicket-keeper cam in the works?
We don't have a camera on the keeper, but it was a good idea.
It's lofted over the top. Once again, just clears the infield. Will do enough. Actually, that's a sensational bit of footwork out there on the boundary, which has kept it from...
So I think what they've done now is they've fixed the camera that was the moving camera to be this camera. So at least you're going to get a close-up view of the pitch, but you probably won't be able to track the ball. So again, choices. Good work, Rhinus. 18 for 1 after 2 overs. We don't have wicket view. We do have the reverse view, though, I think is what he was probably talking about, which I like because it's when the keeper takes a hanging catch, then it's got a good view of that. Quick look at the table. I mean, obviously, the Marcors and the Vipers, I think based on yesterday, well, considering they actually won matches, they would be favourites to go through, but we know that probably over half the cricket still to come because we didn't quite play a full day yesterday, so that could change very quickly. Absolutely.
Big welcome to Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia in the chat, being a man who is trying to diffuse a little bit of back and forth with some positive chat, I think we'll say, as Schalke comes in to bowl his slightly inside out. Paces, goes through to the keeper.
I do love a wicket-keeper view, though, especially for little caught behinds, because it brings the memories back. That excitement, there's a split second between the edge and the ball coming through, especially if it's a nice, easy one.
Would you have been happy to wear a GoPro on your helmet back in your keeping days?
Yeah, definitely. Problem with GoPros on helmets and stuff is it's not that stable because you do move around. So that's the same with if you've ever seen a batter wearing a GoPro. Like it's cool, but
everyone loves the concept until they see it actually in
your
execution.
Head isn't their head. Oh,
no.
Here he goes for a walk.
Head out to the offside, and they will take a single.
Yeah, speaking of bad views, I was just saying that we were at the Sompassauna last night, which was talk about it a little bit more as the day goes on.
I think we'll talk about it a lot as the day goes on.
It was brilliant. We'll say that. The hottest of the hot and the coldest of the cold, it felt like.
Ball hitting top of off stump, but dragged down to long on for the single. KCC Lions fairly happy as far as their defensive work goes in this innings so far. Only the 1 wicket, but we're halfway through the 3rd over, so almost at the end of the power play. Only 20 runs on the board. Well, it's an awful delivery, but somehow the batter's made it look very, very good by splitting his leg out to square leg and missing it by a long way.
Change of pace there, and I don't know if he picked it or not, because look how early he is through the shot. It's got this interesting kind of like...
It's a shot put.
Yeah, kind of. It's got a rolling off cutter, but I think it looks like it comes out between the thumb and the forefinger maybe.
I'd still prefer to say it looks more like a shot putter.
Fair comparison.
Swung over to the offside. It's nicely timed. One of the few shots in anger that we've seen in the power play this morning. Umpire signals boundary 4. So Satyanarayanan increases his total. So the The boys from the FinCC Gladiators just doing enough at the moment. It's not completely alarm sounds just yet. They do need to get a wriggle on. Another big heave across the leg side. Absolutely no contact. And it's the end of a pretty good power play from the KCC Lions. A little bit of away movement on that occasion. So excellent power play actually from the Lions. They had a tough time with the ball yesterday.
24 for 1 after 3 overs.
It was probably about the amount of runs they had after 1 over. It's the Greater Helsinki Markors.
It basically feels a bit like an elimination match here, even though each of these teams will get to play again. But I think your chances of winning the tournament go to more or less 0 if you lose.
I guess in those pressure situations, you turn to your big guns as a captain, and KCC Lions, there is no bigger gun than Cliff D'Souza, steezing in for the 4th.
Let's go off the cliff.
What's the opposite to something falling off a cliff? Is there something at the other end of the spectrum?
Must be. Something to fall off a cliff means to dramatically decrease or get worse, right? Good question.
Souza, full toss, inside edge, but taken by the man on the 45. Good throw. Might have had the batter in trouble with a direct hit. One thing they are doing, the FinCC Gladiators, pushing the running between the wickets. Not shy, taking a quick single.
I've got it. The opposite of to fall off a cliff is to take off. Or to skyrocket.
Skyrocket, I like that a lot more. I like that.
Are there non-skyrockets?
Non-sky, as in
rockets?
Like
every rocket.
I get what you're saying. Is it an unnecessary addition to the word? I guess
there's a word for that as well. It's a very early rabbit hole we've gone down here.
And there's a rocket that's pointed downwards from an elevated position. Is that still a sky rocket, even though it's going in a reverse direction?
Built for the sky.
It's called wide. How high do you have to be in the sky? Like, is your head in the sky at the moment?
Sky's a funny concept.
Yeah.
Sky is basically what we see from Earth is the sky. Once you get up there, it's kind of atmosphere and things like that. It's a tautology. That's the word I'm looking for.
It's a great word to start a Thursday morning. Hit straight to the man at 45. Good throw coming in. Finds the batter short. That's an excellent piece of work. Wasn't too far away from a run out down in that part of the field earlier in the over. And the change to bring the superstar Cliffy D'Souza into the bowling attack has worked. He's kept it tight, forcing the batters to continue with these risky singles. And that is a well-deserved wicket for the KCC Lions.
Yeah, and well executed as well. One you should finish, but they do. So, unfortunately for FinCC, they lose a second wicket. And it's Jagadish Satyanarayanan who's run out for 16. Played a couple of nice shots on the way. And the score is 26 for 2.
Played quite a nice shot there. He just managed to pick the only man in the field in about a 50-metre radius. Took off immediately thinking that he'd beaten the infield, but unfortunately the only place he's walking now is back to the pavilion. D'Souza slapped straight down the ground. Fielder elects to not charge in. That's Pangamala down there at long off.
Yeah, so here's some more redundant words or tautologies. One is free gift, because all gifts are free. I've never thought of that.
Well, I'll challenge that in a moment, Maximo, as that is beautifully struck by Chowdhury. He's mistimed a few since he's been out there, but that is a beautiful pull shot.
Yeah, just not a good ball, really. Too short.
So question, if a gift has tax implications, is it still free?
Oh, it's too early to...
I know this is a very jurisdiction by
tax
jurisdiction
implications
question.
For the giver or the receiver?
No, for the receiver. The taker.
Are you coming to me for legal advice?
Well, you were the man who said every gift is free.
Yeah. I suppose, free is for a cash changing hands point of view, but yeah, the wider financial ramifications I can't comment on.
That's hit straight down the ground, and the fielder backpedaling. The long on, back, and it is Maximo. Nicely struck shot as D'Souza. Not a bad ball in the end, but just swung very sweetly down the ground.
It was a pretty good shot because it wasn't an easy length to play that. You had to get it exactly right or it was going straight up in the air or he's clunking into the pitch. So, end of the over, 39 for 4. The other one I have listed here is ATM machine.
Oh, I used to get really annoyed by that.
Yeah.
Whenever one of my friends would say it, I'd just be annoying and say, automatic teller machine, you mean?
I'll give Corey one. He loves to say, welcome back. It's great to have you here on the ECN network. He still does it. Not lately, because
he hasn't been commentating yet. That is swung very nicely down the ground. In fact, that's carried a long way. If we ever needed a jolt of power into the camera tower, the ball might have done it.
True. Yeah, should we have some sort of backup system where, 6 or 7 humans are pedaling away trying to provide the extra power?
Random idea to increase the sustainability creds of ECN network, just to annoy you a little bit. If we could harness the power of flying grizzlies throughout the air and create some sort of energy from that.
It's a good idea. We can work on it. I actually thought we should, for our fitness, we should be pedaling as we commentate. Is that something we could look into?
Well, probably
on the bike?
Wouldn't be a bad thing.
Don't know about the seat though all day. 10 hours of that.
I'm thoroughly enjoying these hard plastic chairs that we have in the commentary box at the moment. It's doing absolute wonders.
Not often we get you away from the Cardinal Oval, so yeah.
Used to the luxury of the padded office chairs.
Pitch eye.
Just drill down to...
So
I'm on for the one.
I'm going to quickly wrap up my linguistic journey here. But I remember now, I actually studied a bit of linguistics as well at university. Did you do that as part of your arts degree?
No, I was about to make a joke using the term linguist, but then thought better of it.
Good.
Let's be able to come around long off.
But yeah, I remember learning about these cranberry morphemes. The morpheme is basically a part of a word. And so yeah, words are made up of morphemes. But, so for example, blackberry. Black's a word, berry's a word. What's a morpheme? Well, that's going to be a weird one. It's probably going to be caught, or maybe not. It's not. But I think this is pretty close to a no ball. They're going to have to check this from side on.
Did take a couple of steps down the wicket, but it was quite high to begin with.
Yeah, he was going genuine pull shot with it. It's one of those ones that's probably not a no ball, but you could understand if they did call it because he's only just out of his crease. Probably gets away with it, I think, which means it was a dropped opportunity. Where the stumps must have gone down. Do you reckon the keeper's cleaned them up on the way through?
I hope so, just so there's
do we have a replay of what happened after that? Because, he just clipped him. Wasn't a proper wipeout. That's one of my favourite things to see. You don't see it very often. Keepers tripping over the stumps. That one is a no ball. Forget about it. And that pitch eye from pitch is high and behind the batter. That's going to be no ball plus 4 byes. Again, pretty harsh on the keeper. Does a pretty good job of getting across there, Krishnan.
He's almost copped that on the chin, Krishnan. He's put everything into stopping it. But
not figuratively speaking, but literally speaking. All right, free hit then. And Chaudhry will get the opportunity. I'm going to come back to my morpheme chat in a second. I know you're all hanging out for it. I might as well do it now. So, yeah, blackberry or blueberry. Sure, strawberry even, but cranberry. What's a cran?
I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like it's not. Yeah. It's a whole phenomenon. There's the free hit. It's going to be drilled for 6. Nice shot. This pitcher gets it more right, but still not probably right enough. And the Gladiators rebounding here in a very productive 5th over. Maximo.
Okay, so here's a question for you. When you were going through naming fruits in English,
yeah,
and blackberry, do you think people were like, okay, there's only so many black-coloured berries around, but there was a language committee as that is hammered over to the leg side. Pretty good effort from the fielder to stop it, but unfortunately has carried across the boundary, as has the man himself.
Second and final warning as well for high Yeah, took him across. Ball ended up as well. But this is turning into a bit of a disastrous over. Another free hit to come.
Back to the more important conversation.
Yeah.
Do you think the language committee got together and said, we've actually got quite a few red-coloured berries. You know, maybe we need to go for the rasp, maybe we need the cran, maybe we need the lingen. There's just too many things for us to deal with a colour-based name for that.
I love the idea that there was a language committee.
Surely, back in the day. Surely.
Yeah. I mean, the idea of how language forms and is spoken is super interesting.
Ah, look at that pitch eye.
That's a free
hit, but it's just so good to see you might get one on the pegs.
Pitch eye's the Charlie Sheen in Major League of bowlers, really. He's bowled one miles high down leg side. He's bowled another one that was just down leg side. Bowled another high one. He actually finds the sticks. But I suppose in the end it's not a bad finish to the over. But it does go for 27, and the score is 66 for 2.
Underrated movie character, Wild Thing Ricky Vaughan from Major League.
Such a great character.
Great film.
In this league, son, we play with sleeves.
Where's he come from? California Penal.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if we have any, this is dangerous for me to say this out loud. I don't think we have any regulations as to what our requirements are for a uniform. We just say you have to wear a matching uniform.
That is smashed across the leg side. Beautifully timed by Mohandas, the skipper, who's come out here in the number 4 position. Well, to be fair, a couple of the Helsinki Titans were wearing incredibly high and tight sleeves in Group A, so maybe they are pushing the boundaries of acceptable clothing.
I'm going to go out there with a couple of hypotheticals. So what if a team just turned up and wanted to play in shorts, and they were all in shorts?
Like the Victorian one-day team from
in the 1990s.
25 years ago?
They only fielded in them, and the keeper didn't, by the way. But yeah, they fielded in shorts. It was a bit of a gimmick.
Given that team had Paul Rifle and Merv Hughes in there, they probably could have selected a few more attractive sets of legs to trial that sort of initiative. As that's actually hit quite nicely out to the offside. Arguably should have been caught, but it's been volleyball set across for a Maximo.
Yeah, tipped over the bar. Bit of luck there for the Gladiators. Maybe misjudged it slightly because you look at the point of contact. He was a good 3-4 metres inside. Probably if he was back at shoulder high. He was back on the rope. Walking 677.
Short ball, swung down the ground. Decent contact, but it's just rolling through for the one.
Yeah, so shorts. And this is what I just assumed. Even though the grounds in Australia at first class level are very, very lush normally, wouldn't have been fun to dive in them in the field.
No,
another beam. That's going to be a no ball as well. Obviously, it's a different bowler, so it'll only just carry a first warning. But for sure, I think we're going to check this. But this is no brainer for me. This is way too high. Yeah.
Easy call, easy call. They've really let this slip, the KCC Lions. Vinny, they had it under control after the power play. There's been some loose bowling the last few overs.
Yeah, you're right. Tempted umpire. It wasn't really an umpire clothesline. It was more an umpire kind of shoulder barge. Don't see that very often. Pretty much 50-50 game here. Free hit for Mohandas.
Short ball, and it's been delightfully pumped out to the cow corner area. The arms go up to signal Maximo, and the Gladiators on somewhat of a roll here at Kerava Cricket Ground.
Yeah, they are. And that immunity cloak is donned, and it's kind of ball we've seen quite a lot. That just short of a length, which maybe in a test match when you're letting him go at 95 miles an hour, it can cause a few problems for a batter. But here it just kind of asks to be swatted over mid-wicket for 6.
Swung heartily out to the offside, and it's nicely caught. Never easy taking those ones which are essentially swinging out in a slicing fashion out to the point area, but it's actually a nicely taken grab and a much-needed wicket for the Lions.
They had their opportunities, didn't they? But this one actually gets taken. It's well done down there. I think that's Shelke that takes the catch and just kind of cradled the ball nicely. So that's the end of a bit of a cameo from the captain, Sunil Kumar Mohandas. He's out for 26. And it's a wicket for Siva Prakasam. The score is 86 for 3.
Gladiators got themselves into a reasonable position here. Need some late order fireworks and they'll get themselves up to a very healthy score as Neelagandan comes to the crease to join Chowdhury, who after a slow start really exploded. Just swung out to the offside and pushed through for the one. Oh, poor Neelagandan's gone down on his backside. First ball out there.
Yeah, that's a laundry job. Where does he run here? I'd love to see where he runs because you've got to stay on the pitch. Once he gets slightly off, and it's only when he goes off that he has the problems. Whoop! Run on the pitch.
Why did he deviate to the left there? I don't know. Anyway,
Maybe
that's the over bowled 87 for 3.
Maybe he's a thrill seeker. 4 overs to go then. Yeah, nice to see Peter van der Steen in the chat as well. And sometimes he has a reputation for maybe not always looking in a glass half full kind of way. So he's been given the nickname Positive Pete, ironically. As an encouragement, Pete, we appreciate you. But yeah, come on, be positive.
It's actually a nice piece of bowling. Ball held up in the breeze. And an excellent catch taken out there by Dakshinamurthy. And so a couple of wickets falling. Neelagandan, boom, boom, Vicky. Not too many boom, booms today.
Yeah,
Nice.
boom, boom, Vicky. That's right. Yeah, it's a nice catch, though. Tall man, isn't he, Chowdhury?
Pretty good man to have on the boundary, isn't he?
Sundar Dakshinamurthy takes the catch, and Raju with the wickets, the fourth one of the day, 87 for 4. I know Jeff was asking about how was our night last night. Where do we start? So our plan was to go to the community-run sauna, kind of. Would you say it's alternative? Not really. It's just
I'd say bohemian.
Bohemian
Is probably the best description.
And for those that aren't familiar with that word, maybe from other parts of the world, would you say kind of eclectic? I don't. That's the
People who are a little bit away from the mainstream.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So Raju comes in.
Mahajanam, the new batter, he'll get away straight away. So with this, it's what's weird about it is it's not a business. I think I'm so attuned to everything trying to rip money out of your pocket.
Would you describe it as a free gift getting in there?
You could. I mean, the gift was the experience.
We came bearing gifts
We brought
in the
wood.
first place. Just to clarify.
So
we
the thing
bought
is,
firewood.
it is free. So we researched and it was suggested, it's nice. And we actually didn't know if there was going to be anyone there because it's called Sompasona, and it's a community-run sauna basically. Ooh. Jeez, he kind of charged and ended up charging backwards after he missed it there. I was trying to work
The
out
ball was
what
also
happened here.
travelling so slowly off the deck. It's actually given him the opportunity to recover his spin. The fact that the keeper's about a metre behind where he should be probably saved him as well.
Keeper not in the picture, stumpings. And they're trying to say the reason the keeper isn't up because he wasn't wearing a helmet. Of course, if you're keeping up, you need to wear a helmet. So now he's calling for the helmet.
And this is almost like our Sky discussion. What is keeping up and where does keeping up stop and start?
We've been here before. It's basically 4 meters.
I think he was within 4 metres.
I came up with it's 3 or 4 meters. Once you get within 4 meters, we want you to wear a helmet. That's part of the regulations. But again, these are things that in ICC cricket regulations, they're probably not. Keeping up just means keeping up. Everyone knows what it means. But there is no grey zone.
Keeper standing a metre behind the stumps, not serving any purpose whatsoever. Good over from Raju so far. Pulls out his leggy again. Surprised we haven't seen him in the bowling attack already before this over, Vinny. He's got good control, Raju.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a very good over. Can still bowl another one as well. Last ball of the 7th.
Oh, just as we say, that spears the ball down leg side, and maybe the keeper should have been standing back in his metre reverse position because that's gone all the way for 5 wides.
Why you bowl the quicker bowl? It's kind of the almost medium pace ball here. I have no idea. And Raju was all over him with his stock leg spin delivery. But now he's conceded the minimo. It was still a good one, I suppose, for KCC. Only going for 7, last ball to come. Yeah, so we went to the Sompasona. we went shopping. We had to go to 3 supermarkets to find firewood.
Nicely flied it. Raji pursuing it himself, but leaves it for a fielder who can't quite complete the catch, disappointingly for him. I'll take the one, and Raju ends up with figures of 1 for 8 at the conclusion of his over.
Yeah, that'll be the end of 7. 95 for 4. Come back to Sompasol in the chat in a second, but first we can give you a bit of a look at what's happening on ECN, and of course, obviously, we have so much cricket happening. These are actually all the series so far in the year and their run rates. So you can see that Finland 135 is a bit above average, but yeah, that's a really interesting graph to see kind of series by series what the run rates have been. The top one was actually Hornchurch, 15.5, Jersey 15.2. That says a lot about the technical quality of some of the bats in those series.
Pretty good outfields, those grounds too.
Yeah, true. But they don't have the Tortugas that you have in some of the other outfields. What's the lowest day? Romania. I thought it was only a 4-day rain-affected series in a way. In the air, and it won't carry. So you and I, we went from supermarket to supermarket to supermarket trying to find firewood because we didn't want to. We wanted to kind of show we're bringing something to the table, and so
because just to clarify, this is a no-cost experience.
It's free. It's community run, so we don't want to be welcomed in. And we went there, and we met a very nice man called Benjamin. Wasn't wearing a lot, but he said, "Hey, you look new here," and he said, "You know, this is how it works. There's this. There were two saunas there."
Panganamala swung over the leg side, and that's a pretty good catch in the end. Dakshina Murthy, he's been a shining light in the field for the team from Kuopio, and he's taken another excellent catch. And Vamsi gets a wicket with his little floating leg spinners.
Yeah, I like it. It's not a huge side spinning leg spinner, but it's definitely over the top of the wrist, more a top spinner than anything else. But it's all about the length. Try and draw them forward into an error, and that's what you want to do, but without obviously over pitching and turning into big full toss. Chandri will have to step aside for 32, and the score is 96. I've just suddenly become dyslexic with numbers. It's 96 for 5. So we got there. Benjamin explained it to us. It was right next to the sea, and it wasn't too far from the city centre. You felt like you were in the wilderness, but yeah, it was pretty central, wasn't it?
Very close. Only a little sort of 10-minute cab ride into the city centre from there. There's Panganamala, another flighted leg spinner. It's drilled out to the boundary, and I think that's our boy Cliffy D'Souza there, swinging around from long on.
So you wouldn't believe it. There was also a piano there. So after that, I shivered through a few numbers. So we actually got a lot done last night. We actually, believe it or not, after the sauna, which was great. I mean, you're a competitive ice swimmer, as already discussed yesterday. So I was getting a few tips from you when we plunged ourselves into the cold sea, how to handle it. But then it's sauna 1 or 2 times that it was incredibly hot. It's been called a no ball, and I think it's for keeper encroachment. So you wouldn't believe, we've probably lost the replay now, but yeah, after being too far back because he wasn't wearing a helmet, he's come up and he's actually broken the plane of the stumps. So it's going to be a no ball. Poor Panganamala is going to have to deliver it again.
Gone for the variation to try to deal with the free hit.
So anyway, we had the sauna experience. It had quick piano concert. Another umpire clothesline. Still a free hit. And
have we skipped over the presence of the sauna meister?
Yeah. First, I'll give an overview. So then we went to karaoke, which was our activity for tonight. So we knocked over 2 in 1 because the sun sets here about 11 o'clock at night. So we got out. We probably left the sauna about 11 o'clock. And then we had a little bit peckish, so we found a place. That's a no ball for... It's actually a no ball for back foot. It won't matter because it's going to be a wide anyway. Jeez, this over's completely gone off the rails, hasn't it?
Well, it's gone off the rails, but he's still got figures of 1 for 6.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Look at this back foot here. It's no ball. But anyway, regardless, it's still a free hit from earlier.
Still the free hit.
It doesn't really matter.
Hard to keep track sometimes. Floated. Swung out to the leg side. Fielder does well, actually. Dakshnamurthy, not that it would have mattered one iota whether he caught that or not.
Okay, so now we've mentioned that. We also had a quick karaoke with a late dinner. Is that the end of the over? Still got one more. I think it's been a tough one to see what's happened. Oh, yeah, we do have the end of the over. So it's 103 for 5. But after all that, there's only 8 off the over, of which 4 were off the bat. And there was, as by my count anyway. So 2 overs to go. Yeah, so there was a sauna that was for about 20 people, and there was one that was for about 10 people. So the 20, and there was a bit of a line sometimes to get in. So we didn't have to worry about no one being there.
Short of a length.
But so when you're in there, for example, the 20-person sauna, we spent most of the time in that. It's basically 4 corners, I guess, of 5 people each. And you're pretty close together with these people who you don't know, except I knew you. And you mentioned that there was the one role, we called it the sauna master. Would like to explain to everybody who that is and what their responsibilities are?
Well, so his role, it can be a he or she, creative shot making, trying to swing that to fine leg, but somehow it just goes out to Vamsi coming in from his position on the 45. So the Saunameister is the person who comes in.
One? Sorry to interrupt you, but end of the bat. Oh, geez.
Actually behind the stumps.
There's no one in the keeper. That's good incentive not to encroach as the keeper. Getting a bat in the head.
Oh, lovely piece of bowling from Raju to change the game somewhat for the KCC Lions with 2 excellent overs of varying spin. Comes up with a much-deserved wicket there, and the Gladiators 105 for 6
That was a beautiful bit of flight and just drew him into a false shot again. Above the eye line, draws him forward. It's the top of middle stump. Excellent leg spin bowling. Like what Ranju's putting down. He's got 2 for 10, and the FinCC Gladiators 105 for 6. Yeah, so the Sauna Master is like an esteemed position.
Yes, and you acknowledged his esteemed position as well by almost bowing to him, as did I at some stage.
I was wondering what the etiquette. I said there should be etiquette, like when you come in, you should bow to the Sauna Master.
There's certainly got to be.
Who basically throws the water on.
Well,
they're in the number one position. They're closest to the fire.
But more so for the official Sauna Meister, ensuring that the fire is burning brightly and hard within the sauna itself.
Very true.
So he will come and bring some logs in from time to time.
But
probably brought some of the logs in that we contributed to the sauna community.
So the bucket of water and the ladle would just remain in this one spot. So, but then when that person got out, someone else had to
step up.
Yeah.
And you did step up for a moment.
I was like a caretaker sauna master, but I didn't. You have more experience than me, so I motioned for you to come over it when another spot opened up. But I did have an immense feeling of power when I was the person deciding when to throw the water on the fire. End of the ninth over, 106 for 6.
It's a tricky balance because, and particularly as a rookie, I guess, person with the responsibility of the water onto the sauna, creating the lola as well. That is what that job is there for. That it's a fine balance between putting too much and scalding a group of people that you don't know.
The victim late in the piece of a potentially third-degree burns of the face with over-aggressive sauna mastering.
But at the same time, you don't want to have allegations that you're either being lazy and not keeping up your job or alternatively just being a bit of a pussy and not putting enough heat on.
That's one way to put it. Don't make me time you out. Anyway,
it's quite fair. It's a tough balance to strike. And as newcomers into that environment, even more so because you're second-guessing your water needs. Ball just swung out to deep square. Take the 1.
Yeah, so it was a fun night anyway. Any other sauna-related questions, please feel free.
Well, I think we need to capture the environment here too. I mean, this is a little island really, really close to the centre of Helsinki, but is this beautiful public space that feels like you're in a forest, despite the fact that the main central business district is barely a stone's throw away. And so you have this, it's a great throw from the outfield, almost caused an unnecessary overthrow though. You have this collection of people in various states of undress. just wandering in and out of saunas, jumping into the Baltic Sea on the edge of the island, and doing this all very happily and in positive spirit. It genuinely is a lovely place in Helsinki to visit.
Cultural experience. Anyway, this one hits the keeper's pad and gets away for a bye. Definitely got distracted there by the movement of Anand long way across. Again, he's almost behind the stumps.
Keepers, possibly.
You know what's funny in cricket? There's no rule that says the batter can't be behind the stumps.
Oh, absolutely not.
But that annoys me as a keeper. Because that's my space.
It isn't.
If I'm not allowed in your space, you shouldn't be allowed in my space. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I think, was it David Warner who first tried it off a free hit
Brad
in the
Haddon.
T20? Or Brad Haddon?
Brad Haddon tried to jump 6 metres behind. The ball bowled him. He just took off for a bye. That was when they were overthinking the T20 stuff. Last ball coming up. Would have been a big wide, but instead it's off the end of the bat and it'll just be a single. So Panganamala will finish with 1 for 12. Sauna chat is done for now. It's the end of the 10th over. And the FinCC Gladiators 112 for 6. About 20 under par for me. KCC Lions know they bat well. They've got a very good opportunity to chase this down. However, the Gladiators will know their only path to potential trophy starts with defending this score of 112. Let's have a look at the highlights here of the first game of day 4 under sunny skies. For a while at least, we got going, and it wasn't a great start for the Gladiators with Nishit Singh going very first ball, and they came from everywhere to celebrate.
Wasn't a great start for the European Cricket Network either, as we lost him to power and didn't have great camera angles to start, but everything was back on board quickly, and it was a funny old innings, Maximo. You feel like the first third of it was dominated by the KCC Lions, and then there was a fight back with a few leaky overs where the Gladiators started to get on top and managed to find the boundary with relative ease, and then it was the all-spin attack towards the end of Raju and Panganamala, who have managed between them to take 3 wickets for only 23 runs off their 4 overs. Between the two of them, they reasserted control. Boom Boom Vicky managed to not hit too many boom booms, and Dakshinamurthy bleeding what were a couple of very good catches from him in the outfield. Had to be some quick work to get the keeper the helmet. Didn't do him much good though, unfortunately. Made a couple of errors behind the stumps, but tried his best nonetheless, as Ashish managed to find Dakshinamurthy. He's probably the one player in the KCC Lions lineup that you do not want to give a catching opportunity. But this man, Raju, he was the pick of the bowlers, came up with some lovely variation bowling, a little bit of off spin, a little bit of leg spin, and a beautiful ball to clean bowl. Middle order batsman on that occasion, and that brought to a close what was a very strange innings. As you said, Vinny, I think the FinCC Gladiators probably 15 to 20 runs short here.
Yeah, well, 3 4s and 7 6s in the innings. So it's a little bit light on when you consider the maximum rate typically is 10 or 11. So just, keeping them short of that 130 par or so. 23 extras inflate the score as well. They had certain control issues while they were out there, the KCC Lions, but not too many of those errors were cashed in, to be honest, by the Gladiators. Runs-wise, you saw that Chowdhury top scored with 32, 26 from Mahandas and 16 for Satyanarayanan. Bowling-wise, 2 for 11, Raju. I really was impressed with his leg spin and showed some old-school flight in there as well, including what was the ball of the morning for me that hit the top and middle stump. Wickets also to Panganamala, who was pretty economical, although he did lose the odd delivery. Wickets also for Shelke and Siva Prakasam, who opened the bowling for the KCC Lions. So we'll have the bat in hand when we return. In a few minutes, it's 113 to win. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan, and we'll see you back for a steamy second half to match 16 here live in Finland. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We're into day 4 action under blue skies here in Helsinki, match number 16 between the KCC Lions and the FinCC Gladiators. Gladiators batting first, have 112 on the board, KCC 113 to win. This is the equation for the bonus point, which of course kicks in if you can beat the other team comprehensively, and by comprehensively we mean to chase the score down in 7 overs, or if you're defending, you need to keep your opposition to 70% or less of your first innings total. So, the FinCC Gladiators basically defending to keep their tournament alive, and the KCC Lions chasing to keep their tournament alive, although both these teams will play later in the day. They didn't have a win on day 1. They had a loss and a washout, so almost ready to get going. Quick hello to the community as well. Great to have you with us. Warm welcome to all of our viewers on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent as well. Loving this weather. Where's it been? I mean, it's just 13 degrees, I should say that. So, I know midsummer probably associated with slightly higher temperatures in some parts of the world. And I know it does get a bit higher than this sometimes as well. But it's Mohandas to get us going. Malbari is the batter, and he's going to hit this one through cover. Finds a gap, actually, running away, and 4 runs. Good start for KCC. Just, I suppose, slightly over pitch. It wasn't really a half volley. Just trusted himself, trusted his technique. Any sound here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again is Andrew Ryan. Righto, good start for the Lions.
Definitely a good start for the Lions. These two opening up actually played well in the early stages of the chase against the Greater Helsinki Macaws in their first appearance yesterday. So there's some batting firepower in this lineup. They managed to keep up with a run rate that was required to be around 20 odd. So it's potentially a tough early call on the ball.
Sort of one that gets called wide all the time, but technically I don't think that's wide.
Mohandas takes his revenge by extracting a bit of bounce out of this Carava cricket deck. So I'm not sure if you know, Vinny, but actually we haven't talked too much about the KCC Lions, but they're actually one of the teams representing some of these not Helsinki, as that is a beautifully lofted shot, and we saw a few of those from Malbari in the game yesterday. Hits very well for a small man. He's got some power in those arms.
Just a push, really, wasn't it? And good enough. This is the kind of start they were after. Lions on the prowl.
Some width outside off stump. Should have been taken, but it's put down. That's not a great piece of fielding, because you really do need to remove the top order of the Lions team, particularly when defending a subpar total.
Defending a modest total. It's not the kind of one you can afford to put down. Boom Boom Vicky clangs it. Malbari gets dropped on 10.
Mohandas, the captain, probably reassessing his desire to give Boom Boom Vicky any overs later in this innings after that. Manakam strikes it straight down the ground. Not the cleanest hit, but it will roll away for 4. So as I mentioned, this team KCC Lions, they're one of a few teams that are actually not from the sort of broader Helsinki area, and they're representing my spiritual home in Finland of Kuopio. Absolutely. Yeah, such a gorgeous place. One of my favourite places in the world.
Tell us about it. Paint a picture for us after this ball from Mohandas, which is the last of the first.
Full toss hit straight back at Mohandas. It's a second dropped catch. Admittedly, a little bit harder than what Boom Boom Vicky had to handle, but at least he's protected his dentures as well.
Oh, just didn't stick, did it? The two drop catches in the first over, and the score is 16 without loss. Just before we go back to you there, we'll have to look at the Challenger Division graphic here with 12 teams to compete in 2 groups of 6 teams each, and don't forget that each of the groups will produce 2 teams for finals day, whoever tops the group and whoever wins the playoff day, which is the last day of those groups between the 4 next best teams after the top team.
Bala 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 on for the second. First ball, way outside off stump. So Kuopio is part of what's known as the, I guess, for lack of a better description, central Finland, but sort of more usually described here as the Savo region. Sort of seen as a place that there's certainly some colloquialisms and some regionalised behaviour from that part of the country, as Mulbarry will just scoot through for a 1 there. But there's probably less cricket that's taking place up in that part of the country. So we met the Oulu team yesterday. The city of Jyväskylä, which is not too far away from Kuopio, has got a relatively strong cricket tradition. But KCC Lions are a relatively new club in terms of bringing Kuopio into the Finnish cricket setup.
Now that's super interesting. It's great to have teams from all around the country. Considering the population, is it 6 million in Finland?
5 or 6 million, something like that.
Big area.
Absolutely, huge geographic area.
Huge area.
Also, Kuopio and even Jyväskylä are sort of 5.5 hours to 6 hours drive from Helsinki. Ball just popped up and they'll take an easy single. So that you do have to cover quite a bit of distance, and that is probably a similar sort of distance to get up to somewhere like Rovaniemi that's in Finnish Lapland as well. So you do have to cover a fair bit of territory to get through to some of the major cities. Bala 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 is lofted and very sweetly over the leg side. That's a good shot because ball was tailing into the pads of Mulbarry, but he adjusted well. Still made pretty good contact. So Kuopio itself, and one of the things that makes it extraordinarily beautiful, because it's a relatively sort of smallish town area, but rapidly expanding. But it sits on Lake Kalevesi, which is a very big body of water. There's literally hundreds of lakes in that region. It's sort of the lakeland region of the country. But Lake Kalevesi is massive, and in summer, such a beautiful place to stand on the side and enjoy the sights from the Albatrossi bar, or to take a cruise on the lake itself.
That sounds, idyllic.
And I think, I'll double check this on Google, but I think they have Finland's oldest or second oldest smoke sauna sitting on a lakeside in Kuopio as well. Full ball, swung over the leg side, not great contact, and it's a well taken catch coming in there from the deep and mid wicket position. So Mulbarry didn't quite go through with the shot. I think that's Nathan Kumar who's taking the grab out there at mid wicket. That ball looked like it was there for the taking, Maximo.
Yeah, and really the previous drops don't really come back to bite them as far as Mulbarry is concerned. He's dropped on 10, he ends up falling for 16. And a glimmer of hope for the Gladiators as they remove the opener for the Lions. The score is 24 for 1.
Yep, big wicket indeed, although still gotten themselves off to a reasonable position here, KCC Lions. But I guess the presence of some of these teams in Kuopio and Jyväskylä helped along by the fact that there's pretty strong universities in both of those cities. And obviously, in terms of cricket development here, it's just driven quite nicely straight down the ground. They'll take the easy single, and it's the end of the over, 25 for 1.
And the other thing, I think the reason they'd be in Group B as well is if they make finals, it's the third day. But this kind of helps when we have a slightly shorter European cricket series compared to a lot of our series last year. Teams had to be available for 2 weeks, and if you live 500 kilometres away and to get 2 weeks off work and all that's a bit tough. But here, obviously, just 2-day commitment. Obviously, the third day if you make finals, and just allows, I think, more teams. It opens it up for more teams to be able to participate, which I think is a really good thing.
I actually like this format, Maximo. Very self-contained, swift. All teams get to play a nice critical mass of games over a short period of time.
Yeah, you play 4 games, and if you're lucky enough to play finals. But I mean, it is quite brutal picking 2 out of 5. We used to see normally 4 out of 5 for a longer series. It just means you have to be good. It means that every game matters more. Obviously, oh no, that's going to be 5. Oh, no, it's not. Somebody's there. Where did he come from?
Well, to be fair, they do camouflage in the grass, the Gladiators.
This is the power play, and And there was already an outfielder out there, and it wasn't going to him. Oh, jeez. Did everything right there, except field it.
Oh, Bernard.
So
not textbook backing up.
Did he spring out of the ground? How did I? You're right. He's probably camouflaged.
Hardest driven. That's actually a nice piece of fielding. Might have been a run out. Excellent work from Bala there at mid-on.
This is a great spin and throw, and just all he had to do was hit the target. Clean hands, picks it up. Would have been gone by miles.
Great piece of fielding. Sort of inspiration that the Gladiators need. That probably won't help their cause, though. That's another lovely shot in the leg side. Raju, he was tremendous with the ball in the first innings and showing he's very capable with the bat as well.
Yeah, beautifully timed. Drop kicked away over the square leg umpire's hat.
I like drop kick as a description for that shot.
Yeah.
Not sure if everyone uses it, but I love it.
It was an Australian thing, but Dean Jones used to describe that shot. His book One Day Magic. It's a good read
great
back in the day. Let's just go back. Well, I suppose one of the negatives if their series are so short. So if you only play 4 games, obviously they've had a no result already, these teams. So maybe don't get as much of a platform. Dropped another one. This time pushed to point, and this keeper misses it back up field to field. About just a poke shot really into the breadbasket. Out it went. Drop catches stacking up here. Okay, to be fair, he timed it pretty well. Straight to him. It's Anand, who is the one who I thought gave away a 5 earlier in the over. And I suppose another slight negative is, maybe you don't get to see a lot of players shine in 4 games. Probably there's less experimenting with the order. Okay, that mid-on's been working up in the circle. I wonder if you just keep it even after the power play. It's been it's been creating opportunities having him in the circle. Yeah, so maybe if you play 10 games or 9 games, then you can mix up the batting order, give more people opportunities. But I think when you consider that we have so many different locations and we're moving so quickly now, I think it makes sense to try and make him shorter and sharper. And that's certainly something we've decided this year to try and get to more places as well. And most series are a week. The occasional one will go a fraction longer anyway. It's the end of the 3rd over. 34 for 1. It's interesting first innings, wasn't it? Look at those middle 3 overs.
Can't ask for much more of a bell curve than the Gladiators' batting effort.
Normal distribution. Yeah, 63 runs came in those middle 3 overs. And the other 7 overs only went for 49. So it's a bit of a crazy one. Yeah, but one of the great things about European Cricket Series is how customisable it is. So based on... so it's not often we'd actually have 10 teams in a 1-week series, but if there's 10 teams that are keen, they want to play, you want to give them that opportunity, and there's a format we can make for that. There's a format for 5 teams, 6 teams, 7 teams. I think Belgium's 7 coming up in a week.
One size does not fit all.
Yeah, exactly. Bulgaria's 5.
It's flicked away to the leg side as Kumar comes on to bowl his 4th over. So we're out of the power play now. Probably enough runs for the Lions, just chugging along a touch above 11 per over, which is not far away from what they need to chase down this target. They do not want to get bogged down in this middle 3rd, though.
That's true. Well, it was the opposite of a bog down in the first innings, wasn't it?
Certainly was. They need a couple of those elevated overs to get themselves in front of the run rate. Drilled down to log off for just a single. Jagu down there, fielding tidily.
I'm actually just going to look up some of the upcoming series just out of interest, because we don't have a 2-weeker until Wimbledon, but even then Wimbledon's only 10 days because there's no weekends.
Big swing over the offside, decent contact, but fielder placed out at the deep point boundary, so they'll keep it to 1. So Kumar getting struck powerfully on a couple of these balls, but field placings are solid. You minimise the boundaries here. They can get themselves back in this game, and fortunately for Kumar, he did have the man out there on the offside on the boundary, not quick enough to get around and stop the 4. So After a little lull in proceedings for the Lions, it's a much-needed boundary. Madakam goes 10 off 7. Raju's probably been the more fluent of this pair. We need to get him a little bit more strike. Takes a step, squeezes it out to the offside, and they're thinking about the two. They will take on the fielder, and despite taking a massive deviation to his right-hand side on the slip road, manages to get through comfortably for the second. Wasn't a great throw coming in from Jagu.
Yeah, it wasn't, was it? Man, good throw. I think would have gunned him down. Calculated risk pays off.
That ball was probably in the slot, although just a slight change of pace from Kumar. So not a bad over in the end. Only goes for 9. And every one of these sort of 9 or 10 run overs, Vinny, that run rate required, which is now 70 off 36 balls, just becomes a little bit tougher for the Kuopio team.
Yeah, definitely. Just dipped below the worm, below the golden ball line. Interesting that, isn't it? So it's been a topsy-turvy kind of game.
It certainly has. It's on a bit of a knife edge at the moment. Manakam, 12 off 9. Raju's got the strike. Bala coming on for his second over. So 70 off 36. Sort of target where a couple of Maximos in quick succession will break the back of it, but just don't look likely at the moment. Full toss, nice change of pace from Bala. Dragged across to long on.
Yeah. 80-20. Not often you see 80-20 in a game where they're actually behind the rate, even only fractionally behind the rate.
Nice change of pace again. They're doing this a lot, the Gladiators. They've decided that it's not bowling in the slot does help, but also taking the pace off the ball, plenty of change-ups. Lions batters haven't adjusted. Manakam, aside from that boundary in the last over, really has struggled somewhat. Gets what thought was a full toss. Decided to drag it from wide of off stump across to the leg side.
Kind of dropped in a little bit, to be honest. Dropped into the zone. Good little fight back. I mean, even the last couple of minutes, they've gone from 20% to 30% here, the Gladiators.
Just feel that actually the Gladiators have probably actually got their noses in front by a touch. That's an inventive piece of cricket from Raju. Makes great contact with the paddle out to deep square, but unfortunately for him, drops just short of the boundary. Well taken catch, and that's a huge wicket. He was striking the ball still quite cleanly despite their run rate troubles. Maybe just gotten a touch too inventive on that occasion. A well taken grab from Nathan Kumar, and the Gladiators certainly have their noses in front now. Second wicket down.
Yeah, let's see if the percentages reflect that, but yeah, Suresh, disappointed. Couldn't make a bit more of an impact, no doubt about that. Trying to get a bit creative as we see the catch held out there. No way he was letting that ball hit the ground. He said, I'll take the impact instead. So that's 45 for 2, and now they're up to 40%. Could be another one.
That's an outside edge. The umpire's finger goes up, so Dakshinamurthy, he had a pretty good game in the field, but he goes first ball, and Bala on a hat trick.
Wow, this has really been a good phase of the game. Genuine outside edge, and skips away, awaits his fate. I think he knew he was going one way or another there. So Dakshinamurthy is going to go for a golden duck hat trick opportunity. Haven't had one so far this week, as the Lions lose 2 in succession. It's 45 for 3. Hat-trick ball, last ball of the 5th.
Final ball. Nisesh Pujari coming to the crease. Bala steams in. Swung across the line, and it's a good enough piece of placement and power for that matter, as Pujari gets off the mark with a Maximo. Dreams of a hat trick are dashed, and that is the end of the over, and that very much helped, adding 6 to the total, 51 for 3.
This is ECN, where more hat-trick balls get hit for 6 than any other form of the game. Anyway, let's have a look what's coming up, of course, on the network with Bulgaria. It's only 4 days away, so it's going to come up before you know it. So, yeah, that series is, I think, 5 teams. I think Belgium's 7. I have a feeling Krefeld might be 10. It might be the same as this, although I'll double-check that. Stockholm in Sweden, our next stop after that. And then towards the end of July, we'll have a 3-day T20I that will be showing the Budapest Cup in Hungary. I know a few people have been asking me. I know the Continental Cup's on in Romania.
Well, Maximo is trying to fix some technical issues with his microphone.
Hello.
So
Here we go.
he's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Bappy's back, all right.
Bappy's back.
Throwback on Monday. Yeah.
I can't wait.
What I was trying to get at was that we'll have a 3-day Budapest Cup in Hungary. It's a bit of a bonus. And I'm getting a lot of questions about the Continental Cup. But yeah, unfortunately, logistically, we're not able to cover that this year. The T20s we do really on ECN. We love covering them, but our primary kind of role is to take the European Cricket Series around Europe, and then obviously we've got the major tournaments at Cardiff Oval. But T20s, it's always a lot easier if they're around European Cricket Series. I know later in the year we'll cover some T20s in Romania, but that's around another European Cricket Series that's going to be there. So sometimes we get lucky with just scheduling and booking. Remember, these are extra production crews we need to book. This extra crews we need to book. It's quite
Extra commentators.
extra commentators. Yeah, that's my job, I suppose. I think Daddy's meant to be on that Budapest Cup in Hungary. It's just a neat little 8 or 9 hour train from Prague.
Lux. Kumar cracked out to the offside. Nifty piece of footwork from Bala. And he keeps it to a 1.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately, we have in the past been able to cover the Continental Cups. Doesn't really work out this year. But I'll be keeping an eye on the scores, for sure.
As we all will. Pujari on strike. It's a pretty good strike rate at the moment. This next ball just drilled out to long off for the 1. So the equation now, 58 required off 28 balls. So 12.4, you would think that actually in the context of this tournament, that's very manageable.
But look, they haven't been going that rate. And I think after this ball, they're dropping below 50-50 unless it's a boundary or a wide.
Well, it should have been an extra as well, as keeper fumbles the ball. So a couple of wides to start this over from Kumar. Definitely trying to keep the ball outside off stump. They know how much this Lions team love to swing leg side.
You just need something to happen, and pretty quickly.
Hit down the ground, not particularly cleanly, and I think the field has actually touched the boundary rope in completing the catch.
He knows he's hoping he hasn't touched the line. I'm sure he stepped on the rope here. There. It's still going back as well.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure there's contact there. Maybe even zoom in on that. But I think he probably had a suspicion. He didn't celebrate big time, did Balakrishnan. He kind of looked over to us and we said, well, the video will tell the story. But that's a big moment in the game. It would have been a wicket, but instead at 6 runs.
Certainly is. Be a huge turning point. 51 off 27 required now. Lovely change of pace. This is where they've been good defending this total. The Gladiators, a lot of slower balls. Lions batters preempting with those heavy hits across to the leg side. Manakam in particular. Considering he's hit a 4 and a Maximo in this innings, in fact 2 4s and a Maximo, there's been a lot of dot balls. Struck out to the offside, and they'll gently meander through for a single.
Yeah, that 6 actually bumped him about 20%. So it's great to be able to quantify these things.
How quickly things change with a Maximo.
Yeah, it shows you how quickly things change in this format. That's what makes it so exciting.
Full ball. It's a pretty good shot from Pujari. Questionable why he hasn't been up the order in this game. It's a lovely strike. And so he's pulled out a couple of maximos since he's been at the crease. Now 13 off 3. And that injection of run-scoring power really has gotten the KCC Lions back into this chase.
Yeah, nice shot. Got a fair piece of that one, didn't he? And another 6 will boost their chances even further. 69 for 3 after 6. But yeah, but in a 50-over game, for example, you might see 6. Might be a great shot. But generally speaking, during the innings, it's not changing the actual match-winning percentages so much. But I suppose that's what makes this form of the game so exciting, because these moments go one way or the other. They really go a long way to deciding games. And they're happening all the time, these moments. A succession of little battles.
It's almost a 50-over chase is almost just watching a traffic jam make its way slowly along a freeway, and certain people moving off, certain people coming on, whereas these T10 games are essentially having a sat-nav where you make a wrong turn and you've gone down 3 wrong streets in the course of a 5-minute period, but eventually made your way to where you're going.
I thought you were going to say it's like a demolition derby.
Yeah, probably a little bit of that as well.
But yeah, Chowdhury gets the ball now in over number 7.
I know we say it all happens in the 9th, Vinny, but it feels like this 7th over could really have a big bearing on this game, as Pujari rocks onto the back foot and swings the Grizzly a long, long way over the leg side. It's actually excellent footwork. Got himself in a position that he had some depth in the crease, got into a comfortable spot.
Fraction too short. You know, that's the issue there. Yeah. Steps into the Pujari and is dismissed pretty quickly by the general manager. And the plane goes overhead in the blue sky.
Pujari flushes that to the boundary. Chowdhury goes for 10 off 2.
What a shot. That's just showing he's in a good space, because he plays the line of the ball there. It was offside. So many batters try and get a bit too leg side happy, I think. But he knows there's open spaces over there. Now they're well in control. 33 off 20 run required. 90% chance.
I'm surprised Pujari's batting down at 5. Showing the capability to hit both sides of the wicket. It squeezes off the outside edge. Unfortunately for Nathan Kumar, presence of sun today, which he hasn't had to deal with for a fair while here in Helsinki.
Yeah, that's another one that's going to hurt. And yeah, doing the right thing, blaming the sun straight away, just even before picking up the ball. But Himu grasses it.
It's a better comeback ball from Chowdhury. Swung away by Manakam to take the single. So KCC Lions really not just got their nose in front, their entire snout in front now.
Just think Glad Heads will rue some of these missed opportunities, these drop catches.
It's just going to be a single. Out to deep square. So that's the end of the 7th over. Talked about it being a big one, and thanks to Pujari, it really has gotten the KCC Lions into a good spot now. So 83 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, let's have a look what's coming up with the Lions going back-to-back. So it's actually the Lions' last game, by the way. And, yeah, if they don't win this, I think it will be definitely their last game, including tomorrow. Olu bringing in Dushyantha into the side. And, of course, we'll get to see Hollywood Anthony Quinn opening the bowling for Olu, who had a similar fate to a couple of teams yesterday, just a loss and a no result. But the thing with their loss, it was a last ball thriller in a reduced game. They could have quite easily won that game if we'd gone to a golden ball. But anyway, that game's coming up, and I think we're running on time, so it'll start in around about 40 minutes' time right here. News from the toss is that Olu have won the toss and elected to bowl.
Looking forward to seeing the skipper, Nuwan Roadkill Dasanyake, as well for Olu Cricket Club.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. See how the hair's held up overnight.
Let's see if it's the same colour today. It's nicely cut by Pujari. That's fielder out there on the boundary. We'll keep it to a 1. You've got good shots across both sides of the wicket, though, and makes a difference, doesn't it, Maximo, when you're not a one-dimensional striker.
Don't want to be a one-trick pony. Puma hoping for the breakthrough.
Full toss. Whacked across the leg side. Pretty decent piece of fielding, actually, from Balakrishnan. That is scoot through for a 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just spotted that the ball wasn't really picked up straight away. More concerned with stopping the boundary. Understandable. But they just thought the way that he picked that up, there's a chance for 2. He still had to turn. the captain Mohandas.
It's drilled straight down the ground. Takes some stopping, but Jagu comes in front of Balakrishnan between the two of them. Nice piece of work to keep it to a single.
Yeah, well, it's a nice piece of work. They're always tough because you don't know if it's yours or not sometimes when there's another outfielder coming from the other direction.
Through the offside by Pujari.
It's
No
good
run.
fielding. I think that one actually squeezed off the bottom of the bat, spun one way, then spun the other. And he was able to make an adjustment. Don't know how much we'll see of that. Goes one way, and then, as you see, it took a left turn at Albuquerque, and the fielder did excellently to prevent that going to the boundary.
Pujari can't get his pad out of the way. It's a direct hit. Nice piece of fielding. Been some good ground fielding in this game, even if the catching has left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, exactly. That time safely home, even with the plonk over the line.
It's not quite running out of the textbook, but it did the job.
More work for the umpire. They do a great job banging these stumps back in. There's Ola in the background, watching on.
Could do with a boundary here of this final ball, Maximo. They certainly won the 7th over, but Kumar's done a good job between his two, just largely restricting the lines to singles.
They're hanging in there, aren't they? The Gladiators. Remember, we think that whoever loses this game, it's pretty much their finals aspirations are over. Last ball, the 8th.
Here comes, strides down the wicket. Can only squeeze it out off the offside, and he's finally dismissed after what was a fairly torturous T10 innings, going for 26 off 20. Scorpio team now 88 for 4, and in a way that may not be a bad dismissal, Maximo.
Yeah, just couldn't really get the kind of production that he would have hoped for, even though he has batted the distance so far. So Manicam will be out for 26. And at the end of the 8th over, the KCC Lions are 88 for 4. Nice catch by Selvaraj there as well, although should have been caught. This time it was. Wouldn't have been the first easy catch to go down in this innings.
A big couple of overs coming up here. Run rate required, 20, what is it, 22, on just above it for that from the last 2 overs. Mathematics is not working so well this morning after too much sauna time last night.
I think you were trying to say 25 off 12, but make that 21 off 11, as this one is dragged from just outside the off stump. But with that natural angle of the bowler, batter's able to make it work.
Feels like it's all in Pujari's hands, this contest, Vinny. Satyanarayanan, 4 off his first ball. Outside off stump. This could be a huge moment. Pujari lofted high, but the catch has gone down, and Bala could have been the hero for the Gladiators, but as it is, Pujari gets a life.
Oh, he took it awkwardly. Full arm extension. That was a huge moment. Could have had the Pooj back in the dugout, and he got a couple, banged himself in the head twice with his bat, saying, "Stupid, stupid." That'll be out though, as D'Souza falls off a cliff first ball. So Satyanarayanan doesn't get Pujari, but he does get Cliff, and it's going to be 93 for 5.
Well, I need to get Pujari back on strike, if anything. Cliffy probably needed to just work a single on that occasion. He's gone for the big booming drive. Only a thin outside edge, and delightfully taken by Singh behind the stumps. Nice piece of bowling from Jagu. And this game takes another turn again, Vinny. There is some tension around this ground. You can feel it. It's palpable.
Yeah.
These two teams clinging to their ECS Helsinki lives.
Definitely. And it's, I suppose, a loose stroke, but it's the format of the game, but he just completely lost his shape.
That's what pressure does to players, and Krishnan does the sensible thing. Pujari needs to be the man on strike. He can not necessarily finish this game this over, but they probably need at least 1, if not 2 boundaries. Next couple of balls.
Yeah, very, very interesting game, this one, isn't it?
Ball's gone high again. It's probably scraped through for a 2, possibly. Pujari pushes to get back. He's quick between the wickets. That's excellent running. So as much as it was a mistimed shot, he's picked up the double, and he's gotten himself back on strike for this final ball.
Yeah, had a bit of luck there, didn't he? Fielder went back. Was never going to make it. Chowdhury going back from point. Last ball tonight. 17 required off 7.
Nicely struck, hammered down the ground, and the fielder out there at long off has made an absolute hash of it. For some reason, has run in 2 or 3 meters off.
I think this is 6. Let's check it. Where has it bounced? It's bounced. Oh, maybe it's 4. Or does it hit?
Hit the rope?
See the rope? I don't think it actually does. It's the blur. But it's been called 6. So maybe they had a good look at it on the field. Normally, if we keep rolling it through, normally you see the rope move a bit if it's hit. This one. Oh, yeah, maybe it's a bit of rope movement there. Okay, so 6 runs given. I thought, to be fair, I thought it was 6 straight away. But I didn't quite have it hitting the rope. Thought it was just over. Let's go then. 11 off the last over. We got a thrilling finish here. 102 for 5 off 9. If it's 10 off this over, we've got golden ball 80.
Have you got a tingle?
You should have like a cake for golden ball 80. It's like a milestone.
Getting into becoming an octogenarian of
golden ball.
Golden balls, yeah.
All right. Are we going to have one here? If it is a golden ball, we go to golden ball 80. And the last one we had was the first match of this tournament with the BTCC Dark Knights defeating the SKK Rapids on Monday. We actually watched that in the classic game yesterday. Having said that, we should have had a golden ball probably yesterday. We might have. 11 to win, last over.
Full toss, probably not the start that they needed, but it will drop safely. And Krishnan's coming back for the second. I'm not sure that was the play, Vinny. I guess question, take the runs while they're available.
Yeah, runs are runs. You're pretty close. This could be a no ball, you know. They're definitely going to check it. How high is this?
Ooh. Tell you what, that's not. I think that has been called actually, and I think it's probably the right call too.
It's right in the zone where they call it. It's way too high. Way too high. I mean, borderline for the no ball call, but it's way too high in general is what I mean. So it's just 3 runs for free and a free hit. 8 required now off 6.
I can sense that Pujari is going to run no matter what. That's worked out pretty well for the Lions because it gets him back on the strike. He's hit 40 off 14 balls. And that means that they now only require 7 off 5. So Pujari can basically do this with a Maximo.
First things first, you're totally fine if Pujari only scores a single if you're the fielding side here. Try and turn the heat up on Krishnan. 7 to win.
Full outside off stump. It's a great result for the Gladiators. Just 1 run, and it brings Krishnan back on the strike.
Okay, I'll give you my field here, actually. I would even probably bring mid-off up in the circle, put third back. He just jumped across and he tried to paddle to find legs. So the bowler has to get outside the off stump here.
Krishnan did that 3 times in his innings yesterday. It's clearly his go-to shot.
Got to get it right. Can't bowl at stumps. Outside off.
Well, he's bowled full outside off, which has allowed Krishnan to swing it across. So still think that's probably an okay result if you're Corpio.
For that ball, it was definitely an okay result because it was a big in-swing full toss. Okay, the line wasn't too bad. But yeah, I mean, look, if you can play that through point, there's probably 4 runs there. All right, 5 to win.
It's hit straight down the ground. Not bad. Contact fielder coming around. He can't stop it. And Pujari has leveled up this contest. Tried, actually, it was a good piece of batting, wasn't it, Vinny? The last couple of balls, he's gotten a little bit too open towards mid-wicket, but held his shape a touch, picked the slower ball, drilled it straight down the ground.
Yeah, and it's fielding at this level, though. You can't get a dive on it down the ground, kind of offers the foot. I mean, imagine if you can keep that in the field of play. He might have broken his bat here, the Pooj. So, yeah, just showing the umpire. Obviously, you wouldn't normally want to change your bat after you've just hit a 4.
Well, maybe he's just signalling to the crowd for scoring 45.
Himu's telling everyone to come in, and he's absolutely spot on. Because if you can make this a dot,
you need a dot. You need a dot.
Not keeps the game alive, but also say that they run on anything, then you might get a run out. You might have a new batter on strike for the last ball, still with the scores tied. So you got to gamble here. And the Pooj, will he try and go over the top, or will he just tap and run? Any score wins it, and Pujari has 2 chances to win the game and keep KCC's chances alive. Here we go.
Full outside off stump. He does cut it. He run. Pujari. He's quick. They're shy at the stumps. And he is the hero in a big, big win for Kuopio Cricket Club. They have chased down a target of 113 with nothing more than a ball to spare, and Pujari is the undoubted hero. What a tremendous innings from him coming up in the 5 spot. 46 off 17.
And he holds the bat aloft that he used to hit one of those runs. But if this hits, it would have been a grandstand finish. Scores tied last ball. But Pujari, for me, he was the player of the match. Then came out in a pressure situation. Game was in the balance. He steered his side home. 4 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Batted intelligently. Had a bit of luck along the way. Remember, he was dropped. And it was a pretty easy one. So I suppose Gladiators got so close, they can only really blame themselves for going down in the end. The KCC Lions then will move ahead with a victory. And another game coming up against Oulu. So that becomes huge for those two teams then, because I still think whoever loses that is probably out of the running. So, yeah, all action all the time here on ECN. That game coming up in around about 25 minutes. Let's see these highlights. So, in that 112, it was kind of underwhelming, but certainly very competitive. Gladiators fighting their way all the way to the end. But there's some of these drop catches, I think, the cows came home to roost in the end for FinCC.
Certainly did. They got really no one to blame but themselves, as you said, Maximo. There were a couple of good grabs taken during the course of this innings, but unfortunately for them, key batters just getting multiple opportunities. And in the end, when you lose a game with only 1 ball remaining, then they will rue that some of those chances were not taken. But they actually did well to keep themselves in the contest, because the Kuopio team had set this up with a pretty decent bowling effort. And after a couple of decent overs from the openers in the power play, it was the middle overs where the Gladiators really regained some control, and the Lions lacked an over that went for sort of 25 or thereabouts that really would have broken the back of this chase. That was a huge moment, wasn't it, Vinny, when Balakrishnan stepped on the rope taking a catch that was in the end adjudged a Maximo.
Yeah.
And once again, fine margins in these T10 contests. But in the end, I think probably the KCC Lions were the better team across the whole game. Made some errors with the bat when they could have been a little bit more composed. But really, it felt like they should have chased that target down without too much difficulty. And they made life hard for themselves. And particularly the skipper, 26 off 20 at the top of the order in a T10 contest. Cannot be sucking up that many balls and only scoring 26 runs. But thanks to the efforts of Nitesh Pujari coming in down the order, they have managed to survive a fright against the Gladiators. And as I said, a red letter day for Kuopio Cricket as they are first up victors on the European Cricket Network. And they have that man Pujari really to thank for that. He ran very well between the wickets, even on this final ball, manages to scoot home and rightly holds his bat aloft as his teammates celebrate in the background. And good to see high fives and handshakes all around for a game that was played in good spirit, and a great way to get us started on day 4 here at the ECS Helsinki.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Pujari, my hero of the game with 46 off 17. Just 7 extras in there. Probably kept the fielding side Gladiators in the game as well. Had to come 26, but you did mention his strike rate probably wasn't quite where he wanted it to be. Malbari looked dangerous early. Gave a life on 10, or had a life on 10, but then was out for 16 anyway. But yeah, really exciting game to start the day. They get home with 1 ball to spare. Bowling-wise, some good performers in there. I think Selvaraj for this 3 for 17 was a bit of a difference maker early on. Kumar was pretty tight as well, or 1 for 14 for Anant. The other wicket went to Jagadish Satyanarayanan. They battled, but again, those missed opportunities at this level, they're going to hurt you, and that's the way it worked out in the end. FinCC Gladiators, we will see them a little bit later in the day, so it's not the end of the road for them just yet. Certainly they'll be disappointed. We'll see them later against Greater Helsinki Markors in match 19. But we won't have to wait so long to see the KCC Lions. They're on the rack again against Oulu, when we'll be back in 20 minutes for that one. Match 17 on the way. Vinny Standard here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We will take a quick break and then join you here live from Finland for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us here on day 4 in this European Cricket Series, Finland, as we get ready for the second match of the day, match number 17. In this one, we'll see the KCC Lions taking on Oulu CC. Oulu winning the toss and electing to bowl a little bit earlier today with just some technical issues. Means we can't bring you that toss, but you'll have to take my word for it. That means the Lions will be opening up. We just saw the Lions keep their hopes alive of qualification for tomorrow with a tight win over the Finn CC Gladiators. But it'll have to be more of the same if they're to survive. Got to feel the same way about Oulu as well. I don't see any team really being in a position to qualify for top 2 if they haven't got a win going into their last game. And for the KCC Lions, this is their last game. For Oulu, they will play a little bit later on as well. And I love to see this very, very close to a coin flip. KCC Lions, the tiniest of underdogs, 49%. Oulu CC, 51%, according to the supercomputer. Of course, with Oulu back on the park, it means we'll get to see Mr. Hollywood again. It's Anthony Quinn who's going to be opening the bowling. And I suppose a sliding doors moment. If he'd held on to that catch yesterday, Oulu would have that win and certainly have a bit more breathing space. But it's kind of do or die once again for both of these teams. And I was saying to Rhino earlier, it's really short and sharp, this format, and every match matters, and you really feel that coming through. The emotions, obviously, pretty high. It's the first time we've been playing any ECN cricket in Finland since 2020, and couldn't hope for a better day at the moment. Albari is out there for KCC Lions. He's out there with the captain, Manikandan Manikam. As they say, money come, money go. He'll be hoping he can score a few runs before that happens. Quinn, the Kiwi tearaway, to get the ball rolling here in match 17. Didn't mean to offend any New Zealand fans. Well, that's very close. Quinn said he wanted it slightly lower. So he said, get the ball rolling. Had shades of 1981 there, so apologies to any of the New Zealand fans tuning in. I'm sure there's quite a few. Run straight down the middle of the pitch. Probably the smartest thing to do here, but if that hits, it's out. And Quinn tries to blame the throw. It wasn't the worst throw ever. Manikam then gets the strike. Nice looking drive, solid, picked up cleanly. Another man who is pretty solid and clean for that matter is Andrew Ryan. Joins me once again in the commentary box for this exciting T10 encounter.
Feeling very hygienic after our Sompasona last night. Maximo, this should be a great clash between two of what we might describe the sort of northern and central rivals of the Finnish cricket scene.
Yeah, battle of the outer towners really, this one. Bowled by Quinn, heavy length. Thinks the throwing, thinks better of it. Very tight start.
Pretty good cricketer, Quinn. Really like his bowling action. Gets up nice high release point. Front arm's in pretty good position the whole way through. I think he's worked out over the course of the first couple of games as well that just needs to get his balls slightly wider of off stump and he becomes a very difficult customer to handle.
Tall man as well, isn't he? Well bowled. Yorker jams up Manikam. Looks like a tripped over a worm there doing the fielding. Another reason that you don't really see shorts being used. We talked about it earlier that the Victorian team fielded in shorts for a period. Very short period in the 1990s.
Well, also showing what sort of swamp has developed in this commentary area over the last couple of days as well, Vinny. We had a worm come and visit us.
We did.
From underneath the surface.
Actually worry about how that worm's
they don't
travelling now.
Watch the chair.
Is it one of the well, yeah. being under the leg of my chair is probably not a smart place for a worm to settle. I think some worms, when you cut them in half, I think
they
just
continue
grow back.
to survive. Yeah.
They're pretty hardy. Nothing intentional on my part, just to be clear. Yeah.
It does show you how much moisture is still sitting in and around this tented commentary area as the rest of the ground is bathed in sunshine. Here we are 4 degrees colder in the tent.
My feet are sopping wet. Slow one. This is not slow one. Shorter one, I should say. He just sensed Manikam was coming at him and adjusted the length. That's a very good over. Hollywood stuff from Anthony Quinn. None for 3 for him. 3 for none after the first.
I'll tell you what, Maximo, I get the feeling, and you do get the feeling with teams as they build their way through these T10 competitions, that if Oulu can sneak their way into finals day, and they need some things to go right for them over the course of day 4 here at Kerava, that they could make some dents into this tournament. They've got some really good quality bats at the top. Quinn's a great option with the new ball.
Nobody want to play him, I think. Wild swipe here from Malbari as the second over begins. Athith Saga with the ball for Oulu.
Speaking to a couple of the Oulu boys, actually pre-game, apparently one of their biggest challenges up in Oulu is actually getting access to facilities. Not an easy thing to get grounds in and around that part of the Finnish area. It's quite a large city, Oulu, in terms of population size, but tell you what, in terms of population, getting the Oulu name out there is probably no better thing than being on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, very true. This one's kind of in the slot, and Malbari unleashes it over the offside, rattles the pickets 4 runs.
Lovely shot. A little bit of width. They've been guilty on occasion of both of these openers from Scorpio Cricket Club of trying to bash everything over the leg side, but open the shoulders nicely there. It's a great shot. But so there's apparently a couple of teams floating around Oulu, the city, and they do have Askela, which is in central Finland, that come and travel to play out there, and Vasa as well, which is on the west coast. And we actually met someone from Vasa last night.
Yeah,
it's in
we
a
did.
very lovely part of the country. Some gorgeous spots out there on the western coast.
Yeah, I would like to spend some time travelling around here. I know it's not really possible for us, seeing we're only here for a week and the tour moves on very quickly, but yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful country.
Swung straight out of the ground. Good piece of fielding. I mean, does ECN need to branch out into different content forms? And I reckon a decent documentary series of Rhino and Maximo do Scandinavia wouldn't be the worst television that's ever been created.
Effectively, the first of the day was a blow-by-blow of the sauna. Oh, it's not a wide. But Karma. Yeah, Karma here. And even though it's not Malbari, it's going to be out. Manikam's going to be out. It's the batter's appeal. And then Manikam, I don't know, just goes on the long march to nowhere. Ball comes in, hits the stumps. It's going to be a keeper to mid-on run out to create the first wicket, 8 for 1.
Well, there's some extraordinary comedy before what was an excellent piece of fielding from Dr. Quinn. The shy at the stumps. The batter's still gesticulating, asking for a wide, but Quinn's come in with an underarm throw. Cracking piece of fielding. Very good piece of work because he needed to come up with the direct hit.
Yes, it's going to be given a wide. The wide was given straight away, but yeah, this is where I think, again, you're not asking yourself the right questions. It's definitely not outside. But I think that Manny there, he just saw that the keeper missed the stumps, but didn't bother to look if there was anyone backing up. Spoiler alert, there was. Not a bad shot at all as well. So obviously Malbari isn't too bothered about losing his captain. And yeah, I was going to say though, it was Anthony Quinn. Let's not distract from the fact that he had to hit the stumps and he did. So a little bit of redemption there for the Kiwi.
How's this for a conspiracy theory? Manikam, the captain, chewed up I think 20 balls for his 26 in the last innings. He was 1 off 4 in this innings as Malbari just cuts that wide, and it's a lovely shot for a boundary. We saw the roadkill Nuan just come into shot, but
Yeah, Nuan. There he is with the pink hair. With this. Interesting, he didn't go the whole lot. That's probably what I find even stranger than dyeing your hair pink is that you would only decide that the top half of your hair is going to be pink. Anyway,
Maybe he ran out. Maybe he didn't get enough colour.
He ran out. Couldn't do that. Still waiting on the next batch. Yeah, Lions, they give themselves a fighting chance. They're 1-1-1 after 3 matches. Oulu, well, they could have that exact record if they can get the win here. Remember, there's 4 points up for grabs here. I like that with every game today, with it being a 10-over contest, assuming we don't have any interruptions. All the 4 points are up for grabs, so you get rewarded for a big win if you can pull it off. Yeah, so, yeah, Rhino, member of the tinfoil hat brigade here, thinking it might have been a
deliberate barbecuing.
A mutiny. Anyway, it's going to be lifted up over the leg side here by Raju. And he is the replacement for Manikam, who got run out in bizarre circumstances last over. He starts perfectly.
If you were going to deliberately barbecue your captain, I think actually Mulbari did a pretty good job of, I guess, a bit of camouflaging real intent. It was sort of a chaotic enough.
The thing, though, is it was Manikam's idea, but the reason that Mulbari froze is because he saw it was going straight to mid-on, who'd backed up the throw and hustled in. And Quinn had a short throw to run out the batter at the bowler's end. All right, well, someone...
Roadkill's gotten down.
It's going to then have to bring out the super sopper maybe in that part of the ground to remove the pink from the grass. And a nice bit of hit. I'd love to see this commitment from the captain. And he actually fielded that via the hair, I think, as well.
Be a little red stain on the grizzly.
Well, that's nicked away, and that's going to be 4. Mulbari riding his luck here. KCC, after a pretty tight start, just kind of working their way back into the contest. Yeah, do you think they're saying, okay, we're shining the pink side, the pink spot side?
Very well may be the case.
It's kinda
certainly has picked up the run rate since the skipper got run out.
True.
Raji coming in with 7 off 2, and Mulbari, not saying he's finding his range, but finding the boundary.
Oh, it's probably a no ball, and it's going to be 6. 7 up time. Maximo called on the field. Certainly seemed high, didn't it? So, yeah, a little bit surprised they didn't go back to Quinn. That seems like a no ball to me based on how they called them. Remember, waist high or above. And that is waist high for me. Yeah, a bit surprised they didn't go back to Quinn, seeing he had such a tight first over. Okay, I know they're saving him for later, but the horse might have bolted before then.
Certainly is. Hasn't been a great over so far by Kavala. 18 on the board, only half of the over completed. Now a free hit.
And this one, I think he's over the line. That's good umpiring, I think. Yeah, it's just something that the bowlers, I feel, haven't had too much of since this change in interpretation.
Pretty good shot, actually. Ball curled into him late. Fields up there, straight down the ground. Almost a suicidal second run. Good throw coming in from Quinn. Would have had them in big trouble. Fortunately, discretion has overtaken, and they just take the single. So coming to the end of... It's been an okay power play for both teams.
Well, it's a very average score in a power play, but it wasn't really average the way they got there because it started with none for 3 in the first over. But they're going to finish up at 37 for 1 after 3 overs. Yeah, but none for 3 in the first over. Second over, 1 for 14. And then that third over actually ended up going magical with 20 runs coming off. We'll probably see it here on the step ladder.
Certainly will. 37 for 1 after 3. So, Vinny, you're a man of great knowledge and culture. Did you know that Oulu is the European Capital City of Culture for 2026?
Is that right?
That is true. Yeah. I mean, out of all the stuff we talked about the city yesterday, particularly it being the hub of the International Winter Swimming Association, in fairness, the European Commission's bestowed it with quite a big responsibility for this year.
Wow. That's good. I'm sure we've got a few viewers watching from Oulu as well. So, yeah, welcome. And yeah, the other thing is, now you're here with us, why don't you join us all around the tour? We go to all different places and many, many capitals of cricket, you could say. Abhishek Sinha is the new bowler, and he's going to get stroked away for 4. So Raju, he's come in and he's certainly bossed it so far. An unexpected way to enter the fray. But this is a lovely shot. Just let it come to him, open the face slightly, got it behind the fielder. And the result's going to be 4 runs.
I think he's a quality cricketer, Raju. An important role to play with the ball when it comes to the second innings of this game. Bowled very well with his combination of offies and leggies. Their first game today, big part of why the Scorpio Lions were able to register their first win in the competition. Big game here. Both of these teams desperately needing to win to keep their ECS Helsinki alive.
Just misses mark. This is genuine wide. Actually hits the keeper on the foot. But, KCC have actually gone into the lead now. Remember, it started, I think, 49-51. So we're still in the Goldilocks zone, 40 to 60% zone. To 60 to 40%.
Bowling just letting Olu down the last couple of overs. It's a nice delivery though, finding that good length wide of off stump, particularly KCC batters do struggle a little bit more. Ball on the offside.
Yeah, it's good areas. I think there's been clear correlations between bowling in the right places and good outcomes for the bowlers. This one is a little bit straighter, but beautifully, daintily flicked away off middle stump from Raju. Another boundary, this time leg side. He certainly looks a very complete player.
So it's a sign of a quality player, isn't it, Vinny? He could have hit that to a lot of different spaces, but was able to manipulate the wrist, play it relatively late, knew there was more space down there at backward square. Takes it for a boundary. Delightful batting.
Yeah, overcorrects and gets it too far outside the off stump. Yeah, just feel like we might have another thriller in our hands here. Rhino already had a very tight game. Something about first games of the day. We saw that on Monday at least, and Wednesday, yesterday. Nicked, and he's dropped it. Oh, it was the kind of catch that you dream of as well. It was a fairly comfortable height. He took off. But he couldn't quite stick the landing, and the Grizzly gets away.
Made it pretty comfortably, didn't he, Vinny? But it was just not quite controlled, and then the impact took it out at the end.
He was slightly wrong-footed here, but not so wrong-footed that he couldn't get back. You can see, and then, yeah, it's the kind of catch you dream of, honestly, because it looks good, but it wasn't that hard. And Pierce, unfortunately for him, drops it, of course. Now he'll have to dive for this one. But I got to say, there's one earlier in the over that was kind of a regulation ball that went down. Just one thing is, as a keeper, if you're not gloving just regular balls and then a chance comes, maybe you don't have that confidence. It was a genuine chance. And this partnership's looking dangerous for KCC. That could come back to bite Olu.
Nice ball there. So, Vinny, I know you probably do this a lot with the wicket keepers. I probably do it, get the feeling more with the bowlers.
Yeah.
Where you just love to go out and grab Sinha by the collar, drag his run up to start about 2.5 metres to the right, and I suspect his wide problems would be solved very, very quickly.
It's a tight call as well, you know. Maybe it got some of the line. Yeah, I'm definitely like that with keepers because I spent all of my adult life in that position. But I suppose, you know, growing up as a bowler and being coached a lot at quite a good level as well by you know, former international cricketers and international bowlers, still kind of helps me analyse things like that as well. But yeah, you're right. As far as keeping this, you don't get too many of those. So what happens is how he'd be feeling now. End of the over, by the way, and the 50's up, 50 for 1 after 4. How he'd be feeling is, come on, give me another one of those. But the world doesn't work like that. Because so he's not, I mean, he might get another one, but he can't just dial it up. He'd love a second opportunity, but that's the thing. That was a one-time deal, and unfortunately, Pierce put it down. Like I said, there's a certain catch which looks much harder than it is, and that was probably that one. It looked spectacular. He was diving away.
With the world of video editing, though, if he cuts his clip just at the moment of contact in the glove, all of his Instagram followers are going to think he's taken an absolute specky as Vishwakarma comes on with his left arm around the wicket.
Well, good pick up and throw. Oh, is that out? What a piece of fielding Surely the batter hasn't made this. Oh, this is world-class stuff. He runs, he pirouettes, he fires from 25 metres and he hits the stumps at the keeper's end. Let's check it out. Comes up firing, and that's Shakir Dar, and he's gone. Of course he's gone. He couldn't have made it. Even if it was Usain Bolt, he was never going to make that. The umpire, he kind of gave a sheepish out, but then said, oh, we'll check the replay anyway. But they needed something special to break the partnership, and they have found it. That will be the end of Malbari. Run out for 25, so another run out breaks the partnership. It's 50 for 2.
And these T10 contests, Vinny, it's often just a moment of inspiration. Great throw, but to be fair, actually, the first piece of fielding where he's actually picked up the ball on a difficult, almost half volley length, collected it cleanly, and then had the nous to spin, turn, and throw. Wonderful work all round, and big moment. Malbari was hitting the ball quite cleanly this morning. Dakshinamurthy comes out at number 3. Got to ask the question, where is Pujari?
That was such a good, best one I've seen in a while, actually. Because it was all, I mean, it had to be perfect, and it was an really awkward pickup, but he's already, we'll try and slow this down as much as possible around here. Ready? See how it bounces just short, but he's already thinking about what he has to do. He's already actually starting to turn his body the way he needs to go and set his back foot into a throwing position. And it was outstanding work. That could be your HCL software player of the day. But every yin has its yang, and the next one is Shekhar, who is going to attack this. Look, I don't really blame him here too much. He's hoping that he can turn this into a catch, but he doesn't get here, and the ball scoots past him to the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. Probably needed to get down lower. That ball once again bouncing in an awkward spot, but at least he did try to attack, try to take the catch. So plenty happening in this 5th over. The Lions up to 55 for 2. Dakshinamurthy's come out to join Raju at the crease.
This time he opens the face and he'll get one down to the captain, who's just chilling down there at deep backward point.
It's a pretty good shot of a left arm paceman coming over the wicket. Raju just opens the face. Only got a single, but aesthetically pleasing.
What about that run out? The reactions are coming in now from the chat. John T. Rhodes of ECN. I'm sure that Shakir Dar won't mind that. But yeah, Johnny, he's called it a chance in 1,000. But, you know, okay, it's a bit of luck in a way, but you make your own luck, don't you? He knew it was difficult, I think, as well, but he did everything right and then hoped for the best. And the universe was on his side. I mean, to hit the stumps was just the cherry on the cake.
It's a pretty poor ball. Pulled to the leg side. Nice shot from Raju. He's continuing to be the backbone of this Scorpio team's innings. And we're now halfway through this 10-over stanza. And KCC Lions 61 for 2. Vinny, another game where it feels like it's very evenly poised.
Yeah, it feels like that way. Certainly feels that way. Halfway through. And to be honest, they started 49%. The KCC Lions, they're 48%, so we haven't really gone anywhere, and they've certainly actually been ahead for most of the first 5 overs. Quick look at the ground here. Conditions pretty pleasant. 14 degrees currently, and expecting 18 degrees in the igloo. I don't know what the temperature is, but igloo is probably the right word. Still pretty cold, but I think mostly it's because my socks are completely wet from the standing in water.
Can I take this in-game analysis section?
Please.
By one expert. So some good chat from Gerard Brady, who's actually the Finnish national team bowling coach. So I'm coming up with that point that I was making about the bowler who was coming in from far too wide of the crease in the game. He's mentioned that his bowling shoulder doesn't follow the path towards his target. It drops to the left, which I would say is absolutely correct. I guess from my perspective, when I try to work with bowlers who are developing their actions or correct issues, for me that is a symptom of what he is doing, because he is coming in from such an angle to start with, as Shekhar starts with a short of length ball that's absolutely hammered to the meadow, and it's called 6 by his teammates. I don't think the umpires will have any problem judging that one. It's carried the boundary rope by about 25 metres. But that is, to me, a symptom or an outcome of what he's doing, because he's coming from such a wide angle of the crease, and in order to try to correct his line when he's trying to push the ball outside off stump, he's essentially dropping that shoulder wide to the left because he's having to manipulate his body to try to get down that outside off stump line. If he just corrected his run up and came on a far straighter trajectory, I suspect a lot of those physical issues would go away. Just basic mechanics of fast bowling.
You know, coaching bowlers, or anyone for that matter, is a bit of a funny thing as well. And it's kind of an art as well as a science, and also a bit of a mystery, because sometimes there are certain players that do things basically wrong, but it works for them. So it's really tough to know when to kind of try and change things. I know I've certainly, and some of the best players, by the way, in the world are something that's a bit different, that you think, well, he shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, look at Bumrah, for example. You look at some of these bowlers.
But Bumrah doesn't try to defy physics. He has certain aspects of his body which create incredibly unusual looking movements, and his flexibility enables him to generate pace by taking advantage of multiple parts of his limb that generate velocity. But at the end of the day, everything is moving very much towards his intended target.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Malinga's one probably that comes to mind, that, you know, a kid would bowl like that, and you'd be like, no, hold on, that's not how you do it. You need to get your arm up here and brush your ear, just as we were coached. Right? All right, that's up. It's in the air. Guess who? Pinky time. And he's caught it. And it's Nuan Dasanaki who will take it. Well, do not adjust your sets. That is the colour of his hair, and the hands have certainly come to the party as well, as he will pick up Dakshinamurthy for 9. It's the 3rd wicket down. First wicket that's actually gone to the bowlers at 69 for 3.
Yeah, good catch from the roadkill. He's an inspirational man to have heading up this Olu team. And he's taken a good grab. We've seen plenty dropped in that position over the last couple of days. So Dakshinamurthy, he goes for 9 off 5. And thankfully, it looks like Nitesh Pujari is coming to the crease, the man who did so much damage in the previous game.
Yeah, but just going back, I mean, it's more an open question. When you're coaching, it must be difficult to know, when to kind of, I suppose at a high level, you're suggesting, you're not telling. Oh, well, foot fielding time. He's used every bit of his body so far. Pujari's in, and he batted really well earlier. A few people wondering why he wasn't in yet, but I think it's just the order they've gone, and he certainly has 4 overs to work with here, potentially, to get the score up to something competitive.
These are the 2 they want at the crease, though, Vinny.
Free hit. So I don't know what that was. What might have been for encroachment. Who knows? But I just saw the free hit signal, so that was a no ball, that last one. Raju decides to go reverse. I suppose why not? It's free hit. But don't know if it was the percentages. He'll have to settle for a single, and almost gets run out, I think, at the bowler's end. Shekhar, he's down on his haunches, maybe trying to collect that throw. And let's just see when this ball came in. I think he probably saw the ball wasn't going to hit the stump, so he wasn't actually too worried. I know that I've certainly played cricket with, in the air, and he's got it. Oh, juggle job. This one certainly didn't go according to plan for Shakir Dar, and he's been a live wire in the field, and Pujari, unfortunately for him, it's a short stay at the crease. He's out second ball for just 1. The Pooj is leaving the building, and it's 72 for 4.
Disappointing dismissal for Pooj. That ball just jumped a bit off the track. Couldn't control it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe even a 5th grab. The circus not in town, but it may as well be here at Kerava Cricket Ground. That's a great catch by Shakir Dar. And the gun middle order batter, Pujari, back in the hatch for 1 off 2.
Yeah, you know what? It's a funny old game sometimes. If this is volleyball, it's definitely illegal because he's used more than the 3 available touches, but clutched by Shakir Dar. We saw how good Pujari is earlier. But this time, he goes for just a single. 72 for 4 after 6. And yeah, what a dramatic over we had there. In the end, it had 2 wickets, had 11 runs. And funnily enough, that no ball, we weren't quite sure what it was for. My guess was probably keeper encroachment. Created an extra delivery that actually got the wicket of Pujari. So it's going to be Maramuthu It comes out, not facing though, because it's change of over. Raju faces up. In the air, just climbs over Dasanaika. That's going to be 4. So Raju through it all. He's doing it his way. Moves up into the 30s.
Well, it was a dynamic effort here from the skipper. Just unable to stop that ball flying over his red hair. Much needed boundary. Raju has to try to get as much of the strike as possible in these coming overs, Vinny. So he's got 23 balls left to go. They really need to try an expected score of 115. They really need to be pushing up to 130.
I would like you to do some homework for me because I know you've been tight with the out-of-towners, these two teams. You got to tell me whether Nuwan's hair is specifically for this week for the tournament. Oh, that's a good shot by Raju. He looks very well put together, doesn't he? As he bangs that one. Ground rule double in baseball here. It'll be 6 runs a maximo over cover point.
Well, if it was a Pesapalo field, there'd be people climbing over this white picket fence trying to retrieve the grizzly. It's a lovely shot from Raju, showing he's got the capability of hitting balls all around the ground. We've seen far too many of the Kuopio Lions team just splitting the front leg and trying to heave over mid-wicket, but Raju has kept his shape. He's got some nice natural timing as well.
Yeah, I would just like you to do a bit of investigative journalism as to, the pink hair. Is it specifically, it's for the tournament because it's 5 years.
Do you think I have to infiltrate the Oulu Cricket Club to do this?
Maybe a fact-finding mission to their hairdresser up in Oulu.
Sure, there are some very good hairdressers up in Oulu.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this, okay? Now all the Oulu are watching. Good fielding by the umpire there. Just shout one more time. I think Rhino wasn't looking at the screen. We got time. But sometimes umpires are umpires for a reason, and this would be one of those times when the ball came rolling in. I'll have to come back to it in a minute. We can, because that was a nothing ball. So, umpires, I know Tyrone always loves the opportunity of a bit of fielding, but this one obviously didn't quite go to plan.
A few more yoga stretches in the morning before coming to the ground.
Tyrone actually is a very good fielder, and he loves a good old one-handed catch on the fall. He gets hurled in from the official's tent. Big swing and a miss. I don't know. There's a lot of umpires looking around. This is one of those ones, as a bowler's end umpire, you just got to trust what you see, unless it's a matter of if it's carrying or not. And I think he's looking over, saying, well, I don't think it's out, but what do you think? But really what the square leg umpire thinks isn't too relevant.
In fact, as a bowler, if I see an umpire look at square leg for something like that, I immediately lose confidence in the decision making.
You do have to work in a team, but you also got to know your jurisdiction, so to speak. Because I have seen moments where bowlers end umpires have been influenced by a square leg umpire.
Hold the phone, Vinny. We've got some big news. Leah Martin, who has not been prominent on the chat so far, but she has chimed in to say that Roadkill's hair is always like that. So it seems to be whether a permanent state of being or whether or not he's just continually colouring it. But his hair is always like that. She says, though, she's not sure it's pink. She thinks it's just henna.
I know what henna is. I don't think henna's
that
pink.
colour.
No. Well, I think you can. Henna. I've done henna at wedding. That's pink. There's something. So maybe he's always doing something crazy, is what we're saying. But no, I'm telling you, I've seen it.
If you had
up.
henna colour combined with
some sort
silver
of dye.
fox, would it create that combination?
Scientists will have to come back to us on that one. Quick look at the two groups. Of course, Group A is already decided. Yeah, that's pink. You turn up the brightness on your TV or turn it down, depending.
It's just a power stance from the skipper.
Of course, we saw Dark Knights finishing in top on Group A and had these Empire 11 in second. And if you do finish top, you get the double chance tomorrow. Finals tomorrow.
Come around quickly, hasn't it, Vinny? We've had such fun here, despite the challenges with the weather.
Good to hear Leah in the chat. Always nice to see a few new names.
Well,
Leah,
also, I'd say to Leah, give us some more detail. I mean, is Roadkill a regular visitor to
Leah
the henna boutique?
Could be his hairdresser.
Could be.
Who knows? Well, probably not. She's not sure. Hollywood tries slower ball, goes wrong. He's dropping. It's dropping over the rope. Maximo. This one's actually pretty close for height, but I think It's dropping because it is a slower ball. Maybe even dropping by the... Oh. I think that's not a no ball because he's hitting it, literally hitting it at waist. So it's got further to travel. Still will be 6 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's not the greatest slower ball from a quality bowler in the form of Quinn. Well, speaking of big news, Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia talking about making a roadkill hoodie. There's been some characters in this ECS Helsinki event as Quinn certainly adding to the drama with some quality fast bowling.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn's going to have an agent by the end of the week, no doubt about it. Apparently he was devastated to not hold that catch to take us to Golden Ball 80, but certainly put every foot right since then. He'd love to be a big part of them qualifying.
It's given him a bit of jip this morning for not getting involved in fielding training and held back from referencing the dropped catch that cost them game 1.
Going down the leg side. Classic batter looking for a run to appear unconcerned with the LBW appeal, which actually is dead giveaway you are concerned, and I've seen it cause countless unnecessary run-outs in my time.
Raji's up to 45 off 23. He has successfully maintained the strike for a lot of this later part of the innings, which has helped the Lions no end, but expected score 1-2-1.
The pad strap just getting blown out. Takes me back to...
Where is Bappy when you need him?
Bappy and the full moon and Golden Ball 79 just before on Monday morning. Raju 45's batted really well. And roadkill will fire this one at the keeper's end, but they will get through for a single.
Did all of those moon moments make the ECN social channels?
I think it's very hard to capture the essence of moon in the
full
social
moon.
media, but I know you're very good at it. You'll go away and you'll probably do something on your account, Andrew.Rhino, on Instagram, and maybe capture some of those
generated another 3,000 followers from that reference, Vinny.
Yeah.
Notice we haven't had the social media graphics with our heads come up during the course of this tournament. Are they out of vogue
Do
now?
you have... Well, do we have a headshot of you?
You absolutely do. You have one of me making a massive ass of myself at Carter Oval about a year and a half ago.
I need to look up in the archives for that then. End of the 8th over, it's 93 for 4.
Classic shot by Dana Orris. In fact, I think it was the time in which we were doing the Cerveza post-game reviews out in the middle of Carter Oval, which I thought were great.
After the final ball.
Absolutely.
I think with the schedule, they've kind of fallen by the wayside. Just an extra to pull the chairs out at the end of the day. But it was always fun. Got one of the Marengo dark beers, my favourite. It's a good little rolling cutter there. And Vishwakarma coming back to bowl the 9th over. Quinn's over, by the way. Did go for that 6 of the slower ball, but apart from that, there are only 3 other runs in the over, so just 9. You just feel the Olu have pulled away slightly, and the odds would, the winning percentages would suggest that at the moment. All right, throws the hands at this, straight down the throw to Quinn. He's not going to drop that. So he's a very reliable fielder. Here's Anthony Quinn. And so Marimutu is going to have to tell his story walking out for 3. It's a wicket for Vishwakarma. Probably deserves it. I think he's bowled well. It's 93 for 5.
Good to see Vishwakarma coming over the wicket too. Come around the wicket for a lot of his overs so far, which I think for a left armour just puts you in the firing line of being batters, right-handed batters, using the angle that you're delivering to ensure that they're hitting to the leg side. And we know that that's certainly the preferred space of a lot of batters here, but also where there's a little bit of a slope down towards the pavilion. Bowling over the wicket, he's essentially challenging the batters to work against the laws of physics, but they want to yank him to the leg side.
Yeah, good technique from Quinn. It's got his work cut out from here, though. To his right, does well. Even the little handoff, love it. And always creates a run out. That's top work. We've seen some brilliant fielding from Olu in this innings, haven't we?
They've been outstanding. And tell you what, if they win this game, Vinny, they can probably thank their fielding corps. A couple of very good catches, an excellent run out at cover.
Remember towards the end of that last game, the boundary that wasn't stopped down the ground. As this will be another one that should be stopped. It will be. I'll just get a single this time. But you remember there was a boundary that tied the scores, and that was a similar kind of bit of fielding that was required. but the fielder just kind of offered a foot at it and it went past.
Yep.
So these things, they can decide matches. Sankaran is going to hit that in the bowler's foot. Raju has zero interest of taking a risky run.
Tell you what, if you're Raju and there's 7 balls left now in this innings, I think it would have been worth potentially even sacrificing your batting partner to get back on strike.
Last ball, the 9th. And it's lifted up in the air. Is it going? It is. All the way. Maximo. The decision to keep Sankaran on strike pays dividends, and Raju will get the strike back on 47. That brings up the 100 as well for the KCC Lions, roaring to 101 for 5 after 9.
Great decision from Raju not to take the single, and also he gets back on strike now for the start of the 10th. Big news from the YouTube chat, Vinny. So we've heard back from Leah, who has confirmed that she's not Roadkill's hairdresser, which is disappointing.
I mean, if you were, would you admit it?
Well, no, I mean, it's a work of art in its own way, but she's seen him around a lot of cricket matches in Finland and has made what I think is an objectively sensible point that he's got quite a memorable look.
I would agree with that. He also seems like he's the captain, so I wonder if he's the one that chose the colour scheme for the shirts as well in the first place. All right, lift it up over the top. It will only be a single. Raju hunting for a half century. Probably deserves it. But without him, they're probably not making 100, I don't think. Sinha bowling the last over.
Nice piece of filling from Dushanta. Now they're at deep cover.
This one slapped down towards Shaker. He's a pretty good fielder. They've got decent fielders down the ground. To Olu. Raju gets the strike back on 48. Against around that similar zone that we saw earlier. 112, 113. It'll be re-bowled. And so Raju will get another crack at the half ton. Yeah, it's great to see so many new names in the chat. And like I said, the great thing about ECN, we're on pretty much all the time. Even when we leave Finland, we're on every day. Sometimes we're in multiple locations every day. So jump in and say hi now and then. We love it when we see people interacting with us. Right, Quinn. We want this. They want 2 here. Well, they should have wanted 2. They were never going to make it. With Quinn firing it back to the keeper's end. Raju just can't find that glory shot recently, can he? Hasn't hit a boundary. Well, he hasn't hit a boundary actually since the start of the 8th over. Close one, but it's called wide. Umpire thought it missed the line, didn't take anything of the line.
Well, these two, this partnership, just kept the runs ticking enough. Doesn't feel like the Lions quite a few short here against the powerful batting lineup of Olu.
That's one of those ones that you consider running there if you know it's a slower ball, because you know the keeper's going to have to take it in second bounce. There's a lot for him to do, actually.
Nice change of pace, though.
Yeah. Sankaran does hit this one. Did pretty well. Fielder won't get there. It was good placement in the end. Shaker had plenty to do to his left. And Sankaran might be costing his partner a half century opportunity, but he won't mind as long as the runs flow off the bat. Back foot drive cracked away. Good contact, and they're up to 110 now with the ball remaining.
Very good shot indeed. So Sankaran 12 off 6 provided some impetus.
49 clubs full in this tournament. That's where Raju's going to end up. And this last ball is going to go away. They might as well go for 2 here. And it's one of the slower bits of run I've ever seen. Almost takes the keeper's head off. So they will get back for 2. Oh boy. Have a look at. I'm going to look at this, what the keeper was dealing with, but he's lucky to still walk away from that. They're going to finish on 112 off their 10 overs. 112 for 5. Look at this throw come in, and it's a vicious bounce, bang, that almost decapitates him. But yeah, 112, it's very similar to the score we saw earlier on. In fact, it's exactly what FinCC Gladiators scored in the first innings. Now, on that occasion, KCC were on the chase and they got there with a ball to spare. This time, they will be trying to defend. It was a crazy run out to start things off. But in a way, it worked out for KCC because that brought Suresh Raju to the crease and he ended up top scoring with 49 not out.
Yeah, Raju's played a couple of very good knocks during the course of today. Vinny's looked like the class batter within this Scorpio team. That should have been a spectacular catch by the wicketkeeper Paris, but unfortunately couldn't glove the ball. But generally their fielding was excellent, and no more so than this tremendous run out from the cover position. That was a wonderful piece of work. The Lions found the boundary with enough regularity that they've at least got a passable total on the board, but once again just couldn't find that big breakout over. It goes magical or supersonic, and that man, the skipper Roadkill, had plenty to do with ensuring the fielding standards were kept up. And no matter what they tried to do, the Lions, aside from Raju, just no one got on a roll. This was probably a big loss for them. Nidesh Pujari, who had batted so well in game 1 today, he went second ball after an excellent catch that took a few more attempts than a fielder would normally want for pouching the ball. That variety also from the Olu bowling lineup as well, Vinny, having a bit of a left-hand change certainly really helps keep the batters off their mark, and I think they're a genuine smoky at the moment. They've had a tough start to the tournament, partially caused by the weather, but they're a pretty good all-round unit.
Watch out. Insurance doesn't cover acts of outfielder either, so I'm just happy that Yasiri walks away. Remember, he dropped that catch earlier. That would have been a good one for him to hold on to. In the end, good spirit in this out-of-towners battle here in Helsinki. KCC Lions, after being sent in by Oulu skipper Nuwan Dasanaika, have scored 112 for 5. Coincidentally, exactly the same score that they had to chase in the first game of the day. What about that Shakir Dar run out, though, as well? Let's talk about that. That was one of the best pieces of fielding we've probably seen this year on ECN. Raju top scores with 49 not out. It was Malbari that was run out by Dar for 25. Sankaran with a handy little 14 at the end. It was a little bit productive towards the end. It's just unfortunate for Raju. Couldn't get the strike back to try and bring up his 50, though he did have a couple of chances. Vinay Shankar with 2 wickets in his over. Vishwakarma, for me, is something about him. 1 for 19 with his left-armers. Anthony Quinn, though, let's give him his dues as well. Had a really tight, started things on the right foot. Only 3 off his first over, 9 off his second. He finished with figures of none for 12. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few moments. 113 once again is the target. This time Oulu CC will be hunting the victory. 4 points on offer, and they could be crucial as far as the makeup of this table at the end of the day. Vinny Sound to him, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Rhino Ryan. We'll take a quick break and see you back here in Finland very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. We are here on the European Cricket Network at the Kerava National Cricket Ground in Finland as ECS Finland 2025 starts to take shape. We are well into Group B here in this all-important clash between Oulu Cricket Club and the KCC Lions. And Oulu certainly have the noses in front at the moment, restricting the KCC Lions to a first innings total of 112. So might even be a chance for a bonus point if they can knock off this target within 7 overs. But the KCC Lions will be doing best to keep their ECS Finland hopes alive. A couple of early wickets could certainly put them in the position to do that. A few changes with the Oulu batting lineup as Adar joining Jayo Adana at the crease. So not the double left-handed opening pair that we saw at the start of this competition. And Prajwal Shalke taking the new ball for the Kuopio team. Need some early wickets. Big swing across the line from Dar. Might have been an opportunity for a run out, but fielder down there at the 45, unable to glove the ball cleanly. A target of 113. Should be a comfortable chase for a batting team the quality of Oulu. But we've seen stranger things happen, and certainly the KCC Lions in Game 1 today really scratched around and struggled to chase a similar target against the Gladiators. They managed to get there in the end, which kept their tournament hopes alive. But it's going to take a big effort from the bowling attack. Probably some pretty good fielding to stop Oulu here in this contest. Certainly not going to help the Raiders drifting balls down the leg side. They're not coming on with a huge amount of pace, but does get a little bit of movement. He'll be trying to push it across the left-hander, Jayo Adana. Ball just sits in the pitch. Jayo Adana good enough to wait for the bounce. Got his back foot across, plenty of depth in the crease, and plays a nice shot, beating the fielder at point. It's good cricket. Shalka, the sort of bowler who's more likely to get you in trouble when you're over-committing on the front foot. Gets a little bit of jump off the deck because the ball's getting some air. Jayo Adana played that perfectly. Quality cricket shot. Played some good shots through the offside. We saw him yesterday. Big shout out to Helix in the chat. Good to have him. And Johnny He. RJ Rubel there. Shalka pushing that ball well wide. Easy call for the umpire. Plenty of action happening in the chat. If he's asking, where is Rico Full? I'm sure Vinny will give us some details of when we'll next hear Rico on the commentary. But unfortunately, Hafiz, you're stuck with myself and Maximo, who I'm sure will be back in the commentary box relatively soon. Chance at the top end. A direct hit. Would have had Jayo Adana in a lot of trouble. Fine margins in ECS T10 cricket. It was a direct hit in the last innings. That sent one of the KCC Lions batters back to the pavilion. In that case, Sundar Dakshinamurthy, very good fielder, took some excellent catches in the first game today. Couldn't come up with the direct hit. Lovely swing across the line. Dar clearly looking for that square leg boundary. Gets down low, almost plays a half sweep shot. Good contact though, carried the boundary easily. Had a bit of a chat with Maximo in the first innings about this resplendent Oulu Cricket Club outfit, and actually our man with his finger on the pulse, Gerard Brady's, come back and mentioned that actually the Oulu City colours are a maritime blue and a shade of purple. As Dar punches that through the offside, it'll just be a single. So he thinks maybe they've made a call to just brighten up the purple into a pink, but to keep the maritime blue in there. It's a good shout. Gerard, I think you could be on the money there. It's certainly in the money for the best outfit that we've got here at ECS Finland this year. The left-hander Jay Wadana on strike for the last ball. This over, 15 runs so far. Cuts nicely, but straight to the fielder who fumbles, which will allow them to take the single. So Jay Wadana will keep the strike, and a pretty nifty start for Oulu Cricket Club. 16 for none after the first. 15 matches since a golden ball, though. I'll tell you what, we weren't far off in the last game. ACC Lions managing to chase down the target with one ball remaining. Oulu requiring 97 of 54. Certainly the supercomputer thinks they've got the upper hand at the moment. Always only takes 1 or 2 wickets though, as Rajiv Shaila going to take up the attack for the second over. For those of you newer to the European Cricket Network, 3 over power plays in these T10 games. Full ball. Nicely struck. Outfielder does well though. Jay Wadana, he's pretty quick between the wickets. His partner Dar a bit less so. He had to really get his skates on as the throw came in. I think that's Nitesh Pujari down there on the deep point boundary. Nice piece of fielding. But Dar might have been in a little bit of trouble just with a slightly more accurate throw. Direct hit from that distance. Fairly unlikely. Full ball from Shaila. Big appeal. Didn't seem like, it certainly didn't sound like there was any sort of edge through to the keeper. Pretty decent ball though to a left-hander. Right arm coming over the wicket, just getting that late swing right on the edge of the wide line. Good piece of bowling. Gets another bit of away movement, but the placement is fantastic from Jay Wadana. He's bisected the gap between the fielder out on the boundary at backward point. And the man slightly squarer. That's lovely batting. What I like about Jay Wadana as opposed to a few of the other left-handers in this Oulu batting lineup is he's not trying to manufacture shots. He's just taking what the bowler's giving him. And bowler's giving him some absolute pies. The last couple of balls, a couple of full tosses as Shaila's trying to keep the ball pitched up, trying to get some away movement, but he's lost his length. Halfway through this second over, Oulu 22 for none. Plenty of chat out there from the Kuopio team. It's not bearing any fruit in the form of wickets. Nicely swung. You can only have so many outfielders. In fact, only 2 in these power play overs. And Dar has picked a spot on the ground with minimal protection. Only needed to clear the infield, and he does it well enough. The bottom hand coming into play. And Oulu have made a pretty healthy start here. 27 for none. 1 ball left in this second over. Rajiv wanting to shift the field, so brought a man in from the offside. And Dakshinamurthy will go back out to long on. Shaila goes flying. His ball is another full toss, and it's driven comfortably through the gap. Good shot from Dar. He races along to 16 off only 5 balls, and Oulu are travelling at a fairly rapid rate, 31 off the first 2. Good start to the game for the boys from the north. They desperately need a win here, so this is the last game for the KCC Lions. Got 1 win, 1 loss, and unfortunately 1 abandoned game. So they need to win here to keep themselves in the hunt of the top two. Greater Helsinki Markors pretty well positioned after the first games yesterday, and Vanta Vipers, they were very good in the final game on day one of this group. Schalke coming on for his second over, went for 16 in his first. So the captain pretty keen to get him facing the opening bats. Jay Wadana, probably not his cleanest strike, a little bit out of control, but manages to take it towards the point boundary. Not sure quite how he managed to get so elevation on that ball. Bounce wasn't particularly high, but did what was necessary. Schalke really struggling to stop the boundaries. It's a better length. Still cut nicely, but we've got the rider out there who'll keep it to a 1. As far as the outfielders go, this is the final over of the power play. So Dakshamurthy, he's taken up his position out there at long on. We've actually moved Pujari inside the circle now from his deep square. Shift the fielder outside on the offside. Well, that is exactly where Dar goes, and it's a quality cricket shot. Schalke trying to get it in the block hole wide of off stump. Dar waits for it. Turn it into proper half volley length, and lovely shot. Does use a fair bit of bottom hand in his strike, but he's hitting it very cleanly at the moment and showing he's got power on both sides of the wicket. So Hulu Cricket Club 42 for none halfway through this third. That run rate required has come down quite considerably. Now at 9.5 and over. Full ball on the batter's pads, and it's been unduly dispatched. This is turning into a fairly ordinary opening 2 overs for Schalke. Just too many loose balls. Captain unable to patrol all parts of the ground in terms of outfielders, and frankly when you're bowling full tosses on the pads, it doesn't really matter where your fielders are. He's been dispatched out to deep backward square for fairly healthy Maximo. Another short ball. Not sure Dar has actually got a tickle on. In fact, it's already been signalled wide. But with the keeper standing up, Schalke is not doing him any favours. The ball has rolled along for 5 wides. The only disappointment from Dar will be that he probably could have picked up another boundary. Only needed to get a tickle on that ball. Fielder on the leg side at the 45 inside the circle. So Wulu having a great power play here. 53 for none, still 2 balls to go, and Schalke's getting hammered. 38. 1.4 overs. Does get the bat on at that time. Pujari having to back up the infield after the ball skirted through. The 50 partnership's been brought up, but that second last delivery, I should say. Looks like it's been all a little bit too easy for the All bats. Schalke finally gets a dot ball. Waited until the 12th ball. With his 2-over spell, he ends up with the less than flattering figures of none for 39. And Oulu Cricket Club 54 for none after 3. So rapid rate of 18 runs per over. They are in a fairly good position of ascendancy here to chase down this target and genuinely keep their tournament alive. KCC Lions just desperately needing a wicket. Great to have Ash join us in the chat, continuing his campaign to save Derek, our duck. Still no reports of Derek's whereabouts. Not sure if that's where Maximo is at the moment, trying to search for his feathered friend. But for the moment, we're all focused on the centre of Kerava Cricket Ground as Raju comes on to bowl the 4th over. He bowled exceptionally well this morning. Running him deliver a combination of off spinners and leg spinners. Seems to be focused on off spinners in the start of his over and brings in a few leggies as he goes on. Dar waits for it nicely. Cuts, but end of the power play, so there's more protection around. Raju really needs to bowl a couple of very tight overs, and if he can pick up a couple of wickets along the way, it's somewhat of the Achilles heel of this KCC Lions team. Bowling unit outside of Raju, they haven't got too many that can really stem the run flow. So Raji's not going to do it so effectively with full tosses outside off stump, but fortunately for him, Jayawardene picks out the fielder on the deep cover boundary, so it'll just be a single. Big appeal from the Lions. I don't think Dar was particularly worried about it. It wasn't actually a great ball from Raju. Dar will probably be feeling that he's missed out. There was an appeal, thinking there might have been a shade of bat or glove as he's tried to play that sweep shot. Just a single. Fielder cannons one into the chest of the wicketkeeper Krishnan. Shame we didn't get to see his little paddles at the batting crease earlier in the KCC Lions innings. Short ball. Jayawardene creates some space for himself. I can't time it though, and that's the end of a pretty handy over. If you're the KCC Lions, Raju only goes for 4. We'll need a little bit more than that, but certainly it's a good start. OCC 58 for none after 4. It's a good chance for us to turn to the chat. Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia asking if we've got any Carl Fazer chocolate in the comms box. Well, it's a very good question, Scotty. You clearly know your finished chocolate. Fazer, the premier brand around here, and I consumed more than my fair share of that over the midsummer long weekend, which took place last weekend. So nothing in the commentary box at the moment. Certainly put a call out if anyone's in the local area and feels like bringing us a block. They've got some fantastic flavours within the Fazer range these days. So let's see what we can do if the locals want to help us out with some confectionery treats. Johnny asking what's on the menu today. Well, we haven't actually managed to make it to the pavilion for lunch. Such is the life of a commentator. We're generally the last ones to get fed, so hopefully Claire and the team have at least kept a couple of meatballs or whatever other treats are around locked away for us. Surun Sankaran, who's taking up the attack, so slow bowlers managed to reel in this run rate somewhat. Nice bit of flight. So only 4 coming off Raju's over. A couple of dots here for Sankaran to start. One's outside off stump, but Jayawardene's almost got himself a bit tied up. Didn't get a chance to free the arms and really go after that ball with some power. Good start, only the 1 run from the first half of Sankaran's over. Dart changed his foot movement a couple of times. It's the benefit of spinners who will give the ball some air. Really changing the visual process for the batters, bringing some uncertainty in. A little bit of pop in this Kerava pitch as well. Goes for his, that one came out of the front of the fingers as a bit of a Narayan Rongan. Swung around to the leg side. Jay Wadana looking at his bat, but this innings has ground to a halt. The last 11 balls. In fact, the last 2 overs, I should say, this conclusion of the over, a fantastic one from Sankaran. They've gone 4 and 3 in the last 2. So from a position of going at 18 runs and over, it's now only 61 for none after 5. Still Hulu on top and with plenty of wickets left, but well, made this a little bit more interesting. Speaking of interesting, our boy, Queensland superstar, James Bazley, letting everyone know that European cricket Hindi is where it's at. All the fans who prefer a little bit of news in Hindi, go and check out the social platforms there. Well, that has loosened the shackles somewhat. It's a poor full toss from Raju, who's been so accurate. Fielder had a play on it, but unfortunately couldn't keep it within the boundary and has gone for a Maximo, which feels like an appropriate time to bring back the doyen, Mr. Maximo himself.
Back. There I am back. You know, I mentioned this microphone box is like when Fonzie has to turn on the jukebox. It's a whack it the right way. But that was pretty well whacked as well. Needed a bit of boost, as you said, Rhino. That was well done over the top. 73 without loss. Got this in hand, surely. I don't think the 4 points is on. They need 40 off 10 to do that. But Olu certainly in the box seat. And that leg spinner is going to be dispatched as well. Maximo back to back as Jay Wadana breaks the game wide open.
Some brilliant striking this over, and after 7 runs had come off the last 2, now 18 have come off the last 3 balls. It's tremendous striking. These two have really decided that it's not now or never necessarily, but they can put this game away, and Jay Wadana has lofted a 4th consecutive Maximo, and Raju is getting torn to pieces in this second over.
Yeah, this hurts, doesn't it? Really does. Well struck up and over the top, and really, you get it short as a leg spinner, you're going to have a bad time. And yeah, genuine hug with love from Shakir Dar at the other end as well. That piece of fielding earlier, I don't want to harp on it, but geez, it was a brilliant piece of work, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
Now he's got him. So Raju does get the bite back. Is there still time for KC Sea Lions to pull this out of the fire? I'd love to see how he delivered this one, because it definitely kind of went left to right off the pitch. And I think he's just trying to say, yeah, that's my kind of little variation, maybe out of the back of the hand. Let's check it out. It's just a genuine off spinner, really. But he gets a bit of turn, crashes into middle and leg stump. So finally, Jay Wadana will have to step aside. Another 40-something. There's been so many of them in this series. 46 off 22 in the end. But he sets the game up for his side as he departs. It's 85 for 1.
Yeah, lovely innings from Jay Wadana. The change of wicket does get us the opportunity to look into the chat. Just had a question from Gerard. What my favourite phaser chocolate is, Vinny. I'm not sure if you've had the delight of one of these yet.
I have not.
Oh, my God. They're so good. Gerard, to answer your questions, I'll give you a 3-pronged response. If I was to have my last chocolate bar, I would probably take a geisha. They're absolutely magnificent, sort of hazelnut nougat flavouring in standard chocolate. Very, very nice and very distinctive pink wrapping. If I was going for one of the standard phaser blocks, I quite like the simplicity and the taste of the big chunky hazelnuts, but one that's a little bit less well known outside Finland is the mignon egg, which is a sort of eggshell type construction that is filled with, I guess, what you'd sort of describe as a fairly sort of creamy hazelnut nougat. Just charged down the wicket and pushed away for a single, so all are making their way towards this target pretty comfortably now after ripping poor Raju to shreds in that last game. But for any of our Finnish fans out there, let me know, is there anything else myself and Maximo should be trying? Because it is a tremendous country when it comes to confectionery and chocolate in particular. And I don't want to disclose that, what we were consuming last night, but I did introduce you to a salmiakki shot to finish off our evening after the sauna last night.
Very unusual, but I liked it a lot. Oh, he's bowled him. That's a wild shot from Dasanaka. Not quite as wild as his hairstyle, but not far off. Sankaran hits the off stump, and it's 90 for 2.
Yeah, he's bowled a pretty decent spell here, Sankaran. In fact, leaving aside Raju getting ripped apart, actually, that double spin attack was doing the job for a little while. And Roadkill coming out there thinking that he'll knock up a cheeky little 20 to get them home. Unfortunately, a big flowing strike. No contact on the ball, and he's back to the sheds. And he's frankly not the same player when he's batting with the glorious pink hair covered up, or henna-coloured hair, as we were told earlier.
Yeah, check it out here on the replay. Just kind of hit the ball he wished was bowled at him, not the one that was actually bowled at him. And Sankaran will take the wicket. Is there still time to turn around? It's a long way back. We just got to do it one at a time. Vishwakarma's a pretty good player to come out in this situation. He's not going to be hurried, given that there's still 3.5 overs left to make 23. And his first one is going to actually get past the keeper, turns past the keeper. And they're going to come back for 2 physical runs. They're going to get there. It's a very late dive. It's diving past the end of the pitch, I think. But they'll get 3 free runs, 1 for the wide and 2 that they run.
Legions
don't often see a dive that goes all the way out of the left of the picture.
He's done more than he needed on that occasion. Although, admittedly, it's a nice soft ground as far as dives go.
Yeah, that's true.
Tell you what, there's a lot of love on the chat for the mignon egg. Legions of Wine telling us that they get them in Sweden as well. And Gerard clearly a fan. Assuming he probably doesn't want his national fast bowling corps to become addicted to the mignon eggs. But lovely treat once in a while.
Yeah, that sounds delicious. There's just so much to try and so little time, Rhino.
So little time, and with obviously both the two of us as elite athletes in the commentary box, there's only so much we can consume in a short period. But thinking ahead to tomorrow,
we try.
Helix is asking about Peacock Friday shirts. I've certainly got a couple of numbers available. Yeah. And in fact, my shirt today is a little bit peacockish, but we haven't got camera ready.
All my shirts are a little bit peacock. I think most people know that. But also, being a finals Friday, I normally give priority to incorporating the colour scheme of the flag of the country that I'm in, or the national colours. So that's a little hint for my outfit tomorrow. Anyway, Dar is going to lift this one up for a single. That's really all they need to do at the moment. They've got it down below, run a ball, and despite the dramatics we've seen from KCC this morning, I do think it's going to finish with a loss and probably an exit from the tournament. Although Sankaran is good at kind of just dropping it in that block hole zone. Vishwakarma off the mark.
He's bowled a pretty good spell, 1 for 15, so there's one delivery left in what is likely the final game of the tournament for the KCC Lions, the way this is rolling out.
Again, gets this one to turn back, but it's a little bit short, so Dar has a good look at it. He'll retain the strike, moves to 35, 7 overs down, 98 for 2. That does mean that KCC will take a point out of this, but looks like that's all they'll get. Vanta Vipers will be back on the park. Geez, they were impressive. Their net run rate right now is like 11.8, but they're taking on Oulu. So a real test for Oulu to see where they're at, I think. 4 players come in for the Vipers. Narayanan comes back in for Oulu. And the news from the toss is that Oulu will chase once again. So the Vipers, their bats will be swinging, no doubt. First up with Jamuni, looked good last night. He wasn't the only one. That game's coming up in around about 35 minutes. Again, just one of those games that you feel will shape the standings and the qualifiers in one way or another.
Undoubtedly, Maximo. It becomes a huge game in the context of Group B. As Kathy Maramutu comes on to bowl.
It's up in the air, but it's hit pretty well, and it's going to travel all the way. Maximo Dar to 41, and they get the target now down to single figures.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's a clean striker, Dar. There's no shortage of power in this Oulu lineup. I think as the tournament's gone on, maybe it feels like they're learning every game about this T10 format, finding their players who are best suited. Ball slightly less controlled from Dar on that occasion, and it's actually a pretty nice catch from Suresh Raju. So as much as the KCC Lions look like they will exit the tournament in this game, he has certainly had a pretty good tournament and made some great contributions today. But Dar goes for a very well-made 41 off 18, and Oulu Cricket Club 104 for 3.
Yeah, it's like consolation wicket, doesn't it? But yeah, Shakir Dar, that's another member of the 40s club. There's been a few of them. This time he'll go for 41, but really, in an impenetrable position right now, you'd imagine. He deserves every one of those pats on the back. It's 104 for 3.
So Naramutu getting a wicket to add to his collection from ECS Helsinki 2025. Gives Vinay Shekhar a chance to come to the wicket to complete things for Oulu.
And so Shekhar can just take it easy here, really. It's only a huge collapse, and to be honest, there have been games this year that have been lost from this position, but you need to do something pretty dramatic and for the batting team to kind of panic a little bit as well.
Two new batters at the crease. That's at least the one upside for the Lions. They do need a fair few dot balls in the coming overs, though.
And he just plays this nicely. Minoff's up in the circle, so that's going to be 4. This is the good Vishwakarma. I think when he doesn't feel under pressure to score at a rate that's so he perceives as exorbitant, and he just can't play with that straight back. When he gets in bad habits, he tends to flick to leg when he shouldn't. Maybe that comes to just watching the games back from yesterday, let's be honest. These players wouldn't get to play on TV very often, if at all, with this kind of coverage.
Learning from the Maximo analysis.
Oh, just your own best coach. This time is short, and he will smack that one over the top, and that will be it, actually. Maximo! And once again, the 112 doesn't stand up for the second game in succession this morning, as Oulu CC will pick up the win they sorely needed. The Lions, for them, I'm pretty sure they know that's the end of the road for them in this European Cricket Series. But still, we've really enjoyed having them as part of the European Cricket Series in their traditional yellow and black kit. The action will keep on coming, of course, with Vanta taking on Oulu in match number 18. That'll be a banger, I think, Rhino. And it is starting in around about half an hour's time. Again, Oulu, I think that's a game they need to win if they're going to push up. When you look at the teams above them and the kind of form they're in, we haven't seen the Marcors today. Vipers are certainly tipped to qualify. So for Oulu to displace either of those teams, they need to get a result against them. They've got that opportunity in match number 18. Let's go have a look at the highlights. 113 required for Oulu. Bit of National Geographic work from our friends at Two Circles, but Oulu, I think the 10 over format, or the expanded 10 over format, compared to what they had to do yesterday, seems to suit them a bit better. They seem settled. They knew what they had to do. So I like them chasing as well, so they know kind of exactly how much to turn up the dial. But some of this batting was brilliant. Shakir Dar, let's not forget his run out that he pulled off in the first game. He followed up with 41, and Jay Wadana with 46. The main playmakers as they would bring up the win with 13 balls to spare.
Yeah, they've nibbled around the order, particularly the batting order, over the last couple of days, Vinny, and feels like they're getting closer and closer to their optimum structure. And certainly Dar coming out early today and finding the boundary with ease, as did the left-handed Jay Wadana. Hugs all round for the Oulu batters, and the European City of Culture 2026 has been well rewarded with yet another win in ECS Helsinki 2025. Fortunately, Roadkill got absolutely nowhere near that Yorker, and Arun managed to get a wicket. Well deserved for him. I thought he actually bowled pretty well, as did Raju. Particularly in his first over, got torn to shreds in his second, but did manage to take a nice little catch as well. But the left-hander, Vishwakarma, he's got some quality shots in him, and as you mentioned, Vinny, when he just stays still and plays the ball on its merits, he's got a lot of ability, as have many of these Oulu players. Commiserations, though, to the KCC Lions. They've put Kuopio cricket on the map during the course of these 2 days out here at the Kerava National Cricket Ground. There are relatively new club, so I'm sure they will continue to develop both their players and their strategy, and I'm sure when we see them come back to another ECS event in the future, they'll be a much improved squad. But Hulu CC winning the battle of the Central and the North here today. Shakir Dar, 41 off 18 at the top. He was very, very good. And Teo Adana giving that left-right combination at the top. They're a hard combo to stop, and certainly too difficult for the KCC Lions bowlers.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Despite the efforts of someone like Sankaran, who I quite liked his control and his guile. He finished with 1 for 16, but just weren't able to hold him in the end. Raju with the wicket there, Maramuthu with the wicket. But Shoki went for big runs up front, and it just wasn't to be, as KCC will exit this European Cricket Series. But, of course, we're not going anywhere. We still have another 3 games to go today. The finals Friday tomorrow, then ECSW on Saturday and Sunday. But the next action you'll get will be match number 18. And that should be a good one between the Vanta Vipers and Aulu. News from the toss, by the way, is that Aulu have won it and are bowling. So, yeah, once again, like I said, they will be chasing. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We're going to have a spot of lunch, then we'll have you the other side of this break live from Finland. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the beautiful ground here at Kerava in Finland, where we're getting ready for the start of match number 18. And this one, we'll see the Vanta Vipers taking on Oulu CC. Once again, feels like a game that at least one team's in jeopardy. Oulu do actually have a win after their successful chasing match. 17 hasn't registered there just yet, but they're 1-1-1. To have any chance, I think, to qualify, they do have to get over the Vipers, who absolutely finished the day with an absolute hammering last night. Their net run rate right now, I think, is something like 11 point something. So that's a pretty good net run rate to have. That was a big win against the Gladiators, 131-60 in a 6-over match, reduced match last night. So Oulu winning the toss and electing to bowl. They do have a puncher's chance here, don't they? 25% against the Vipers, but the Vipers, they really impressed us with their batting in particular, and it's a bit of a risk, you'd have to say, as well, for Oulu to bowl first and give Vipers that opportunity to put big runs on the board. Having said that, I think that Oulu, they've shown they defend better than most. They've got Anthony Quinn to open the bowling. He seems to be getting better and better as this tournament goes on. But remember, these are the last games today before we hit finals Friday tomorrow. And then we have the ECSW this weekend. So there's Wijamuni, who's going to open up for Vanta. He certainly played some nice shots last night. The man who's always playing nice shots in the commentary box is joining me after a very healthy and nutritious lunch again. Rhino, welcome back.
Well, it was probably healthy before I think you also decided to have a second serving of some of the delights that Claire's served up.
Responsibly. I've got a strategy that I don't have the main bit first. I have salad because I know everyone's going to probably grab at the main course. But I had to try both, and I may have snuck a chocolate chip cookie on the way back. But anyway, it's another story. Wijamuni to face up. Quinn steaming in. Match number 18.
Full ball driven straight to the fielder Sinha at mid-on. What a start that could have been for Olo. Sprays through his hands and drops in the end what he should have taken.
Oh, I'm not going to say it was easy, but there's harder chances. That's a big, big moment early. They could have had a wicket before the ball had even bounced. Oh, wow. As Silva gets ready, left-hander.
Wijamuni was so good last night.
So good.
Would have been such a confidence boost from the boys from the north. As it is. Whether we've got one player out here, it's so cold, he's actually wearing a hoodie underneath his playing shirt.
I was going to say it is summer, but it is also 15 degrees. Scary thing is one of the warmer days we've had this week. Round the wicket then. Here's Quinn.
A little bit of pace on that ball. Does go for wide and sprays off the keeper's gloves. Oh, well, how much better could things have been for Olo?
Yeah, a lot. Now, just loses his line. I don't know. I would like to see Quinn over the wicket to the left-hander, because I think he is the kind of guy that can bring the ball back stump to stump if he does go over the wicket.
Well, I'll even go Vinny. Their field placing, they have a deep third man. So it's set up for Quinn to push the ball across the left-hander, get that thickish outside edge flying down for a catch, particularly if he can just move the ball away from the left-hander late. By bowling around the wicket, it just always feels to me like the right armour is sort of moving into the hitting zone, but it seems to be such a trend now.
If he's able to kind of get it to move away from left-hander, that's one thing, but it's not really his natural shape.
Ball's been flown out to the boundary, so it wasn't a bad delivery from Quinn, but In the end, it rolls away for a 4, so the Vipers 10 for none after 2 legitimate balls. Not quite where Silver was meaning to strike it, but still a 4 in the scorebook.
It certainly is. Luck factor that time, that could have really gone anywhere. And it fell to open space. Remember, just 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs.
Around the wicket ball, just cannoning into Silver's pads. It's important for Olu that Quinn keeps it as tight as possible in these remaining balls. He's such a spearhead at the top of the innings. Relied on him to both keep things tight and take some wickets. The rest of the bowling attack probably a little bit more variable in what they've delivered in the tournament to date. Another full toss, slightly off-speed ball. And it flies away. The thin inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. 14 runs on the board, Vinny, and it's not the start the boys from the north were after.
Definitely not. Quinn can't take a trick at the moment. This could have gone absolutely anywhere. Actually bounced right on about where the batters take guard. I saw the dust kind of fly away, French Open style. A little bit of the chalk there where they marked their guard. Anyway, Gihan Silva. Here's his second boundary, bit of a streaky one. Still a couple to come in this first over.
Better length ball, it's crunched, but straight to the man, that's Jay Wadana, out there on the deep cover boundary. Nicely timed though.
Yeah, it certainly was. Picked out the fielder. Wijamuni, only ball he's faced, he basically hit a catch to Sinner, who wasn't able to hold on to the kind of spicy opportunity. Now Quinn has one last chance to right that wrong. Last ball of the first.
Good ball, jams with Jamuni up, push that to cover, and they'll scoot through for the 1. So Quinn managed to keep things tidy towards the end. The Vipers, though, with a nice and healthy start, 16 for none after the first over.
Yeah, pretty interesting first over as well, wasn't it? Let's have a look at the Premier Division. Of course, Finland are in this division. They're in Group C with Scotland 11, as well as Jersey, Portugal, Sweden, and Switzerland. And what do you think about your Swiss coming up against the Finns in Group C, Rhino?
They were a closely matched pair during ECC, so they're in the same group of the 2024 edition. Finns just getting their noses in front of the Swiss during the tournament. But even matchup, both of those teams. Switzerland will become with a few new faces to that tournament, I suspect, just with a little bit of movement in and out of the squad over the last couple of months. I'm sure it'll be a very competitive contest, very competitive group. Full stop, certainly no weak teams in and amongst them that you can spot. That's a glorious shot. Oh, they dropped to Wijamuni first ball, and you can see from that strike precisely what sort of damage he can do. Gets this from back of his stance and launches it a long way over long on.
Yeah, it's biggie, wasn't it? So, not the start that Sagar was hoping for. Wichamuni's really a dead man walking, isn't he? Should have been gone first ball. And have caught pretty well, Olu. I think better than average in this tournament. But those missed opportunities, especially if they're first ball of the innings and it's the opener, they can really come back to bite you and cost you. It literally can cost you 50 or 60 runs, that kind of a drop.
Absolutely. Sagar steaming in. Short ball, and that's come very cleanly off Wijamuni's bat, despite the fact that he only just eased it over the leg side. He's a classical bat to watch.
Yeah, just too short and cashed in. Easy pickings, really, back-to-back stuff. And this can happen when you hit a 4 or 6 off the front foot. Then you kind of, your instinct is the bowler's probably going to make it short of the next ball, and you can sweat up. You can sweat on it. You can set up for that.
Things looking good for the Vipers here. Their batting lineup showed plenty of explosiveness in their first appearance last night.
It's given 4, that last one.
Close.
If we have still got a replay, but anyway, this could be a big moment again. It's up, it's in the air, it's a tough one. He's dropped it. Oh, I think it's Sinner again. Same fielder. This one was a lot tougher though, and he had a lot of time to think about it and the ramifications. But just off the edge of the fingertips, and Wichamuni survives again.
Not sure what your thoughts are about this, Vinny, but I'm not sure he's been helped by his teammate who was swinging around in his eye line, was leaving it for him, but just feels like it was probably an unhelpful distraction at a key time.
He knew his teammate was leaving it for him. His teammate was actually cleverly probably setting up for a potential rebound. Didn't get enough on it. That'll be a wide outside the off. So the main thing is, as long as you know it's yours, I know that's something we practice a lot. Once someone calls, you respect the call, whether it's a right call or a wrong call. But you can't really have a debate while the ball's in the air. So, yeah, I think it was more the flight of the ball rather than his teammate. That's the reason he dropped it. Wouldn't have helped, though, as you said, if there was a slight distraction.
Another wide ball. Well, Lewis needs to find a way to stem the bleeding here. Expected score up to 160, that run rate of an even 20 per over. Looking good. Third consecutive wide. Sargo suffering deja vu upon deja vu.
Yeah, just not the start that Oulu would have been hoping for. It's kind of like feels like a bit of a final for them, actually. Sink or swim.
It's nicely struck, and it will race away to the boundary. He's one of the class bats in this part of the world, Wichamuni. And this whole Vanta Vipers lineup, despite coming into the tournament quite late in terms of games yesterday, they are looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, beautifully hit away. Wichamuni. They say things happened in threes. He's been dropped twice, coincidentally by the same fielder, Abhishek Sinha.
Full ball, that's better in almost Yorker length.
That's almost a set play now for Oulu. Remember, that's how they had the run out earlier. Quinn with the backup. Just, yeah. It's the closest you could get to maybe a trick play in cricket.
True.
But you need to have the fielder setting up for it.
Need Gullible running between the wickets as well.
That also helps. Hey, it reminds me, you'll like this. I don't think I've mentioned this before, but almost pulled off a once-in-a-lifetime run out when I was playing grade cricket. I wonder if they're looking at something here. Maybe it's a technical thing, because I don't think it was a very controversial livery. And it gives me time to mention this. So I noticed it was probably last 10, 15 overs of 50-over game, and it was in grade cricket. And I noticed that non-striker was backing up, and every time he'd back up, and I was keeping up to a medium pacer, and he would just kind of stand and look at me. And let's say 4 or 5 metres out of his crease. So he's backing up a lot. And in indoor cricket, it's quite a common thing for the keeper to run out the non-striker who's backing up a lot every ball when you have a kind of no glove on your right hand, or you have a throwing glove, which I used to use. So I thought, you know what? I said to the mid-on, I said, look, one of these, I'm going to throw this, but you need to be backing it up. So, yeah, next over, there was one that I took and just threw it straight away, and he absolutely froze, didn't even turn around. The ball went over middle stump by about 3 centimetres. Oh, that's going to be 6. Forget about it. Going, and I called it 6 straight away. Yeah, it has gone all the way. Maximal. Wichamuni off to the races once again. 43 without loss, and a magical start for the Vipers. Yeah, so I remember just thinking, because he's not going to fall for that again. And in my career, I never actually got anyone out that way. But I was so close to an outdoor cricket version of an indoor cricket run out. And what was worse, the guy at mid-on didn't actually back up. He forgot, and it went for a bye.
No.
And it had no buys. I think I was on this no buy streak as well. And that ruined it.
Innovation to the max from the Maximo. Quick look at the table here. Greater Helsinki Markors still due to play a couple of games later today. Oulu fighting for their ECS Finland lives in this game. Hasn't started well. 43 off the first 2 overs.
Yeah, by the way, you know the early one that we thought was 6 and was given 4? It has been checked, and it was actually 6. They've made that change now. So it's good that they can do that, I think.
Very true.
As much right as possible.
It's a nice ball, actually, and it goes straight to the skipper. What a piece of captaincy from Roadkill himself. Put himself in fairly strange-looking position, an incredibly I guess, fine a third man back on the circle, and a lovely ball in the channel just outside off stump from the, just on off stump, I should say, from the left arm paceman.
Well
and it's well
taken.
snared.
We see a lot of balls dropped in that area, even though that's specifically what the field is pretty much there for. That's one way you can get good players is on the net because they can't control where it goes. And for Silva, he'll have to go 2 4s in his 9. He's the first to fall, 43 for 1.
Lovely piece of bowling as well. Probably don't see enough of this, Vinny, do you, in T10 cricket, setting up batters for particular dismissals and also setting a field sometimes for the shots that are not well played.
I like that he's so fine. I mean, I'd hate to see him beaten to his right. The captain there, Captain Roadkill. And, you know, when this is a bit of a faster bowler as well. Vishwakarma's not slow, but you know, at Carlton Rover, we often see that fielder back on the rope.
A little bit of shape away. Nice start from the left.
Jeez, it's caused a bit of chaos. It's another one where the keeper's thrown. I just don't know how he keeps missing. I mean, you should miss maybe 1 in 50 from there.
Tell you what, I think he would have been out though.
You think so?
Well, he was playing a practice shot. Look at this. The foot came up just as the point. The ball was passing the stumps.
I don't remember I finished this the other day, but when I was playing a good level of cricket in Australia, and so I decided we're going to practice. So I went 20 metres back. And then, so I hit the stumps 3 times in a row, and I said, this is a waste of time, and we stopped. Because how can you miss from there? But, yeah, I think the foot was down. Or the toe was down at least. But to be honest, I can give you some genuine tips if you are throwing stumps. You generally have time, so take 1 or 2 steps and get your, it's like 10-pin bowling, mate, get your arm back straight. Okay, the straighter your arm is, and then the nearer your hip it is, more chance you are to be accurate.
Oh, what a gorgeous strike from Wijamuni. Powered it over the leg side. He is in some sort of form. Races away to 32 off 9 and the 50 already up.
Yeah, smashed away, and yeah, this is starting to hurt. Wijamuni should have been sitting down with his pads off a fair while ago.
T10, it's all about taking your chances. It's drifted on the leg side again. Not a great ball. Not far off that fielder though. Poor Sinha, he's been in the game a lot. Now in that backward square leg position on the boundary.
Yeah, even that probably wasn't a chance, but I don't know if the fielder had picked up on it earlier, if he might have been able to get there before the bounce. Helix is enjoying the hairstyle from Nuwan, the pink. It's the old ceiling paint matching the wallpaper, as they say in the classics, or not. Samaranaki gets to score.
Well, he has now. It's a nicely lofted strike. Got a good piece of it. Set it over here near our commentary box position. And as Vishwakarma just drops a touch short, the ball holds up in the pitch. And it's a pretty good shot. Weight sort of almost going backwards, but he's kept his shape and lofted it straight down the ground. Good batting.
Yeah, it just generated a lot of power. It's all through the timing, actually. So the end of the power play, and a pretty good one. The score is 57 for 1 after 3 with, I think it's 16-27, I think, off the second over, because it was changed, and then 14 off the third. So this is where, I don't know, I might be tempted to bring Quinn back a bit earlier if they run into trouble and they can't break this partnership, because I think he's a genuine wicket taker. Instead, they're going to go to Vinay Shekhar here in over number 4.
Oh, Shekhar needs to shake things up for Ulu. This run rate. 19 and over through the 3 over power play. It was a better over from Vishwakarma, but not helped by the Maximo in the last delivery. So the skipper going for a change of pace. Shekhar. Not a great ball, but it's not well controlled, fortunately for the Vipers. Wijamuni finally doesn't time one well enough to send it through to the outfield, and they'll just take the 1.
Strike rate of Wijamuni as well. Over 3 a ball.
Changes of foot in the field. switching, almost dragging everything to the left as Quinn being brought around to long on. Davidana out there at a wideish mid-off position. It's just hit the pad and roadkill swooping in from fine leg.
Yeah, he's a character. That's for sure. Yeah, Helix. Okay, I'm going to throw this out to everyone because most people had hair at one point or another, including me.
That's not going to be caught by the man down there at long on. And it seems to be that the Vipers have some issues with our commentary box, given they keep on aiming for that part of the ground. But it's a lovely strike. Once again, very clean, hitting straight.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. And just textbook kind of footwork as well. So my question was, what's the craziest thing you've ever done to your hair in your life? So I'll start. I actually had quite a bit of hair, especially in high school. I grew it out, had some sort of like, not quite an afro, but like a real coif. Right, up in the air. Can anyone catch this? Oh, well, it's almost hospital time, but instead it's been caught. Joe Wardana going to his left is going to take it, and Quinn, I don't know whether it was by luck or design, but he just kind of shaded behind him at the last moment where Samaranaka goes 6 and out, 64 for 2.
Yeah, to be honest, Vinny, I think that was always J.O. Adana's catch. It was swinging around to his side. He actually did very well. Read the flight of the ball, kept his eyes on it, and dealt with the fact that his teammate was swooping very closely behind. But good dismissal and a much-needed wicket for Oulu. They need to rip out a couple of these Avanta Viper middle-order batters pretty quickly as Samaranaka goes for 12 off 6.
Yeah. Nicely taken, because again, he would have been distracted. He would have known that Quinn was on the march. Normally, I think Quinn seems to have the veto ability to call anyone off the catch. We saw that yesterday. I think he would have taken that, but never got the opportunity. Luckily, there was no body-on-body contact. Here's Matashanka coming out in the number 4 position. And it's going to start with 4. Excellent shot. Shaker suffering a little bit of width, and it's a very confidence-building start for Plumal.
Well, the runs continue to flow even with the loss of a wicket.
Yeah, so
Vipers.
Helix is talking about the Australian spinner who dyed his hair bright blue. You're talking about Colin Funky Miller.
Funky.
Who actually dealt blackjack to for about, I think, 2 hands. Unfortunately lost them both. And he said, Vinny, I'm hoping we'd be friends. That was my only interaction with him. Anyway, yeah, my question is, what's the craziest thing you've ever done to your hair? I remember I thought, why don't I I was trying to impress some girls or whatever, and they said, oh, why don't we dye your hair blonde?
Oh,
when I was 17. But it wasn't even, it was with some sort of, it was mostly lemon juice, I think. Like, it was some sort of concoction.
Serious?
Yeah. And it didn't go blonde, but it went, so I had kind of dark brown hair. But it went this kind of ugly light brown that just seemed off. Yeah, so that's probably the stupidest thing I did to my hair. And the other thing I did is actually when I was 21 after a premiership, went the crew cut. We all did it as kind of a dare. Kept it.
As in just a short, like number 1 or 2
number
cut.
1, 2. I actually found it was great. And so I actually never really have gone back from it. Anyway, here's Kavala.
A little bit of in-swing causes a mistimed shot to the leg side. They'll just take the one. So I went through with a full shave back in my early 20s for a charity function. I think it might have been the Shave for a Cure that they used to do for leukemia back in the day, and actually quite enjoyed the low maintenance nature of it.
Exactly.
And kept it for a little while. That ball's popped up, not well timed. Quinn charging at it, but can't get an opportunity to take the catch. Nice start from Kevlar, though.
I wonder if that was a chance, I suppose he'd be the one to judge. Maybe didn't get a great jump on it, but he's so athletic. He thought maybe he'd be able to pick it up. He's very straight, actually. Gone the Southern Cross here. You don't see that very often.
Clean bowl. Kevlar started off really well in this over, and he's been rewarded with a slightly unusual wicket as the ball has cannoned off the batter's pads and taken out his stumps. But whatever way they come, particularly if you're Oulu at the moment, then you will be happy to take the gift. So Matasanka, the skipper, goes for 6 off 4. And Vinny, with these couple of wickets, Oulu just getting themselves back in the contest.
Another reason why backing away is an overrated tactic because Matashenko becomes basically a human backboard there, gets banked off his own pads. Otherwise, that was heading down the leg side. It would have been a wide. So you'll see it here. Because the thing is, with backing away, normally it's because you're trying to create width or trying to free up your arms. But most of the time in this format of the game, they're giving you width anyway. And they're often trying to go that kind of tram line. But anyway, Ratner will be the new batter. Lefty comes out.
First ball to the new batter, disappointingly for Gavala. It goes down the wide line. Got good hair, Karunaratne, doesn't he, Vinny? Yes. Speaking of the locks up top.
Absolutely does. He's yeah, he can do a lot of things with it. Yeah, so what's the craziest thing you've ever done with your hair? Let us know in the chat.
Nicely driven. Outfielders come in, keep it to 1.
Oof. Jules said, yeah, Sarah had a bit of an incident with the Clippers. And yeah, that sounds like an interesting experience. Yeah. And Simran Hetmeyer actually did something similar as well. Courtney Walsh was the West Indian player that laughed his head off when he noticed the hair.
That's pretty healthy strike. Lovely shot from Wichamuni. Continues to be the backbone of this Vanta Vipers batting lineup. He's such a clean striker of the ball. And one thing I do like about his hitting, Vinny, rarely seems to try to overhit the Grizzly. Just always in control, even if he's sending it a long way.
I like this as well in the chat, saying the Moon Show's become the Mooney Show now in Group B.
Well, it's becoming the Widjamuni Show for sure, or the Mooney Show for short. As Gavala, after a tremendous start to this over, has been whacked for consecutive maximos. And just when Oulu felt like they were getting a foothold in this contest, those couple of maximos have put them back on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely. Vipers are going to be so hard to keep quiet. They've got so many threats, don't they, with the bat end of the over. So 85 for 3. And once again, we'll look at this Premier Division. I know that's a fair bit of cricket happening around the grounds as well here in Europe today. Looking at that Group B, it's going to be a pretty interesting one. Spain and Italy, they have quite a natural rivalry. They're quite close on the rankings. Interesting to see what kind of team Italy send. I mean, they typically send almost a T10 specialist side. Doesn't have so many of their T20 specialists in there, but I mean, they could send Joe Burns. You know, we were expecting to see Joe for Europe in the Western Shield, but unfortunately it was the last minute pull out of the tournament. Austria are in action today. Denmark, I mean, they're a very good side as well. France were a wild cards, and Hungary, if Les deploys back, he makes them even stronger.
It's a bit of a stacked Group B, isn't it? I mean, you haven't got an Ireland or a Scotland in there, but every team, particularly some of the cream of the crop of continental Europe.
But you could say that about every group. That's what I love about these groups. So we're looking forward to that. 4 days per group in ECC 25, the 5th edition.
Oh my goodness, what's happened to that delivery from Shankar? Completely out of control. Going to be a no ball call.
Yeah, this is a wild one. Actually, no ball for the keeper. Look, does he break it before the ball's hit? He does. But anyway, there's such thing as a double no ball. That would probably be it. It's a good little heads up. This is where, I know the umpire doesn't have to do this, but I always just feel it's better. Prevention's better than cure. Just say to the keeper, hey, you're getting very close there.
Yeah.
I know that's not in the laws or anything, but that's more a soft technique. Again, it's kind of spirit of the game umpiring. You're not there to catch anyone out. So yeah, I'd certainly be suggesting to the keeper, hey, just be careful, because you did encroach then. It was a no ball anyway, but could cost you a wicket.
Big swing across the line from Karunaratne. Disappointing miss from the keeper too. And talk about these T10 games coming down to fine margins. You've got a man 48 off 15. your bowler has just created what should have been a dot ball against a guy who's just come to the crease and he's struggling to find the middle of the bat, and you let his partner come back on strike. And then he decides to play a somewhat creative reverse sweep. Widjamuni, who's been so solid throughout this innings so far, trying to bring up a highlight reel 50.
Well, Shazad saying that Ashley Giles. Oh, before we talk about that, let's talk about this, because this has been swept away for 6. Widjamuni will bring up his 50, and he'll bring it up off just 17 balls. And he has timed the ball very well. We'll say, though, they had the chance to get him off the very first ball of the innings, and they missed. Widjamuni's hit.
He's played a superb innings. Very few shots not coming off the middle of the bat. He's accessed all parts of the ground.
Oh, so much happening in the chat, actually. So, yeah, so apparently Ashley Giles did something similar to try and distract the Australians. I don't remember that one, actually.
Poor imitation.
52 runs on the leg side. Make that 58. I thought it was going. But, yeah, it's quite amazing. Widjamuni's only hit 2.
Did he accidentally play that one out to point?
Yeah, it could have been. Let's have a look at this one, because I thought it was 6 straight away, but then it just held up, didn't it, and gave the fielder a bit of a tease. But in the end, it goes the journey. Yeah, so I've also got a bit of an injury update. It'll be the end of the over, so it'll be 101 for 3 after 6. With 60 runs to Widjamuni, 58 of those runs leg side.
60 of those runs coming after he should have been dismissed.
Correct. So Kroom, who of course played in the ECS Hornchurch for Havering 11, he's talking about his captain Jamie Green, who apparently now is finally allowed out of the house after 2 weeks of enforced rest. And he came and saw a T20 game yesterday and handled the ribbing very well. The reason he's getting ribbed is he got hit in the unmentionables off his own bowling, which is normal. You know, we've seen it happen 100 times, literally 100 more. Normally it's a couple of funny minutes, a bit of leg stretching that does nothing, and then you get on with the game. Unfortunately for Jamie, it ended up in a trip to hospital.
No.
And yeah, I don't want to get too graphic with it, but let's just say it was a regrettable situation. And so he's now back. So I'm happy with that. But yeah, he's copping a little bit from his teammates. Not as bad as we copped off that straight drive.
Cracked. Beautiful shot from Widjamuni. Carries the boundary for a Maximo. Vishwakarma coming around the wicket too. It just doesn't really matter what's being served up to the Vipers opening batter. It's just handling it with aplomb.
Yeah, it's exactly the nightmare that Olu was seeking to avoid. Again, drop catches have been costly today.
Oh, big strike. It's got plenty of elevation, but it will carry the 10. So that's a massive hit from Widjamuni. He is racing along to a potential century here. 72 off only 20 balls, and feels like the left armour coming around the wicket. He's just bowling into his sweet spot.
Yeah, he certainly is. And that was another powerful strike.
Oh, again. Yeah, don't think he's quite collected this one as cleanly, but it will still be a Maximo without any problems.
Sliding doors moment, that first ball. And I don't keep harping on it, but it's really cast a huge spectre over this game. Widjamuni on borrowed time, making the most of it. Just times that one out of the ground for 6 more.
See that ball halfway down the deck was going to end up getting pumped. Vishwakarma 31 off his bowling with 2 balls to go. Full ball to the outside edge that's gone flying through to the keeper.
So what level for 171 it says here at the moment. That's going to be a real tough task for Olu.
Really haven't done themselves any favours with the ball and with the fielding in this game. Although they were so good in the field the previous contest against the KCC Lions. Oh, he's smacked around the corner again. Fielder charges onto it, and unfortunately for Vinay Shaker and the Olu team, the ball's evaded his clutches and rolled away for a 4.
Yeah, and yeah, he's searching to turn this into a catch, which I kind of applaud in a way. given the situation. But he just made it really tough for himself, spun around him. And so that will be the end of the over. 124 for 3 after 7. Quick look at the ECN calendar. Of course, there is more contact, even apart from that. Top of my head, ones that aren't on the kind of primary tour. I know we've got Hungary at the end of July for 3 days of T20. I know we've got Austria and Norway in August. So a couple of bonus ones there as well. I think pretty much all the other ones are listed. The only one probably not listed there is the weekend series in Gibraltar, which comes in the middle weekend of England Wimbledon, because the ground only available Monday to Friday in Wimbledon, because apparently they selfishly have other cricket on there on the weekend.
Absolutely ridiculous.
But that's okay. But I'm not complaining, because I'll get to go to Gibraltar where it's going to be stinking hot, I think, but I don't mind. So yeah, I'll fly from London to Gibraltar and back for the weekend.
Sinha, wide ball on the offside. Quinn's checking the boundary. Does a very good job. That's an example of a well-trained fielder. Knew that he was going to be close to the boundary line. Did a quick check, kept his eye on the ball well, and cleanly takes the catch. Excellent stuff from Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn's a very good boundary manager, isn't he? Just knew that he hadn't touched the rope, and just not to move his feet any further. Kind of sticks the landing, doesn't he? But what a good innings from Sasindu Wijamuni. 82 runs after he was dropped off the very first ball of the innings. He's made him pay. As he walks away, it's 125 for 4.
Just an incredible question of what if for Olu. Really haven't been harmed that much by the rest of the batting lineup from the Vipers, but dropping him will be in their nightmares for weeks to come.
Small window of opportunity, though. Karunaratne hasn't gotten going yet. You've got a new batter, Boteju at the crease. And maybe you can... Okay, what's your best case here? Let's say 8 and over. It's another 20 runs. So, yeah, maybe you could keep it to like 140s and bat really well and win. Maybe not, because that's going to go miles. Great shot. Karunaratne might have had some issues getting going, but he had no issues there. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, pretty decent shot for a man who hasn't really gotten a hold of the ball to date, but a lovely strike. Tell you what, poor Abhishek Sinha. He's also getting a little bit of treatment here after picking up the wicket. The trip back to Oulu is about a 7-hour drive. How many times do you think he'll be thinking about that dropped catch off
You're right about
Wijamuni? Or maybe that his teammates will remind him, possibly even play the replay. It's a clever piece of bowl. Oh, my goodness.
I reckon this one could get overturned. It's so obvious. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, dear. Oh.
Even there, it's still a fair ball. Unbelievable. Might actually have a run-out chance here. I think from the naked eye, that's gone.
I reckon he's gone.
I think Maximo's put the finger up as well.
The universe repays you in strange ways. I think he's gone by half a metre, or even more. So, okay, they don't get something, then they do get something. So, I don't know really what to make of it. It will be Boteju. It's going to pay the price. Karunaratne just took off for no particular reason. So, yeah, direct hit. Don't know what's taking so long here. We'll have a look at it again on the replay.
Karunaratne trying to sacrifice himself.
I mean, he has hit the stumps with the ball. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Oh.
Yes.
Point fielder's given it out, so it must be.
So that will be the end of Boteju. You've got a feel for him. He's out for a golden 1. It's 133 for 5. What's golden 1? Well, a golden
I was about to ask the question.
The golden duck is a golden is a first ball dismissal, so sometimes it's called a golden 1. Normally a run out. You run out for a golden 1 with your first ball. You get one, get run out, going back for the second.
I'm sure he'd set up all of his family to come and watch his performance in the ECN coverage today. Poor man gets to face one ball and he's sent packing.
Last ball the over then from Sinha. That's a miss. So yeah, I mean, so far so good really with their Oulu comeback at the end of 8 overs. The Vipers just defanged slightly over the last couple of overs, 133 for 5.
I always like to try to think of routes to victory. It sounds a little bit like election coverage from time to time, but if you're Oulu and you can keep the next couple of overs to maybe 14, let's say, they do have some power in their batting lineup.
I said it before that over. 140s, yes, you're going to have to bat very well, but I mean, the par's 135 in the series.
Considering where this innings could have gone, they're not out of this. Kevela come on for his second over. All happens in the 9th. Outside off stump. It's a pretty nice shot from Karunaratne, so he's woken up all of a sudden. Maximo off the left-handed bat. It's a good start to this over.
Yeah, nicely elevated. A bit of an off start to his innings, but he's certainly catching up here. Karunaratne come from 3 to 15 in Maximo's. Now he's going to go leg side and doesn't get as much of it. Wants 2 here, why not? It was hard to throw in a hoodie. They will get there in the end. Karunaratne gets the 2. You were mentioning the fact, although it's summer, you can see that it's not necessarily the wardrobe choices you would see on a cricket field in the middle of summer in many other parts of the world.
Winter in many other parts of the world. Kevela swung down the ground. Quinn takes a couple of good quick strides. They probably won't take on his arm. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, 142. Okay, even 140s isn't seeming likely from here, if I'm honest. But yeah, 150s. It's doable.
They have got Quinn to bowl the last over.
That's true as well, yeah. They've got Quinn up their sleeve.
Swing and a miss.
You know, it's interesting that they haven't bowled Quinn out earlier more, because I just think he's a genuine wicket-taking threat. And not that he won't do a good job at the end, I'm sure he will. But I just think, especially when for so long they were kind of none down or 1 down in this innings.
It's not a big swing. Look at this on the replay for the wide call. Mate, I agree, Maximo. I think there's a little bit of old school 50 over / 20 over thinking in saving your premier fast bowler for the end. I don't think it applies in T10.
The openers would rather face someone else than him in the 3rd over, if you know what I mean.
It's the pad about half a foot outside off stump. Oh, bit of fancy footwork from Cigar chasing down to boundary. Could be a run out opportunity. Keeper not quick enough to spin and throw.
Well, Christenberg talked about cheek to cheek. This is foot to foot. Batter's foot to fielder's foot. And then almost causes a run out. The keeper, for the first time ever, didn't take his glove off and wasn't really in a position to throw. 2-leg bias.
Sweet strike out of the offside, and it's a tremendous catch. That is wonderful feeling from Sudhir Vishwakarma.
This is such a weird one. Has it carried? He's acting like it is. I got to say, it looked ambiguous at first sight. Let's see what the pictures tell us, because they're definitely going to have a look at it. These are always tough to tell. Let's have a look. Oh.
Gee, that's tight, isn't it?
You know what? It's so hard. I mean, that suggests it may have hit the ground. There's one frame probably there where, I mean, from there, is it possible he could have got his fingers under it? Maybe. If I'd look at it on the balance of just that, I'd say benefit of the doubt to the batter. But if the umpires called it out on the field, I don't think there's anything there to overturn. What do you think, Rano?
I agree. Let's face it, it's a great catch. I'd love to see it in the scorebook as such. I think it's a... I reckon if this was getting looked at in an ICC test match, I think it would be given not out.
Probably. It's a really tough one because, again, it looks like it's going to hit the ground, but again, where are his fingertips? That's my question. His fingertips are probably under the ball there. Actually, there, you can see that they're under the ball, but has the ball taken any grass in that process of going into the fingertips? And you're talking about how long the blades are of the turf.
What I think what I see tending to happen with these calls when they get reviewed at international level is if there is ever any sort of hard bounce up that they see before the hands are completely wrapped. But when you watch it at normal speed, that looks
Just
like a catch.
straight in, yeah.
Looks like a catch.
Let's try and get that freeze frame again, because that was the main. There's one frame they're deciding it on, and it's probably you know which one it is. It's this next one there.
See, I'm very happy for that to be given.
Me too, actually, but it really could be given either way. I had an instinct they'd go not out, and that's what they've decided to do. If you're a believer in the kind of benefit of the doubt, then it's probably a win. But I actually think there's a very good chance he did catch that. It's just even with the technology and the freeze frame, it's too hard to tell. Will be the end of the over, by the way. So it'll be 146 for 5 after 9. Probably well handled by the officials, even though I think you've got to feel for the fielder a bit. Here's Quinn coming back, and he's going to start with a wicket. Caught behind Nimesh. Never got going at all. So Hollywood steps in, and action. A wicket in the first ball of the 10th. 146 for 6.
Well, 6 wickets down. So the upside here is that you've got Quinn bowling to a bunch of lower order bats if he can keep Karunaratne off strike. So they're in the mid-140s at the moment, 146 for 6. I know it's asking a lot, Vinny, but keep this to 150. Oh, look. Still, I wouldn't say they'd be hugely confident, but they'd certainly back their batting lineup to chase it.
Yeah, and just getting confirmation from the officials have told me, yeah, the on-field call was not out, and obviously there's nothing to overturn it. That tells me if they thought it was out in the field, probably would have stuck with that.
Full toss, probably not, no ball. Just fielded for the 1, and well, it would have brought Karunaratne back on strike. In some ways, not the worst result for Olu to have Karawaj. Would you go Karawagi?
Karawagi, but I mean, I'd say a lot of things wrong, but I just say them confidently.
Remember, there was always the debate about Ruan Kalpage.
Kalpage, yeah.
The Sri Lankan off-spinner from back in the day.
There's a lot of Sri Lankan names that end in that, the AGE. Fun way to say it. Marage's one.
Good bit of bounce. That's what I mean about Karawagi getting back on strike. Quinn can get 2 or 3 dot balls against the tail end. In fact, if I'm Karunaratne, I'm probably looking to actually scoot through for a stolen run here, even if the ball does go through to the keeper. 2% chance that he's going to throw the stumps down from that distance.
3 to come.
Well, look, Karunaratne was thinking about it, but the keeper was alive to the cheeky single.
This is where, if you're organised, then you play the sacrifice play. You just, as a striker, you just hold your crease, get the non-striker, the set batter down there, and force the keeper to throw to the bowlers. And I'm surprised we don't see it more. All right, Quinn, keeping his side in it here. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, as they say in the classics. They're going to need 150 plus here, I'm sure. Got to go now.
Well, there is a wide. He has tried to hold
smart.
the crease. The keeper's going all the way to the bowler's end, taking absolutely no risks and getting some fielding points for himself.
It's a win for everybody. I mean, they do get their batter back on strike. It doesn't burn a ball. This is like a pick 6 in NFL where basically like an interception and then it just goes back the other way. But I got to say that's really smart play and unselfish play from Renuka because he gets what his team needed. And Karunaratne was the first to get over there, pat him on the back and say, hey, thanks, you've got me where I want to be. This is actually one I probably wouldn't take a 1 either if I'm Karunaratne now. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's a bizarre run out considering the keeper didn't trust throwing to Quinn, who's got one of the safest pairs of hands in the competition. But yeah, the sacrifice, I don't really have a word for it. The sacrifice hold.
It's a shame he has to get a wicket credited against him there, isn't it? Because he's done absolutely the right thing for his team.
Give him half the runs that Karunaratne gets from here, though. Quinn goes around the wicket as he likes to do lefties. 2 to come.
Well, he's also bowling a few too many full balls at the moment. Karunaratne has, after a very slow start, come up with the goods in these later stages. Not a great ball from Quinn at all.
Yeah, that's 7 up. Worst case scenario. Well, I said we'll give Renuka half the runs. He gets 3.5 there, and a free hit to come. And really, the 150 starting to look like a bit of a pipe dream now, with 2 remaining, and this one being a free hit. We're right to 24 with the immunity cloak. Got to go to.
Much better ball.
Got to go to. Why not? Good throw. He's gone. That's why you do it. Smart play. I like the way the Vipers operate. They've managed this last over very, very well. And maybe, if you might be playing European Cricket Series soon, look at that piece of running earlier in the over that trade a wicket to get your set batter back on strike, and already they've scored 9 runs off the ball since. Last ball to come.
Getting up into lofty territory now, Maximo. 158. Final delivery of the innings.
Seatbelts on.
Good Yorker. Well, Quinn himself will pick up a couple of fielding points. Nicely done. Jammed it in. Karunaratne. Lovely finish to finish the innings, though. 26 off 14 before being run out. And the Vipers end up a 158 for 8.
I love this from Quinn because he does a very stylish run out and then starts to jog off as if he's opening the batting, in like a test match. But if he bats number 11, and then he also had to go back for his cap. But he gets points from me for the kind of style
I need to scoot off.
Because it's all business, if you know what I mean.
I've got other stuff to do.
Let's have a look at the highlights here. And it was all about the Widjamooney show, wasn't it? It was drop first ball. He made Olu pay with 82, and it was even dropped by a second time by Sinner along the way. They would rue that opportunity as the Vipers ended up with 158, a challenging target for sure coming up for Olu's batting lineup.
Well, there was one man in this Vanta Vipers lineup that you do not want to drop. It is Widjamooney, and he has punished the boys from the north, Olu, and that innings of 82 off only 24 balls, probably one of the best that we will see here this week. With some good bowling from Kavala, though, and when he came on in the middle overs, caused Matasanka a few issues, and there was a point in which Olu started to get the game back under control a little bit, or at least seemed to be keeping this total into a slightly manageable space, but then actually a couple of lower order, played good innings. Pavan Karunaratne, he was a little bit slow starting, but the big left-hander started to time some very, very good shots towards the end and really powered them in the last 3 overs. This was a good catch from Quinn. He's been excellent in the outfield during the course of these 2 days. Showed good technique, good awareness, but plenty of pats on the back for Widjamooney. A few pats on the back for the Olu fast bowler as Quinn did a reasonable job in that last over. This was the piece of running that Maximo was very impressed with.
Did it? And he wasn't going to leave until he knew that the keeper was going to the bowler's end. In the end, you see Pierce getting his steps in. And then this one, same thing. Quinn says, yeah, all right, let's get down to business. And then he says, oh, hold on, need my cap. And also, probably won't have to bat. If I do, we're in a bit of strife. As they'll finish with 158 for 8. Vanta Vipers, certainly very impressive last night. Again, they put a very healthy score on the board. Thanks to Sasindu Widjamooney and his 82 off just 24 balls. 11 Maximos. 66 the 82 coming in sixes. Karunaratne started a bit slowly but finished with a pretty handy 26 off 14. Run out off the last ball of the innings. And then Samanraka is the only other player to reach double figures in there. 19 extras, a bit on the high side if I'm honest for Olu. But they don't know what they need to do. 159 is what they need to give themselves a shot at continuing to tomorrow as we check out the bowling figures.
Yeah, the bowling was a little bit up and down. I think they'll be disappointed. They bowled better at other parts of the competition. Quinn, a few too many full tosses from him, ended up 1 for 28. The wickets were shared by 4 other bowlers as well. Shekhar bowled 1 good over, same for Kavala, and Abhishek Sinha had a tough day in the field, but a pretty good 1 over from him. And so halfway through this game, the Vanta Vipers 158 for 8 off their 10 overs, powered by the 82 from Sasindu Widjamooney. And it's leaving Olu CC 159 to get to try to keep their tournament hopes alive. Big chase coming up in a couple of minutes, folks. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. Please join myself and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu in a couple of minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Kerava National Cricket Ground here in Helsinki. It is time for the second innings of this game between the Vanta Vipers and Oulu Cricket Club. Basically a battle, particularly for Oulu to stay in the tournament. They desperately need a win here, and they haven't done themselves any favours with a shaky bowling and fielding effort as the Vanta Vipers are racked up 158 as their first innings total. I think no one on earth Oulu chasing this down in 7 overs, but certainly an opportunity for the Vanta Vipers to pick up a bonus point if they can bowl well. They started their tournament very well yesterday after an initial rain abandonment. And so certainly they will be agitating for a top 2 position coming out of this group. Seem to certainly have one of the most well-credentialed batting lineups in the country. Oh, by that man. So Sindhu Oejamuni at the top of the order, but Oulu have got a couple of their own hitters at the top of the order. Shakir Dar and Dewadana, both who played pretty well in the first up win for them today against the KCC Lions from Kuopio. Bowler remarking his run up. Admittedly, this is a better situation than yesterday when one of the opening bowlers just decided to take the 30-metre circle disc and put it down as his bowling run up marker. One of the more village things I've seen on the network. Just saying something. Manasaka coming into open for the Vipers. He's got plenty of runs to play with, so a target of 159 for Oulu. Some fireworks needed early. And we've got 6 of them. It's a beautiful strike from Dar. Manasaka. He's got a slightly slingy sidearm action, allowing Dar to get forward. Beautifully whipped over the leg side for a first up Maximo. He'll be in form, or feeling confident at least, after his innings in the game earlier today. Ball goes wide. We saw plenty of good change-ups from the Vipers bowlers in one game yesterday, including from Manasaka, who ratcheted his pace up and down with good control. Going well wide, fairly easy call for the umpire. Changes in the field. Moving a man back out to deep mid-wicket. Shifting Oejamuni across to mid-on. One's held up off the deck. It's called wide. Disappointed look from Manasaka. There's still only one legitimate ball in the over to date. 8 runs on the board, so nice start for Oulu. There is a long way to go, though. And flying the flag for the central and northern part of the country with Kuopio already knocked out. Short ball. Dar waits on it. Still gets good thrust through the ball. That's a lovely shot. So 2 legitimate balls, a 6 and a 4. Handy start. Oh, when he hits a ball, Dar, it stays hit. Saw him just hold up his stroke against the change of pace from Manasaka on that occasion, but beautifully struck. Far down the leg side, quicker ball from Manasaka, certainly on speed on that occasion, but the radar's off. What the Vipers don't want to do is give Oulu some confidence. Oulu sort of shoot out sort of 50, 55 runs in the power play. Start to believe that they can chase this target down. Another wide, attempted change of pace. It's the danger for a slingy bowler. Such a fine margin between success and failure when it comes to your release point. So a reminder, there's only been 2 legitimate balls in this over. National bowling coach Gerard Brady noting that Masaka struggling with his run up. That has flown. It's called wide, swung past the keeper. And at Matasanka's pace, it was always going down for 5 wide. So this is an awful, awful start with the ball for the Vipers. Skipper giving himself the responsibility of taking the opening over, and a few of his experienced teammates just coming over and probably just suggesting trying to bowl straight would be a good start. But this is an extraordinary commencement to the Oulu innings. 19 for none off only 2 balls. Change of pace, doesn't worry Dar at all. Beautiful batting. Held his shot, and just a little bit of a straight slog shot. In control though. Cleared the front leg, got the rest of the body coming through. Didn't try to overhit the ball, which was key. It's good stuff from the Oulu opener, helped by some friendly donations by Matasanka. 23 off 3 balls. Incredible stuff. That's a better delivery. Short ball. Probably didn't rocket off the pitch the way that Dar might have expected. So finally a dot ball. It's already been a very good over, but not only would Dar like to continue the carnage, but knocking a few more elements of confidence out of Matasanka as a key opening bowler. Dar plays that well, shifted across to forward of square, shy at the stumps. They'll easily make it through for the single. Brings the left-hander Jayawadana onto strike. Suggests that Matasanka will stay over the wicket to him, see if he can get the ball to tail away to the left-hander. They've got that very, very fine third man on the circle. Similar sort of place to what you saw Nuan Dasanyaka take a catch earlier in the Vanta Vipers innings. Matasanka can just get a little bit of fine away movement from the left-hander. That catcher will be in place, and they've also got a much wider third man down there on the boundary as well. Short ball. Jayawadina hands too low on the cut shot. So not a bad finish from Matasanka. The over, I guess, could have been worse, but still a nifty little start for Oulu. 24 on the board. Could this be the golden ball that we've all been waiting for? Such a buzz for everyone around the ground when we had one from the first match on day 1. Incredible victory from the BTCC Dark Knights. Something you don't see every day going on now, a stump change. A stump change at the bowler's end as well, so someone's clearly been a little bit aggressive. Bowler's end affecting a run out. In the meantime, Priyan De Silva going to take up the attack, so the second over is started with 24 off the first, so still a pretty hefty challenge in front of them. 135 off the remaining 9 overs. And a couple more of those magical overs in the 20s. And they'll start to have their tails up. A slingy action from Silva, not quite as sharp as Anthony bowler Karunaratne. A little bit of away movement though. It's probably not a bad place to bowl to Dar, but even though he does have a sort of sweepy motion, that bat does seem to open the bat face Well to play over. Cover, great ball from De Silva. Felt like that one moved a couple of ways, both in the air and off the pitch. A bit of unplayable stuff. Just nibbled away at the last moment. Put Dar in two minds. Short ball, lack of bounce, done him. So after the traumas of Karunaratne's over, Silva's managed to come up with 3 dot balls to start his. Just calm a few nerves in the Vanta Vipers team. One has gone wide. So Silva getting a decent bit of movement away from the right-hander. Poor Jay Wadana can't get near the strike at the moment. He's faced one ball. Extra starting to rack up here. Plenty of runs to play with the Vipers, but I don't want to start getting too generous. The wides and the no balls. Swung late again. Probably very close on that occasion. Helpful call for Olu Dar. His footwork getting nowhere near it. To say it's probably pretty close to the intersection of that wide line with the popping crease. Silva. Happy player, smile on his face as he's steaming into bowl, and it's a pull out. Captain Matasanka still bringing some changes in the field. Flying outside edge, and it's actually well fielded down there on the third man boundary. I think that's Silva down there. Nicely done. Saved to 4. It was a flying edge. Went down there quickly. A man who didn't have balls come off the edge of his bat too often during his playing days. Great time to bring back to the microphone, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Probably because most of them didn't hit much bat at all, actually, at the level I ended up playing. I wouldn't say I was a tail ender, but I wasn't far off.
Maximo being too humble.
In the first grade. I think I ended up averaging 26, I think, which is more than I thought.
Must have been a few coming off the middle of the bat.
Wasn't really a huge market for keepers averaging 26, though, in the first class game, which I think's a shame. I think I was maybe born 100 years too late.
Yeah.
Anyway, Wadana, it score.
Full toss, just jammed out by Karunaratne. Could have been a run-out chance if Matasanka had gloved that cleanly coming in from the cover region.
What a first over, though. Things being brought back. Fair bit by Priyan De Silva here. There's a fair bit of chat about the Vipers bowling lineup and the fact that they're not just trundlers. I think they've got some fairly testing options.
Swung down the ground, and it will beat the fielder. Coming around from mid-on. Needed a boundary there, Olu. Silva bowled a fairly tight over. Big swing, hefty swing from Dar. And so that ends the second, 32 for none.
Yeah, it's a funny kind of on drive in a way. Wasn't out of the textbook. He just kind of muscles it. I don't know if the mid-on could have had a dive at it. It was his only chance to stop it. In the end, he just escorted it to the line. It's a very tight table there, isn't it? But you got to remember the KCC Lions, although they're in the middle of the table, they've already played their 4 games, and Marcors could really launch. They could still eye off top spot. Feel like it's the Marcors and the Vipers, but Olu with the chance to break in. Obviously, I think we know that the FinCC Gladiators aren't in the picture. So I just feel if this game goes to the Vipers, as the odds would be saying right now is the likelihood, then the only question is who takes top and who takes that double chance tomorrow, which could be very, very important as well.
Certainly could. Hopefully some good weather for the remainder of this tournament. 1 or 2 showers reported for tomorrow, but we shouldn't have too many dramas getting through.
Just when our commentary box might be drying out the rain will come back.
Still a little bit swampy here at commentary headquarters at Carava Cricket Ground. Karuna Ratner steaming in with his left arm pace, and it gets whacked. Lovely shot from Jayawardena. Nice boundary four to start the over.
Yeah, nice shot. Just kind of judged the bounce nicely. If you can cut, I think you're going to get value in ECN cricket. It's bounced just inside, so 4 runs. It wasn't far off.
What is it about the cut shot that so many players at this level find difficult?
I don't think... It depends. If you come from a background where you played a lot of tape ball cricket, for example, it's not a shot you really see played too often because the bat's so light, the ball's so light, and you maybe don't have much pace on the ball coming in, that you tend to get these wristy players that want to whip across everything. But the reason I think the cut is so valuable in this game is because they're often giving you width anyway, and you rarely see that part of the field protected too well. So you got value there. So if you can play it, I think it's a great shot to play. And the thing is, even if it's short outside of stump, yeah, you might be able to pull it. But if you get the pull wrong, it generally goes straight up in the air. Whereas a cut that you get wrong, you probably just miss. Occasionally you might nick one, and you might even nick it for 6. There you go.
No nicking going on for Jayawardena. Deja vu for Karuna Ratner as he's slapped backward of point for another boundary.
Death by 1,000 cuts at the moment. And
probably more enjoyable than the cut we were talking about yesterday, Vinny.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. Veggie peeler gate. We have fun, don't we? I was just thinking how we could improve the igloo. You know, we talked about having the kitchen behind us, so we basically become more than a cooking show. You already said we should have a travel documentary where it's just we're going around Scandinavia.
Crowd would love it. Full ball, outside edge. It was a nice piece of bowling from Karuna Ratner.
But I've got a suggestion. What if we could have a foot... Whoa, how are they getting another run here? What's happened? Oh, that could be out as well. Cut back to live. I got no idea. I just saw everyone running. I thought the play was dead. Clearly it wasn't. And this could be a wicket from nowhere, and they're pretty confident about it, Rhino. Let's go back, because I got to admit, I'd already kind of diverted my thoughts back to what I was saying, but we'll have to have a look at it. So we have to go. It's all about the main camera here and see exactly what happens. And we might need the side on at the end. They decide to take on the overthrow. He picks it up. Oh, that looks very close. Again, the side on camera at the end will tell us the story. I hope we've got it. It's
Widjamooney who's come in from the side.
This might be the best we get. Let's see. He's going to be out of shot. Don't know if we've got the side on. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Let's see if we can see. He looks short there.
So hard to make a judgment, though, isn't it, Vinny? Because the line not extending out on the field.
Oh, it's so
I wonder if this will
close.
get not out just because of
I actually think
absence of evidence.
Yeah, that's the best one we got. Unfortunately, got a technical issue with the side on camera. Has been given out. The umpire's call was out as well on the field. Does look out to me. Just no instinct said he was out. But Olu, self-inflicted facepalm moment as they try and turn a 1 into 2 and end up blowing themselves up into the opening partnership. And it's 43 for 1.
What a way to go. It was almost slightly comical, but it also required an excellent piece of fielding from Widjamooney, who's been an absolute star for the Vanta Vipers. Have a look at this. He comes in, launches himself sideways, needed a direct hit for the run out.
Good anticipation by the fielder there. Is that Widjamooney that came in?
It certainly was.
Yeah, and there was only slight hesitation from Jayawardena that cost him, I think, the space that would have been in. So he's run out for 10, 42 for 1. Yeah, 42 for 1, not 43 for 1, pardon me. And not the first time we've seen an overthrow go wrong today for a batter.
Big swing. That is plum. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. One's the run out, or one's the LBW. Nice piece of bowling from the left arm paceman. And unfortunately, Narayanan goes very quickly. First ball.
Yeah, welcome back and send him back pitching in line, straightening enough to get an LBW from that angle. You've got to be pretty full. That was, and also helps if you can get it to straighten down the line. So, yeah, I think that was a fair decision. And Ryan, he's nonplussed. Has to walk back for a golden duck, 42 for 2.
At least he hasn't exhausted himself in that innings.
The pitch there's on leg stump and just playing all across it. Yells the appeal, and it's upheld in the affirmative. So I'm keeping thrown off what I was going to say about my idea for what they could bring us here in the Igloo. But first we'll wait. Team hat-trick ball. Shaker comes out at 4.
Nice shot. Steps across. Manages to beat the fielder and runs away from a boundary. So sort of a cut shot, depending on what your take is.
Like a back foot drive. Then I didn't try and hit this too hard. He went with the angle. Anyway, my idea is a foot spar.
Oh, my goodness. Didn't realise what you were going, but please continue,
My
Maxwell.
feet are freezing, or even just like a big bucket of water, of warm water to put our feet in, and that is periodically made warmer again.
Another strike down the offside. Calls for the no.
I'll settle for a foot bath, even. I don't need bubbles. It's the end of the third over. It's 46 for 2. Yeah, they have called over.
Speaking of that, have you got your hand warmers in action today?
Yeah.
Is that why your hand's in your pocket?
I have definitely. Well, actually, I've got my other set charging. I'd be happy to give you my other set.
Yeah?
I've actually got 2 sets that I don't want to risk going without them. I thought the hand warmers were gone for the summer, but they are certainly
You were
back.
tragically wrong. Not sure why. It just feels so much colder here than it has the first 2 days, despite the weather
thing
being
is,
much better.
we are basically in our part of the ground is still.
It's a swamp.
Swamp is probably a good word for it, but yeah, it's wet and it's getting into my shoes and my socks, and my socks are wringing wet. So you got 10 hours of cold, wet socks, and there's really no way around it. But the foot spa would be a way around it.
It's a pretty good move to bring De Silva on for his second. He was so good in the first.
Oh, you needed most things to go right to win this game. I suppose they still got Shakir Dar there. He's a class player. I've seen that. But even, you got Vishwakarma listed to come in next. He's kind of struggled a bit when the rate required's gone up, or the perceived rate required's gone up. So, fading away a little bit.
Helix has made the suggestion of you getting a pair of Ugg boots, which is not the worst call.
In theory, I'm with you, Helix, but here's the problem with the Ugg boots. They're not going to survive in the swamp. We need a dry... I would settle for a dry floor as kind of middle ground. To be clear, we're not complaining. You take the good with the bad. And, this is actually a beautiful ground. It just happens that where we're at, the ground is underwater. And so...
Well, there are times being in the igloo is helpful when it's belting down rain and others are being exposed to the elements. As of now, it feels like we're in the coldest place on the ground. Dar has monstered that ball into the meadow. What a strike. And takes him to 54 for 2, but he's not giving up, this man.
Yeah, well, despite the run out of Joe Wardana and the LBW of Narayan and Obladar, Dar goes on and smashes one all the way over the fence. You feel he's the key from here. He's a one-man. Still need 105 from here. 16.5 and over required. Can there be a dramatic twist or a moonlight comeback, you would say, just referring the BTCC Dark Knights Burley middle order batter.
It's a good comeback from De Silva. Been pumped previous ball as he's dropped short, manages to get that delivery to the block hole. So 1 ball left in this 4th over. Olu up 54 for 2. That's a long way to go. It's nicely driven, but straight to the fielder down there at long on. And the throw comes into the keeper's end, has to move slightly awkwardly for it. And that's the end of the over, 4 down, and Olu 55 for 2.
Okay, so that's the end of the 4th over, 55, as you said, for 2. I like these suggestions. So, Yeah, Helix says just put plastic bags over the Ugg boots. And that is, again, in isolation, it's a great idea. But when I need to move around the ground, which is required at times, I suppose if I had bare feet in a foot spa, similar issues. But I could always go the whole newsreader tactics. Just don't show my feet in the shot. Yeah, Johnny thinks take off my socks and hang them up in the comms out of sight. Yeah, I'll probably forget to pick them up again. But this most interesting suggestion is from Jules saying he recommends USB foot warmers. Well, I've got hand warmers. Is there such a thing? Or are there such a thing as USB foot warmers? Apparently you plug them into a little battery pack to warm up your toes. What about electric clothing? I mean, I've heard there's electric blankets. I've even heard of jackets and these kind of things that I always think you're a bit of a risk of setting yourself on fire. But I've heard of electric jackets and the like, electric socks.
Oh, I'll tell you something that has warmed my heart, though. Vinny, seeing a leg spinner come on to operate as Nimesh actually come up with a pretty decent ball, but does jumped onto the back foot, cut it behind point. Great shot.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball either. But good use of the crease, gets good halfway back between the popping crease and the stumps, and it turns that into a cuttable ball. Class shot by Dart. Nimesh with the comeback.
Shorter ball, slapped harder, and the diving fielder can't cut it off. Is this the, not really a rear guard action, it's an action from the top of the order, but Dar seems to be playing a one-man hand here at the moment, but he's keeping his Olu Cricket Club's hopes alive.
Yeah, again, just a fraction short, and Nimesh needs to try and draw Dar forward. Again, that has risks as well because I think Dar hits well straight down the ground, but just need to make him do something different here.
It's going to be spinning wide. It's a good call.
Better length, though. Better length. I mean, that one maybe is slashable, but they got to fielder it. Quite an unusual position to a spinner. It's got like a deep backward point.
Short ball. Dar is not going to miss out. It's crunched it into the midsection of the big left-arm baseman down there.
Nothing more frustrating than hitting a ball this hard and only getting one for it. And that was a case of the ball fielding the fielder more than anything. But very well done by Karuna Ratner.
Karuna Ratner. Like he got the hands down as balls lofted from Shekhar. Multiple fielders converging, but somehow it ends up in no man's land.
This looked like one that was either, I don't think it was a wrong end, but almost. It kind of came over the top of the hand. And it was more of a top spinner than anything else, yeah. And in the end, just there's no fielder there. The batter gets real lucky.
Another nice piece of footwork from Dar. Just will take the one. Sure, he would have loved to be able to sneak a double, get back on strike for the last ball.
Well, he needed about 16 and over at the start of this over. So you hit a boundary off this, then you tie the over.
It was a full ball, so it was the opportunity, but Shekhar not able to find the boundary at the moment, and he gets himself on strike for the start of the fifth. So halfway through this chase, Ulu close enough if they're good enough, but they will need some level of acceleration in this back end of the innings.
Look at the upcoming events. Bulgaria is actually a 2-week event and overlaps with that Belgium series because Bulgaria has a week of European Cricket Series T10s and then a week of T20 Internationals, women and men, by the way. So looking forward to that. Belgium is a 1-week series, 5 days men, 2 days women. A lot like here, except they just have 7 teams in one big group in that one. And it's actually a franchise system. They've had a draft there. So it's
really?
Yeah. So
I think we need to hear more about this.
So a bit like was done in Jersey. Sometimes a player group, they ask for this because they do play a lot of cricket for their respective clubs, but they see ECS maybe as an opportunity to do something a little bit different and spread the talent out a little bit. So, yeah, some good names. Do you want to hear the names? The name's good.
Oh, lovely in-swinging ball. I think that's a good call from the umpire. Well, so at least Shekhar gets himself off strike.
The names in Belgium, these teams, are pretty cool. And they've got awesome logos and everything. If you dig a bit deeper, you can see, if you go to the Cricket Belgium page or the Belgian Cricket Federation, you'll actually see pictures of the draft and all the tables and who we're going to have next and all that.
Full ball, Dar thrashes the hands.
Isn't that a movie? Is it Draft Day?
It is.
Who's in that one again? Is it Kevin Costner?
Not too sure. I don't think I've ever watched it. I know it exists.
Uh,
NBA draft last night, though. As far
yeah,
as real
Kevin
world
Costner and
happenings.
Jennifer Garner. Draft day. I think Kevin's an agent. I think I watched this a little while ago. What a negotiator.
Late swing.
Great keeping. Great keeping.
That's Priyankara.
Frustrating
Glove.
batting, though. He gets a high five and, well, almost gives away an overthrow due to him being out of position due to the high five. But again, batting, just you need to step inside that. You got a wide. And then goes to throw it to him. And
What has happened there?
that team's been so many potential run-outs off keeper throws got a right today. I've never seen so many.
Full ball, Karunaratne, and Dar's going to have to hustle through for the single.
Right, where was I going with this? Okay, Belgium teams. So there's 7 kind of franchise teams. There's the Brussels Bashers, the Ghent Wolves, the Ostend Tigers, the Liège Stallions, the Antwerp Giants, the Hasselt Titans, and the Leuven Lions. So
Wow.
kind of nice and simple. Then, oh,
Nice throw at the stumps. And oh, my goodness, Vinny.
we've been brought
The
blanket.
big news
You
is
know,
that
we're on definitely the volume's on there in the kitchen, and I think Claire has sent a couple of blankets, or whoever's responsible, big thank you. I just worry with these blankets can't actually go to our feet because they're going to get wet, so we'll have to settle for them on the body. You've certainly
well, I'm probably a little bit more lightly dressed than you are today, Maxi.
going with the half sleeves.
Big swing across the line from Dar.
It's
Sorry, actually, that was
you'll-
BJ.
So the women's teams, actually got to say the women have even better names. So in the women's ECS, by the way, there's 2 Belgian teams, a French side and a Luxembourg side, but they are club sides. But again, they have been created for this event. So there's the Belgium Belforts and the Belgium Genikins.
Genikins.
I'm about to look up what a
Search.
Oh yeah, of course, the Jenica Piss. It's the famous sculpture in Belgium, and it's of a boy who's relieving himself.
The mannequin piece.
Yeah. Is it a boy? Can't remember. Anyway, there's also the French Eiffels.
If it's not, then it's a slightly awkwardly made statue. That is an awful delivery. And the leg spin of the ball's just gotten stuck in his hands. And Dar's done brilliantly well to hoik it to the leg side for a Maximo.
Yeah.
Ball's way up there.
Yeah, so, yeah, the Genican Piss. It's a little girl, pardon me, who's relieving herself. It's the female counterpart to the more famous mannequin piece. And it's PIS. I am just quoting what it's called before we have angry letters.
I don't know. That's a legitimate name.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but apart from that, you've got the French Eiffels and the Luxembourg Molothals. I'm going to...
It's the French Eiffel for the Eiffel Tower or copying an Eiffel? That's a no ball. Dar hasn't been able to put it away as he'd like. And I tell you what, I reckon he'd love to be facing this free hit. Oh, look. They're not out of this, Vinny. 20 runs and over. It's a tall order, but they keep on getting some freebies.
Very tall order. I'm going to dig in a little bit more.
Shakart drags the ball down for a single.
So those women's ones, the Belgian Belforts, or Belforts, we call them Belfries in English. They're the iconic medieval bell towers found in cities like Bruges, Ghent, and Mons.
It's a better ball from the leg spinner. Dar can only get it to square leg. Well fielded, but they'll scoot through for the single.
The Genikins, yeah, from the Jenica Piece, famous Brussels statue. And the French Eiffels, obviously the Eiffel Tower. The Luxembourg Molothals, it's a region also known as Little Switzerland.
Oh, I have heard about this in Luxembourg. Finally, Shaker. A whole lot of shaking going on. He knocks up his first boundary. Swung from outside off stump. Got decent contact and split the fielders.
Just got away from the outfielder. Stirring length a little bit. Full that time, Nimesh.
Lofts the cut shot. get some elevation, but fortunately for the Vipers,
Just that
catch.
Mullathals has probably got the double dots on the U, actually. Mullathals. Also known as Little Switzerland in eastern Luxembourg, known for its scenic rock formations, forests, and hiking trails.
Oh, how lovely.
That's going to be a great series as well.
Short ball, Dar pumps it, but Kariratna's been very, very good out there in the deep.
Hey, listen, they're doing great things, obviously, in the clubhouse with the sound up. But if you do find any foot spars, if we end up having a foot spar run over, then we're going to be rating this on our feedback forms as a solid 14 out of 10.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think we've got a better chance of getting a foot spar delivered than we had of Kylie Minogue tickets earlier in the week?
Probably. Anyway, Gladiators take on Greater Helsinki Markors in match number 19. Markors, they still want that top spot. They've played 2 games. They've 7 points out of a possible 8. They make 4 changes for today's game. Gladiators will be their swan song in match number 19, which is coming up in around about 25 minutes. Dar will reach 50 of 26 balls. I feel like it may be in a losing cause. No real cause for huge celebrations. They've got to go big.
Nice strike. That was actually a pretty good ball. Karina Ratner's gone for the one-handed screamer, but it's beaten him, and Shekar, all of a sudden, he is finding the boundary.
Shades of yesterday. I thought this actually stuck for a second, but it burst straight through. That was absolutely mullered.
Also, Gerard Brady on the chat, he was really rating Wijamuni's off-spinners earlier in the chat. So they brought him on.
Do you know the thing about off-spin? And this isn't Wijamuni specific, but any half-decent cricketer should be able to do it okay.
Correct.
But to do it very well is a different proposition. But it's so much easier than leg spin. Oh, there you go. Another one. Bounces straight to the inadvertent backup fielder who's out in the offside. Yeah, so...
It is funny, isn't it?
Helix.
Off-spin is probably the easiest skill in cricket. Leg spin, the hardest.
True.
That is whacked by Shekar, who could not find the boundary for his first 10 balls, but has all of a sudden just started slapping the Grizzly to all parts.
Yeah, Helix, and you're spot on, Helix. He's saying we're coming a bit like Corey with the blankets. There was a series in Croatia that Corey did exclusively for under a blanket, sometimes over his head as well.
May not be the worst thing.
He called the whole first over from under a head and kept asking me to just explain what had happened. That was the Bura wins, I think it was. 104 for 2 after 8, 55 off 12.
I feel like there's probably a lot of our Finnish viewers also sitting there thinking this is pretty sooky stuff.
Well, you know what? We never asked for the blankets. We asked for a foot spar, actually.
True.
But we were brought the blankets, and it would be disrespectful of us, I think, Rhino, to give the blankets back.
I would also note that after we spent probably a good aggregate of 20-odd minutes in sort of circa 10-degree water last night in and amongst our sauna trips at Sompa Sauna,
we've established
we're not
ourselves
soft on that front.
a little bit soft.
Short ball, top edge. Ain't no fielder down there, but it's an excellent piece of work to keep it within the field of play.
It's a brilliant stop. This is how to do it. Body first, think later. Have a look at this. He never wanted to give up these extra couple of runs. Bang. Knocks it away before he steps over the line.
Takes the top of off. Beautiful bowling from Samaranyaika. He gets a wicket off his second ball. Love it when the ball hits the top of the stumps. And that, I'm not saying that's all she wrote for Olu, but this is getting harder and harder with each delivery.
Still a few runs to actually get the point as well, Olu, which probably won't help them too much, but I suppose there's an outside chance the Vipers could still take all 4. They'd have to completely rock and roll them from here. Shaker tried his best, 2 4s and 2 6s in his 31, but he ends up losing his off stump, going for broke. The score is 106 for 3. It was just top of the bales, actually. on
Love
review.
it. Such a good length. Nice line too. Left-hander Vishwakarma. How much he likes trying to slap it over the leg side when he's trying to go big. Samarana Yakka bowling well. Oh, it's a little bit too wide.
Yeah, it was, but didn't miss by much. Yeah, good outfit, this Vipers. Yes, I do qualify. I'm looking forward to it. A couple of potential tasty battles with either the Dark Knights or Hadley's Empire 11 come tomorrow.
It's whipped to the leg side, Vishwakarma. And we'll just manage to get a single as the ball ricochets off Dar, and they won't take the double. He's played well today, Dar. Innings of substance in both games. Got a lot of impetus at the top of the order for Olu. Looks like it will be in vain. 51 off 8 balls. So it will take some sort of miracle to get them home from here. Well, that's one part of the miracle. Only approximately about 7 to go. But Dar continues his run fest here at the Carava Cricket Ground. Cleared the front leg. Powerful strike over to mid-wicket. And well taken by the 12th man.
Yeah, well taken. Where's the vest with pride? Now this should be gone. Sliced up in the air, and that's the end of Dar. And I think we're not too far from the end of Olu as well. Holes out for 56. Samaranayake with a double wicket over at the end of 9, 114 for 4.
Yep, nice piece of bowling, but at the end of a quality innings from Shakir Dar. He's been very good for the Northern boys during the course of the play today. Very impressive stuff at the top of the order. He's disappointed, but it's been a brave effort from him. He's kept Olu in this contest longer than might have been expected. And eventually he goes down swinging as the equation was getting to the point of needing a maximum virtually every ball.
Yeah, last over then. Olu, they'll be disappointed, of course. But they certainly have been a really entertaining team to watch. I mean, they were so close. I mean, I wouldn't have loved that extra win, that golden ball potential. Even, look, if it goes to a golden ball, still you're only 50-50. But it wasn't to be. Still great memories. Madhushanka to take us home.
Madhushanka bringing himself on in the 10th over, probably trying to rectify his figures after a none for 24 over. Get proceedings underway. Sharkama at the crease.
They have.
Paris out there with him.
They've exceeded 70% now, by the way, so it'll be a 3-1 result.
Whipped
Oof.
and got to an awkward spot. Throw coming in from Nimesh.
One thing I like about the Vipers is they're closing this game out, even though they're miles ahead. But even there's a certain intensity and a professionalism about them that I think says a lot.
Certainly does, Vinny.
So Jordan O'Brien might be in the chat as well. Hello to you, Jordan. Hello to Wayne as well. Good to see you, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Pires gets back.
Whipped away the pads. It will just be a single.
So yeah,
Jordan probably checking out some potential opponents for tomorrow.
Makes sense. Hey, before we go though, before we say goodbye to Olu, you mentioned that they're searching for premises up there to improve their cricket, and it's a beautiful place, I think, to get behind if you're able.
Certainly a great opportunity to keep cricket developing in that part of the world.
When you've got kind of, cricket on the back pages and roadkill, and Dasanaika on the front page, I mean, you're going to get exposure.
I suspect the fashion pages as well.
Yeah, I think so. There's a Dennis Rodman of Olu CC. 2 to come. Good slow ball, that one, isn't it? It would have been out by a lot, but
I suspect Madhushanka is actually a pretty good bowler. Vinny, I'm not sure he's necessarily enjoyed the slightly clunky run up with the wet surface here today, but he's got some very good changes of pace. And when the radar's on, generates quite a reasonable bit of velocity.
Oh, okay, that's one way to finish. Would have been a highlight if he'd hit it. But anyway, that will do it. In the end, 40 runs will be the margin. Not quite a 4-pointer, but not far off. And for Oulu CC, they did pull off that win earlier today that kind of kept their hopes alive, but I think their hopes have faded now as we're down to 2 potential qualifiers. But who will take the double chance? I suppose time will tell. But the win goes to the Vipers, who keep their perfect record intact in this European Cricket Series with 2 wins from the 2 games they've been able to play. Coming up, Gladiators versus Marcors. That one's coming up in around about 15 minutes time, so it won't take too long. We'll give you a look at these highlights. It was quite the mountain to climb, wasn't it, for Oulu CC to stay alive in this series, but they gave it a good shake. Shakir Dar had a good tournament, didn't he? His 56 gave them a fighting chance, but they came up just short in the end.
Yeah, he's been very good for them. Dar, 2 really substantial innings today, scoring 56 off 28 balls here, and really gave them some hope early, but hope disintegrated a touch with this wonderful piece of fielding after a chaotic mix-up from Wijamuni. Direct hit, and then it was 2 wickets in 2 balls. As Karunaratne got a bit in-swinger from the lefty bowling over the wicket. Priyan De Silva was important for them early, bowled a very good first over after the skipper, Matasanka, went for plenty in his first. And then he was joined by Vijay Shekhar, who, after a slow start, managed to find the boundary quite a few occasions, but he was eventually undone by a nice little ball by Samran Naika. And there was some pretty good fielding, not least of which by the 12th man. And it was a nice piece of fielding, which eventually brought undone Dar. So he fought bravely for Oulu CC, but in the end, it wasn't enough, and it was a well-deserved victory for the Vanta Vipers, who set it up with an excellent batting effort. Although I tell you what, looking back, Oulu will rue dropping Wijamuni on his first ball. He went on to score plenty, and unfortunately their batting lineup just couldn't match it. Shakir Dar, the standout, 56 off 28, and nice support from Vinay Shekhar, but they probably needed a little bit more out of Jayawadana at the top before he was unfortunately run out, and then after that the run rate just got out of hand. So good effort in trying to chase down that target, but eventually we will have to bid farewell, I suspect, to Oulu, because the way the table is turning out, things have not worked out for them, and once again they'll probably also look back at that last ball loss in game 1 yesterday. The bowling figures struggled early for Matasanka, but he came back well in his second over. Priyan De Silva, pick of the opening exchanges, very tight first over in particular, and thought Karunaratne bowled well with his left arm seam. So the Vanta Vipers looking better and better as this tournament goes on. They have a powerful batting lineup, and bowling clicks. Going to be a difficult team to beat, and they've deconstructed Oulu Cricket Club by 40 runs in this contest. So we're 3 games in, 2 to go on day 4 of ECS Finland. We have finals day coming up tomorrow, but still a couple of tasty clashes to go. See the Greater Helsinki Marcors in games 4 and 5. First up against the Fin CC Gladiators, who've been cooling their heels off the field for a little while, but they'll return trying to get a win against the current table toppers. Match will start in just a tick over 12 minutes. So on behalf of Vinny Sandu, thank you for joining us for this game. It's Andrew Ryan, the European Cricket Network. Please join us for this upcoming clash.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have you with us as we get ready for the next match in our European Cricket Series Finland Adventure, and it's match number 19 with the FinCC Gladiators to play what will be their last game against the Greater Helsinki Markors, who certainly have ambitions of being a part of finals day tomorrow. You might have noticed there's a slight delay to this game, 15 minutes. That was due to a late change that was necessary after an unfortunate injury in the warm-up. So Fahad Mahmood has come in for GHM compared to the side that we showed you towards the end of the last game, and Mohammad Shahzad is out of that side. Gladiators without a win, and we know that they won't be able to make it up to the final two, but still plenty to play for. They would like to walk away with their first ever European Cricket Series win here, that's for sure. Pensia comes back in for them, and Bhavani Adapaka as well. As for the Greater Helsinki Markors, they will be relying on probably a few players there. Nilan Sherry kind of sticks out, doesn't he? Listed to bat number 3. Shahzad Shabir, though, comes in to open the batting. Atif Rashid, watch out for him. And Zia Ul Rahman, always dangerous. GHM, though, certainly were pretty impressive when we saw them yesterday. They took 7 out of a possible 8 points on day one. In fact, they played in the first 2 matches. The first one was a 5-over game. They won off the very last ball, 49-48, a 5-over game. Then they whacked 199 in a slice and dice job in match number 12, taking all 4 points against KCC Lions. They scored 135. So I wonder what Supercomputer's thinking about this. Yeah, Gladiators given some chance, but not a great chance. 11% is the expected win percentage. Anyway, almost ready to go. And we're away. It's going to start with a play and a miss. And this is Balaji Selvaraj who is bowling, and it's Gulfan Nazir with the bat. And he's down to him, Mr. Maximo, and after a little bit of a journey through the afternoon sun, my co-commentator has come back just in time for this full toss, which is knocked for 1. It's Andrew Ryan. And Ryan, you were enjoying a bit of the sunshine out there. Certainly very different conditions to the last couple of days.
Describe it as defrosting rather than sunbaking. To be honest, it's a chilly time in our little commentary igloo here, Maximo, so got to go and take the kernels of sunshine when we can get them.
This is going to be lifted up as well. Rashid certainly is a dangerous player, and that's the ball that's lost in the long stuff. Maximo, the first one of match number 19.
Beautiful shot. Lovely timing. We haven't seen the Markors since a little bit earlier yesterday, but Rashid wasting absolutely no time in getting the run rate up. Selvaraj bowled pretty well for the Gladiators early this morning, but lofted over the mid-wicket boundary.
Bala, 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 as he's been known to us this week. It's nice little glance away, though, and that'll beat the field. And despite the rain that we've had over the last couple of days and earlier in the week, this outfield still retains its integrity, and that scoots away for 4 more.
Yeah, lovely shot. Not everything has to be lofted. Not everything has to be pumped in the air. It's very good placement. It's generally been space behind square all week on the leg side.
He just got the line wrong there. It's a bold move from the Gladiators to bowl first. But I think they know the batting first hasn't always worked out too well for them. This is going to be hit through the offside, and that's going to be 4 more. So the runs just keep on coming. Yeah, I talked about the fact that GHM had 2 very strong wins yesterday. Obviously for FinCC Gladiators, they had a first game that was actually it's kind of in the balance, to be honest. They were 22 for 3 in the third over versus Oulu, chasing a score of 112 victory. That's almost off the pitch, but not quite. It's going to be a wide. But then in the games they have actually played since then, they had a 6-over game where they kind of got blown away by the Vipers last night. They lost 131 to 60. And then today they posted 112 in the first game of the day, but went down second last ball to the KCC Lions. So they're without a win in the European Cricket Series. And yeah, it's the first time we've actually seen them in ECS cricket. So they're hoping for their first win ever in the format. That'll be the end of the first over. Selvaraj goes for 17. GHM 17 without loss.
Nice little start for the Marcors. Gives us an opportunity now to take a look ahead to the European Cricket Championship for men. Yeah. Bunch of weeks of top quality cricket coming up there, Vinny, and interesting spread between the multiple divisions.
You can see how this is just an overview to see how the ECC will work this year. So each group you see there, A, B, C, and 1 and 2, they're all 4-day groups. So we'll start with 12 days of Premier Division, which is the very start. Then the Challenger Division will happen in its entirety in a 9-day interlude in the middle. All right, well, that's pretty much straight up in the air. Surely this is caught. Not getting dropped, is it? Yes, it is getting dropped. And that kind of sums it up. Aaron Balakrishnan not helping himself, not helping his team, as this was a Category A certified goober that goes down.
I loved his confidence in calling for it, though. If you had to pluck out some positives.
That was the high point of it. It was all downhill from there. This one, I think, does it get any of the rope? I think it's 4. We'll have to have a look at it. Where's the bounce? It actually seemed to me to be inside the rope. Yeah, I think that one shows that it bounces just inside. And 4 runs will be given. Yeah. When he called for it, there was no one around to hear him because there was nearly no dispute whose catch it was. Nazir with his first boundary now tries to go leg side. This is where the 2 outfielders are, though, at the moment. Pensia with his spin in the second over.
It's not a bad job for the Gladiators when he's been given the opportunity to bowl. Pensia mixes up his pace, gets the odd one to shoot through.
Right, that one is a bit of a top edge. Fielder's hunting it. He gets there and he can't get it. And now he's going to boot it into his own net. Oh, it was bad. Getting worse for the Gladiators. It would have been thrown to the Lions back in the old days. How does this go wrong? And how many ways does it go wrong?
I think he's come up with a complete air swing and they somehow actually kicked it over the line. The ball may have gotten there on its own, but getting helped over. What a good start for the Gladiators.
Yeah, dug out and an aggressive one-hand pickup. Doesn't really work out for Balakrishnan either. I've got a question for Jared because I think he said he might be down tomorrow for finals day, which would be great.
What a treat.
And he says can't come today because it's a work day. I was wondering what kind of work do you do, Jared? Maybe let us know. Swing and a miss there, push through from Pensia, end of the over, 28 without loss.
I like that Gerard's workday clearly involves also watching all 4 games of the tournament to date. So excellent prioritisation as far as we're concerned.
A classic lurker while worker. Lurking while working, everyone's doing it. I mean, even I'm lurking while working. I'm just a very noisy lurker. Have a look at the table. So Gladiators, I don't really think there's a way they can make it. If they got 4 points out of this.
This would be quite the upset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think mathematics, because they'd get to 8, but then there's still other teams to play. So I still think it would be enough to hold on to second. Seeming a long way away at the moment. That's a good pickup for once. And despite the throw, they will get through for a single.
The Gladiators doing their best here, but it's a pretty powerful Marcors batting lineup. They will go into the finals tomorrow on the assumption they do make it, but I think it's a fair assumption with a fair bit of confidence. It's an interesting setup then, though, isn't it? They've sort of started the day yesterday. They've had to wait until the back end of today to play their final 2 games. Arguably not the easiest way to go about things. Full toss, and it has been caught by Juggu. Hearts in the mouth whenever the Gladiators have a catching opportunity, but they have managed to complete the first wicket. full toss, all part of the bowling plan.
Yeah, I mean, haven't really looked like catching one yet, but composes himself there enough, Satyanarayanan. And so that will be the end of it. He'll be kicking himself. That was a hit-me ball, really. But all he could do was hit it skywards. And that will be the first wicket down. He's out for a run of ball 6. It's 29 for 1.
Wicket for Bala, which will keep the Gladiators fans happy. Jagu had to wander around in the infield, and ball dropped a little bit in front of him, but does well to adjust. Shabir come out to keep Rashid company. Rashid going along nicely, 22 off 8.
Selvaraj. I'd love to double down here. And instead, he's going to get Shabir to slam him out of the ground. Well, that's Shabir's first ball of the tournament. Striking 6 under it. And this is a pretty confident-looking first shot.
Well, he had the time to size it up. Wasn't coming on particularly quickly from Bala, but he's bashed it over the cow quarter boundary. Beautiful timing. It's almost Corey Rutger's strike rate areas, isn't it? 600 off your first ball.
It's not that much. His strike rate's 414, as he reminds us all the time. And that's lifted up into the leg side. By the way, if I go to the stats page, I bet somebody has a better strike rate than Corey by now in the European Cricket League. Someone might have come out and just hit a 6.
It's hard to believe that they don't.
Or a 6 and a 4 off 2 balls. Because this is the thing with our stats page, and it's great with the amount of technology that we're able to have. But again, creating filters for these things, it's an extra step. So I remember all of our Hall of Fame was people that just faced 1 ball. I'm like, who's this guy? Faced 1 ball back in 2020 and hit a 6.
Somehow it's
top
an
edge of 6,
extraordinary
and he's
strike
down as the number 1 batter on the network.
Stats don't lie. It's all about the data.
That's a nice expression. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's probably a regulation kind of power play. Around about the 40 for 1. And make that 38 to be exact, as that one misses the mark. Yeah, so what kind of work do you do, Jared? Let me know. At the moment he's just said he has YouTube on the phone by the laptop, headphones on at the desk, job done. What is that a job though that you're at?
Well, more the job done as in keeping his viewing options front and centre. Lovely shot from Sabir. He's a nice timer of the cricket ball. And end of the power play, the Marcors 44 for 1. Tell you what, Vinny, on a different topic.
Go on.
I'd love to see an enlarged version of the Marcors logo. I reckon there's a funky little partying Marcor in there. Well, you take us through the Manhattan.
You'd have to blow it up.
Keep a look.
17, 11, 16. 3 fairly healthy overs. Okay, I'm looking for highest. I think they might have started putting a few filters. I'm on the web page, EuropeanCricket.com. So if I want to go ECL. Best batting average, Stephen Solomon, 101.5. That's pretty good.
I thought you were about to say Stephen Gooch.
I didn't realise Scott Edwards 137 odd out, still the highest score in the ECL. And he scored that all the way back in 2019. I think there must be a minimum now because their best strike rate is Siriwardana from Roma CC, former Test Sri Lankan player.
And what's the strike rate?
327.45.
That's at ECL level.
At ECL level. So Corey has been taken down because Corey only ever faced 7 balls.
I don't think it matters to him. 7 balls of rich striking.
I'm just going to see if we get a response from him. I know he's on holiday. That's 6.
Oh.
That's how you bat. Rashid just launches this one over leg side, and you might have to get the old off-road equipment for the retrieval this time. Maximal, 6 runs.
Gee, that's a nice strike, Vinny. I know it was in the hitting zone, but he's absolutely slaughtered that ball. Beautiful hitting. There is some power within this Marcors lineup. Seen some chat about Group A being a little bit stronger than Group B. Those who are saying it haven't watched this Marcors lineup closely enough. It's a less convincing strike, but still rolls off for a boundary.
Yeah. they kind of make your own luck as well. So I'm sending this to Corey. Do you reckon we'll get a bite from him? I'm sending the best strike rate in ECL. It's over, mate.
He'll find a way.
He'll
find a way.
He'll be irritated that he's not on the website anymore. Oh, goes straight through him. Pencia. Okay, you've got to be brave to bowl spin in this format, or bowl anything in this format.
Did we did Rutgers get the message that we thought that Macaulay Culkin would be his Hollywood?
Well, he's very selective with what he replies to. Right, that's in the air. Catchable and taken. Well, they're starting to stick, aren't they? And that's the captain, Sunil Mohandas, that takes the catch out at deep mid-wicket. The dangerous Rashid will be on his way for 35, and Greater Helsinki Marcos 56 for 2.
It wasn't a badly struck shot. Probably ball a touch fuller than he would have needed to try to drag it to that part of the boundary. But in the end, pretty good catch from Mohandas, and sure, the Gladiators will be happy to see the back of Rashid, which reminds me of a conversation topic I have wanted to bring up with you for a few days now, Vinny. Finland hasn't got that many cricket teams. How have two of them ended up with the same name, the Gladiators?
It's a good question. I actually think that you've got like FinCC Club, and I know that in Group A we had the other Gladiators. So we had the Gymkhana Gladiators. They're from Helsinki Gymkhana. So I think there's club names, but they're team names. But even then, it's a bit of coincidence. So I think there's also, Jared will probably tell me, but there's also there's FinCC Lions that I've kind of seen around, and the FinCC Gladiators. But then, having said that, there's also here we go. I'm back. They're also the KCC Lions. So yeah. I mean, Marco was pretty creative.
Marcos is good. I reckon that's a great name for a cricket
I'm
team.
going to throw it out there. What cricket team names aren't out there that should be? For example, I love unicorns, and it's finally been picked up by San Francisco in MLC.
Actually, I'll tell you what. I am loving the unicorn social media content.
Yeah.
What they're doing with the brand.
Seattle
it's really
Orcas.
good. Orcas, it's creative.
But, give us some names that should be out there but aren't. Like, no one's jumped on the Ducks. Anyway, this is no fine leg, so that's just going to be helped out to fine leg area, and the scorers are probably going to pick that up. That's going to be 4. So Mohandas not quite getting it right.
Well, funny you mentioned the Ducks. The Oregon Ducks in college sports in
football,
America, one of the most successful college sports.
I played
brands
baseball
going around.
with a duck.
Did you?
Yeah. In Australia, he was our international player. Oregon, like their colours as well.
Lovely part of the world too. We've got some good friends in Portland, Oregon.
There was a team First Contact in Kiel ECS in 2021, and I christened them the Aliens, referencing a fairly dated movie.
Yeah.
First Contact.
That's
I actually
good.
think genuinely they were a resource for recent immigrants.
I suspected that was the case.
But I just thought you could do a lot with the uniforms if you went with the Aliens. Little green men.
ET phone home.
At 6, geez, Shabir, he's brought in, he was listed to open, batted 3, but he's not wasting any time. Horns another one over the boundary for a Maximo.
Maybe he's a little bit irritated that he didn't get to open. He's taking his fury out on poor Mohandas, who's been slapped around at times during the course of this tournament. So I think the Estonian teams bring some good names with the Hippos.
Hippos is good from the Hippodrome, which is where they originally set up camp. Yeah, the Hippos is a good one. Give us some of your more creative cricket team names you've heard, or alternatively, ones that should be cricket team names but aren't. Because we've had 2 Gladiators. We know there's at least 2 Lions floating around. And not that we don't like those. I mean, there's the one that I think's overused a bit is Stars. There's so many types of stars. Stars and Kings. There's in the IPL, there's Punjab Kings, there's Super Kings, there's kind of Royals, which is basically a type of Kings anyway. The spectators enjoying the afternoon sun as well at the moment.
Getting more of it than we are in the igloo. This continues. And he's absolutely slapped. Gosh, a beer. It's giving an axe-wielding masterclass here.
Yeah, sure is. Look, he's holds it like an axe, doesn't he? Gives it the full 360 pirouette. Bit like Andrew Ryan on the balance beam. Back in his younger days, if you missed that, that's a whole other story.
Did we talk about that on air, or was this just a conversation from last night?
No, it was on air. And we also talked about it last night.
That's true.
This time he leans back. It's a good shot. Good option here. He just shows me he's in a good headspace because he's hit everything to mid-wicket. This one he could have tried to go there, but there's just value in this area. And he's able to go over the top and help himself to 4 more.
Always value in that area, Vinny. As you say, the players who can play both sides of the wicket tend to be more successful in this form of the game. Mahandas over's gone magical. 1 ball to go.
That's lifted up. Beautiful shot. Straight over the cover fielder who's in the circle. That's going to go for 4. So that'll take us to the 5th over. And Greater Helsinki Marcos certainly ahead at the moment at the score of 82 for 2 after 5. Here's some of the more unusual ones from around the world. So you've got the Desert Vipers in the UAE, International League T20, which are Southern Vipers, of course, England women's domestic side as well. The Superchargers, they're in the 100. The Welsh Fire.
Oh, don't get me started on 100 team names.
Okay, I won't. Nelson Mandela Bay Giants. Are there other Giants in cricket? I feel like I've seen that before. And the Patriots, St Kitts and Nevis Patriots.
Actually, tell you what, the Caribbean Premier League does have some cracking team names.
Trinbago. Just what?
Is it Trinbago Night Riders?
Yeah. Yeah, true. There are some good ones. Talawars.
Yep. They use some native or at least
Tridents.
familiar animals that are unique pretty well in and amongst that league.
Here's where it gives you some funny things. All right, this top edge. Surely no one's reaching this. Bermuda Triangle forms and disperses just as quickly. That'll be 2 runs. So I've just found a team called the France Fighting Frogs.
That's not bad.
That's good, but I don't know if they exist.
Can we just use that for the national team moving forward?
I mean, is it offensive?
Depen-
Yeah, but frogs is a good example of it's like an animal that you don't see too many teams called the frogs.
No.
Well, and there should be. You've got an obvious colour scheme just waiting to go.
I also don't know why the creature, the frog, and there's some fantastic species of frogs. Frogs are venerated in Australia, much loved creatures, has become such a negative stereotype connected to the French. It's unfortunate because they're a wonderful creature.
I looked up France Fighting Frogs cricket on Google, and the first hit was frog eats cricket in front of frogs.
That's quite a meta-analysis of the game.
I think it's just made that up. The robots are just feeding us misinformation all the time. Oh, that's tight with his foot. I think he's all right, but he might have just flirted with the rope. Let's check this one here. Oh, yeah, he's probably okay. Roll it through a little bit. See? I think he's all right. Never saw the rope move. Benefit of the doubt anyway, goes to the fielder. Swing and a miss this time for Shabir.
Shabir's finally missed one.
Been a while.
Can we, speaking of what, you keep on looking at the names. I've just gone for a big zoom in on a third-party website for the Greater Helsinki Cricket Club logo. Looking at the small one on our screen, I thought it was a cartoonish-looking marker that was happily swinging a bat, but it's just a token dude in an orange cricket outfit.
Yeah, comes from the Greater Helsinki Club.
Okay,
but see, Marcos is like a team name of their club.
But the marker is such a good animal. I want it in. I want a cartoonish.
Oh, this isn't on.
No, it'll be fine. I want a cartoonish goat.
You want
swinging
horns.
a cricket bat. In fact, can you type in? No, let me do it into ChatGPT.
How about
create a logo with a cartoonish marker swinging a cricket bat?
Yeah, well, I'd love to see the goat kind of heading the ball for 6 off its horns.
Whoa!
Wouldn't need a bat. Goats must be good headbutters with the horns they've got. That'll be the end of the over. Horn chat will continue in the 7th, but right now it's 89 for 2. Yes, and Ian Latine, he must be lurking as well from Gibraltar. And he's mentioned a team that we love, of course, the mighty Sloggers, champions in Gibraltar. Yes, Sloggers. What a name for a cricket team. It sounds a bit more like a social indoor cricket team, but no, Sloggers have been good in Gib. Looking forward to seeing you soon, Ian. I'll be there for the Gibraltar European Cricket Series, first weekend of August, when I've heard it will be hot. Ken is saying the Furious Dingoes. I like that. Yeah. Dingoes is pretty good. We have Barracudas. There's kind of
Barracudas.
There's a couple of Barracuda teams.
There's a water polo team name in Australia. That's the Barracudas.
There's a Czech team that have played in ECS, the Budivica Barracudas.
I like it.
Joe Foster actually is a Barracuda.
Joe
part
Foster.
of
What a legend of European cricket.
Part of our blue crew. Not here at the moment. He's a bit jealous though with all the sauna chat.
He's a man who does like the finer things in life when it comes to...
Kenneth likes the spicy popsicles. By the way, Tripp has tuned in from the USA. He said, is that Rhino on comms with Vinny? It absolutely is. Andrew Ryan in the flesh.
Good vocal recognition from Trippy.
But we have some bad news as well for Rhino fans.
Not going to quite get the Rhino buffet that they might have expected. Geez, that's smashed again. It's actually a harder shot you expect. So that ball was on the downslope. It's just been whacked across the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, well, Corey Rutgers, by the way, has come back to me. There's so much happening. But, yeah, Corey, just when I sent his screenshot of the website with Cyril Wadana as the best strike rate, we're trying to find the ball under the covers now. Good luck. Nothing good can happen under the covers. But, yeah, Corey just sent back 414. Where has it gone? And sad face emoji. And I'm just going to say unlucky. Yeah. Give us your names. I'd love some of these ones coming in. They really can't. I would suggest moving the covers if you can. And then finding the ball. Ball's flying everywhere. Reminds me a little bit of last night, actually. We were at 40 this partnership in 14 balls. Yeah, so the bad Rhino news is, well, do you want to break it? You are due for a knee operation that could save your life, or at least your bowling career.
At least my bowling career, anyway.
Your cricket life.
No, we'll take it after.
And we didn't. We thought maybe it might even be this week. You couldn't do this week.
Outside edge would have been a screamer.
Saves the boundary, maybe. Yeah. Geez, that would have been player that A stuff right there. That's Dwayne Leverock-esque. Maybe not quite the same physique as the big Bermudan.
Jesus.
Headbutt. We got that one more time. Just watch him headbutt the turf. Boof. Oh, rock and roll that if we've got time. I love it. Come back to it. Love good impact. Oh, bowled.
Floating Yorker.
Bowler. Oh, he didn't ground his bat. Also, it was proper keeper's arm, wasn't it, from Nishith? I was scared it wasn't going to make the distance for a second. But have a look at this. Slide your bat, kids. And there's never a run there in the first place. He says, I think I'm safe. You weren't safe.
Not at all.
Zia Rahman, the captain, forgetting the main objective. Goes back in and stomps in once again. Right, we'll get to this in a second. 99 though on the board for GHM. And make that 105. Shabir brings up the ton in style. Maximo says Carreras.
It's a good bit of swagger about Shabir. He's just launched a ball about 90 metres and holds the pose for a moment, looks down as though he's pretty nonplussed about the shot that he's just played. But anyway, so back to the medical news. So I think unfortunately I've been ruled out of contention for both the Stockholm ECS event and also the Norwegian mini tour. Probably should actually tell my actual workplace about this before I announce it.
Norway, I don't think it's until the 22nd of August. Is that still a no-go? We've got a few weeks recovery.
So, well, let's just say the doctor won't write it off
Norway's
yet.
Norway's 15 to 17 of August. So you put you in the maybe pile, or you think it's, what is that, about 3 weeks later?
Let's see.
What's the deal with the operation? Tell us what they're actually doing.
Well, so it is. It's a full ACL reconstruction. So I have probably about 5% of my ACL still attached. So there was some hope earlier in the year that it might not need surgery, but the thing's basically ready to fall apart. Unfortunately, this was an injury from second last game of the Swiss season last year that ended the over, 105-2. It took a little while to get diagnosed, but it was a partial and large ACL tear and a torn meniscus. Fortunately, the meniscus, which I didn't actually realise could repair itself.
Really?
But apparently, if the part that's torn is near enough to substantial blood flow, it can actually repair itself. So fortunately, that has actually happened. So it is just the standard ACL operation that I have to go through, but it should be relatively uncomplicated, and I should be able to walk reasonably comfortably within about a month. But the unfortunate thing with ACL recuperation is that you can't really fast track it. So it really is a sort of 9 to 12 month recovery period before you can get
fly?
back.
I mean, obviously, always drive to Norway. That's going to be hit through the offside, and that's going to be 4. Good shot by Rahman. He's maybe a bit lucky to be there. He was almost run out last over, but yeah, reaches for this and cracks it.
A nice strike. I think the flight is not recommended for the first 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Afterwards, they'll give you some drugs to thin the blood so that it doesn't sort of coagulate around the recently repaired area. Ball goes up and it should be caught, and it is pretty comfortably caught by Bala Krishnan, the other Bala from within the Gladiators team. And so another wicket goes down. It's not really stopping the run flow that much, but Rahman hit a couple of lusty blows, not quite the same viciousness as Shabir, and he goes, and wouldn't say a well-deserved wicket. They've been largely pumped here, the Gladiators, but certainly brings some joy to their team. 109 for 3.
Yeah, no doubt. Zia Rahman, 25 off 12 in the end. And 4 and out situation, well taken by Arun, who found the drop zone pretty quickly.
So question, have you ever had a serious injury in major recovery period, Maximo?
So, I thought I did. Gone. Oh, well, Nelan Cherry's going to go first ball. Biggest biceps in the game. He's going to have to cart him off. And just like that, we've got Anant Kumar on a hat-trick, 109 for 4.
It's a really good return catch, Maximo. The ball just got big on Nelan Cherry, but a pop off the deck, tries to thrash it, but it's well taken. And 2 wickets in 2 balls. So the Gladiators, as much as they're suffering a bit of a thrashing here from the Markhor's bats, could be a hat-trick on the way.
Yeah, and they're having a few little wins. He just judged the pace of it nicely. But it'll take a bit of time to get out there, just saying. 60 seconds you get. There's there's the hat tricks graphic. I've been waiting, I'll say a little while. It's 9 days since our last hat trick. That was Abdul Muiz in the Czech Challenger ECS in Czechia for Vinarati. Hat trick ball, and it's going to get clipped away pretty handsomely by Farouk Zeb for a single. Okay, so you're telling me if you have the operation on the 23rd of July, you'll have our thoughts and prayers that day, by the way.
Thank you. It'll mean a lot.
By the 17th, maybe, or
who knows? Who knows?
Okay, well, to have a backup plan in place anyway. To answer your question, it's another one. Oh, well, almost a hat trick, but it'll be 3 and 4 as the dangerous Shabir goes, and a real window of opportunity starting to open for the Gladiators. Just plays away from the body, little feather edge, simple catch behind for Nishith.
Could we see a big upset here, Maximo? I mean, I know there's been plenty of runs scored so far, but they've got themselves into the teeth of the middle order now. Yeah,
I know that Jared Brady likes a bit of the old floating doorknobs, Chris Harris, about the bowling action. Shabir certainly impressed, didn't he? 5 sixes and 2 fours. That's 38 in boundaries out of his 40. And the score 110 for 5. But a 3 for 1 mini run here in the last 4 balls. And that will be Fahad Mahmood, who's late replacement in the 11. Comes out number 7. He'll retain the strike. End of the 8th over, 111 for 5. Just before we go to my serious injury, Wayne said that it was probably the time, Rhino, that you sprinted to take the stumps, and the big rig couldn't pull up in time and destroyed all 3 stumps. And he's saying all the best with the surgery. Is that I mean, is that one time you can just send the doctors the footage and they kind of go, oh, okay,
we know what's happened here. Well, look, funnily enough, you mentioned that. There's an argument from my doctor that the ACL injury actually came from a particularly tight Achilles on the right leg, which started to actually flare up just in advance of that ECS series in Switzerland, in which I did do the aforementioned full-length swan dive, took out the stumps, which became quite a minor viral sensation throughout India for about 12 hours.
Enjoy it while it lasts. That's a low full toss, but hit pretty crisply. Think of 2, but Fielder recovers pretty quickly and they have to settle for 1.
Do appreciate the nice sentiments though, Wayne. Say good luck for the surgery. Thank you very much. It's I think it's turning to Maximo again. Had you not had to? And I guess the reason I ask is Zeb has pumped what is fairly certain to be called a no ball for a Maximo.
Injury to feelings here. That's going to be a 7-up. Maybe I want to check this from side on, but don't bother. This one's high. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, waist. I think they call those. Again, he's fairly upright there. Yeah, it's going to be a free hit coming up. My serious injury. So actually, I finally cracked it in A-grade baseball after I never thought I'd play A-grade baseball, but went my way up. Wow, free hit, free smack. Zeb puts it up and over the boundary right. Maximo, 13-run ball hurts just when you think there's a chance. The carpet gets tugged from under you. That's what's happened to the Gladiators here. So I actually tore my groin quite badly. And I mean quite badly when I was running to first base. And we're talking like at the big, not there's any crowd there. It's like the equivalent of Sheffield Shield cricket. So good standard, nobody watching. And then they didn't want to sub me out of the game because I was catching, and I thought, well, maybe it's just cramp or something. I probably knew it wasn't, but I didn't really want to sub out because I was really looking forward to playing. And then there was a passed ball, meaning the catcher missed it, and you could pretty much walk to second, and I struggled to do it. I hobbled to second, and luckily I think then there was the 3rd out of the inning, and I walked off, and then I had to be subbed out of the game. There's no way I was coming back. All right, that one's in the air, and whoa! I've got no idea here because the igloo was in the way. He does throw it away, but does he throw it away before his foot lands? Check it out. Watch the foot. No, actually, can't really see when he releases it. This is a tough one. Is the ball out of the hand there, or is he still touch? I have a feeling it's all right because benefit of the doubt will go to the fielder. Is it a bat back or is it a throwback? These are the questions that keep me awake at night. Is it still in contact with the hand? Is he touching the rope then? They've put it through the old Vaseline on the lens filter. I think when there's doubt, remember the fielder gets the benefits. I don't know, maybe we can do a little bit faster, but not too much faster so it doesn't blur. I think you got to say play on, and that's what they are doing. Can't be conclusive that he's touching the rope and the ball at the same time because the ball does leave his hand pretty quickly. All right, this time over cover, and that one is going to fly. Maximo, we'll show you this one now. And hits that full toss and pounds it. Yeah, so going back to my injury, it was very, very painful, but then you wouldn't believe it. The next month I was meant to play in cricket on ice for the first time. And I was really looking forward to it. So I just said, look, I'm just going to shake it off. I'm going to be fine. And I wasn't fine. And then what happened was when I was keeping, a ball went over my shoulder. And luckily I was keeping up to the stump, so it didn't really have to move too much. And as I took off to take it, it snapped. So what had happened, they explained to me later that the main tendon that kind of between your top of your leg and your body, your torso, I'd torn it like 2/3 playing baseball. And then imagine if like a elastic band snapping. Well, that's a shot and a half from Zeb. He's going to get that short one and put it away. Maximo takes him up to 140. I'll try and wrap this up. But let's just say it swelled. It was really swollen and went black. It was not good. And I thought, that's trouble. And the first doctor I went to said, look, they're going to have to reconstruct it, surgery. You're probably out for 12 months.
Oh, no.
And I was like, that's bad, because we did a Cricket World Cup coming up, and I was a bit annoyed. And then he sent me to a specialist. This is the one who does all the Australian football players, the doctors. He sent me there, and it was 3 weeks later. But 3 weeks later, I actually started to feel all right. I said, this is really, really strange, because I was still being careful. I wasn't running or anything, but I didn't have that pain. Once that initial swelling went down, I didn't really have any pain. 6 more. That's in the slot. And Mohandas, there's a little bit of the old bowlingmachine.com about this, and Zeb feasts on it. Maximal sixes back-to-back to start the 10th. Yeah, anyway, I went to the specialist, and the specialist said, well, actually, you wouldn't believe it, but because you've done all your wicket keeping your whole life, your other tendons are all compensating
for it. Yep.
And we don't need to fix it. He said, you're actually fine. He said, still be careful for a couple of weeks, but then start running and training. And I ended up playing the whole indoor season, having getting through, even making the Australian side 6 months later. So that was a bit of a surprise.
So has it ever provided some issues
Never.
after?
If anything, he went a bit further than that. All right, it's going to be another one, I think. Lifted up and over the top. 3 on the spin. Mohandas has got to stop bouncing the ball in, because they're not bouncing on the field again. Maximal 18 have come off the first half of this 10th over. Yeah, so actually, no. And he actually said some athletes, they actually deliberately cut that tendon.
Oh, really?
If they've got chronic groin problems, because it's the stretching of it. And I used to, because cricket's a very stop-start sport, especially indoor cricket, where you're having to take off from a static position. And he said, with you, we might have done that, but now you don't have to, because you tore
Just
it yourself.
done it yourself?
Yeah.
Much more efficient?
Yeah, normally is.
So that's turned out pretty well, as opposed to a 12-month recovery period.
And I did used to have occasional kind of groin soreness, something that was it could be a bit of a pain. Yeah, so that was my brush with injury. I'll show you a picture. I won't put it on air, but yeah. It was a pretty ugly sight that night in Switzerland. Well, I suppose you don't have to go too far to find ice there.
Certainly don't. I'll tell you what, though, I've had some fun navigating the Swiss medical system trying to get this, as this has been lofted very nicely over the boundary. And that's a pretty good way for the Markhors to finish off this 10-over innings, reaching a very neat 160 for 5. Zeb ends up 40 off 10, and Mohandas brings up the half-century for his bowling, 51 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, had glimpses. It's often the way with these teams. They're competitive, but just for short periods, not for whole games. And Gladiators certainly had their little run there, didn't they? But when push comes to shove, they still conceded 160. Anand Kumar took 3 for 6 in that 8th over, but it was downhill from there as 49 came off the last 2. And 161 required. That was the first catch that was actually held. Satyanarayanan took it. A few went down. They kind of paid the price, didn't they? Also the bowling, I think, maybe they got drafted into the military, because it was a bit military medium, I think, as well. And at that pace and with that length, with no fear of losing your wicket, a lot of those balls went for 6 towards the end. But Shabir, he certainly impressed, didn't he, with his 40 coming into the lineup, batting 3 for the Markhors.
Yeah, it certainly did. There was no shortage of power hitters in this Markhors lineup, and you'd have to say they're a big threat for this ECS Finland event. Nonetheless, though, a couple of miraculous wickets in a short space of time as Bala managed to wrap up 3 in the 1 over. It's on a hat-trick, and it was a great little period for the FinCC Gladiators, but that was probably the only respite, as almost the rest of the time it just felt like a bit of a procession of Maximos, as Farouk Zeb came in and whacked 40 off 10 towards the innings, almost, actually in fact quicker than Shahzad Shabir, who ended up 40 off 13. But when you have 2 batters scoring 80 off a combined 23 balls, you've got the makings of a good total. And the Greater Helsinki Markhors certainly did enough to suggest that this is going to be, I'd suggest, a fairly difficult chase for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I would say so. But let's see if they can make a game of it, or at least, take a point. What would the point be? 113 to get a point? Just off the top of my head. 40 for Shabir as he entered the lineup, but Farooq Zeb with 40 off 10 certainly came home with a wet sail, and only 4 extras as well, so they had to earn their runs, and they certainly did. Maximo count seemed up, didn't it? Or 15 of them in that innings. Bowling-wise, I think Kumar stands out like a sore thumb. 3 for 13 off his 2 overs. Didn't get a lot of help. Wickets to Selvaraj and Pensia, but an unfortunate half-century for Sunil Kumar Mohandas as he got taken down, and Hemanathan Kumar likewise, none for 39 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 161 for the Gladiators to finish their campaign with an unlikely upset win. Or can the Marquards perhaps take all 4 and be favourites for that top spot? I know they've got that big clash with the Vipers still coming up later on today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after a short break. Don't get injured. Come back here and enjoy the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. Good to have you with us at the Kerava National Cricket Ground here in Helsinki. We're at the tail end of stages of Group B here at ECS Finland 2025. And the boys from Helsinki Cricket Club, the Markors, put a pretty good first innings total on of 160, some bold hitting throughout that innings. And they've left an uphill task for the FinCC Gladiators as they try to rack up an upset win to keep things interesting within the group. But a pretty tall task against a very strong bowling lineup. Plenty of chat out there already as the Markors look to take some early scalps to really get on top of this defence. We've got a final game coming up against Vanta Vipers, which is likely to decide first and second in the group later this afternoon. Singh just pops that out to the offside, gets the total underway. He's out there with Ashish Chowdhury. Rizwan Ali taking the ball for the first over. Good conditions for cricket here now. We've obviously had some fairly inclement weather throughout the course of this ECS Helsinki or ECS Finland event. It's bright sunshine now. It's a little bit coolish conditions as Chowdhury knocks the ball to the offside and takes a single. Certainly much more comfortable in our commentary box now than it was a couple of hours ago. Sun beating down, raised the temperature by a good 4 or 5 degrees it feels. Big in swinger from Ali. Singh gives himself some room to start with, but adjusts late. Pops the ball over the offside, backward of point, rolls the way to the boundary. And that's the first boundary of the innings for the Gladiators. Slightly more complicated shot than it probably needed to be, but brings about a good result. Gladiators 6 for none. It's been a trying tournament for them. Best opportunity for them for a win was this morning against the KCC Lions from Kuopio. Fortunately, as far as the Gladiators are concerned, they were just unable to finish the job. The Lions getting it done. 1 ball left in their 10 overs. Fairly substantial run-up, so the aborted takeoff for his delivery. A reasonable way to get back. Nice rhythmic approach to the wicket, though. It's a good shot down the ground. It will just be a single as Tif Rashid, who batted well in the Markors batting innings, just massaging his knee. It's a pretty soft surface here, Kerava, particularly after all of the rain during the course of this week, so fairly good surface to dive on. Big swing, inside edge, and it's an excellent catch. It certainly seemed like an inside edge to me. The umpire's going for a consultation, which suggests that the only query should be whether or not the ball carried to the wicket keeper. But it does seem to have finally been given out. It's a large uncontrolled swing. It's well taken by the wicket keeper. Alan Cherry. He's got good agility behind the stumps. Brings a lot to this Markors team. Unfortunately, Chowdhury has to go. It's the last time we'll see him at ECS Finland 2025. Goes for 1 off 2. See this on replay again. Alan Cherry moved quickly to his left. The ball was fading. Inside edge taking it into an awkward spot. So it was well done for the man with the gloves. Satyanarayanan coming to the crease in the number 3 spot. 1 ball to go in this opening over. Nicely struck straight down the ground. That's carried the boundary a couple of metres. Very uncomplicated strike from Satyanarayanan, but used the pace of Ali well. He knew that everything's coming in as an in-swinger. Well struck, and finishes the over with a bang. FinCC Gladiators now 13 for 1. End of the first over. 17 matches since the last golden ball. This was that magnificent clash earlier in the week. First game of the week here. Big Mooney taking the TCC Dark Knights to victory, and we'll hopefully see the Big Mooney turn out again for the PTCC Dark Knights tomorrow in finals day. Another lovely strike straight down the ground. Singh just short arms it, but gets excellent elevation, and Rahman coming onto the bat nicely. Easy as you like. A bright start for the Gladiators, 19 for 1. It's the first ball of the second over. They went for plenty in their own bowling power play, so they know what this feels like. Bunted across to the right, to the offside. Comeback from Rahman. Certainly wasn't going to get swung straight down the ground again. Creates some space. Crack to the offside. Fumble in the field. There's no run. Oh, it's an athletic effort, but cleaner hands needed. Plays almost a carbon copy of the shot. It's catching practice again. This time it is taken. And the second wicket down for the Gladiators. Rahman continues with his short of a length attack. Singh couldn't help himself trying to cut over point again. Not enough elevation, not enough placement. And he's on his way back to the pavilion. Pretty good catch in the end. It was a cleanly hit ball. Just straight to the fielder. And Singh trudges off, fairly despondent look on his face underneath that helmet. It's been a tough tournament for the Gladiators. Catch taken by Ardasham. Good grab after some early dramas in the field, a few balls beforehand, or 1 ball beforehand. Hundus coming out the number 4 spot. Drills it to the leg side. That will bisect the outfielders after it beat the man at mid-wicket. So first up boundary for the skipper. FinCC Gladiators make their way to 23 for 2. Big swing across the line, and you all know I love it when pace bowlers aim for the top of off stump, and you can't get a much better example than that. Excellent bowling from Rahman. Great way to finish off the second over, and the third wicket already down for the Gladiators. They are in a hole at 23 for 3. That was a short but bright stay from Ahandis. Bounder of his first ball, cleaned up second ball. Poor old Jaggy Satyanarayanan's been standing stranded at the non-striker's end. Lofted his first ball for a Maximo. Hasn't seen the strike since. Reminder that the Markors are on deck again to play the final game of today. Starting at 5:15 local time or thereabouts. Might be a bit of a delay considering that we've had some minor delays across the day. Rizwan Ali come charging in for his second over. It's called wide. It's yet another one that, to be honest, is quite clearly not outside the wide line. It's pretty good bowling, in fact. Doesn't mean Satya Narayanan's keeping his record intact of having hit every ball for 6 that he's faced. Not on that occasion. So Ali definitely trying to keep it away from his stumps. Not getting the same inward movement that he did the first over. A couple of good athletes in their pace attack, the Marcors. Generate some decent velocity, a little bit of movement. That one starts wide and gets even wider. Probably hit that ridge in the pitch. Very easy call. Got the feeling they really will present quite a difficult proposition for the 2 qualifiers from Group A earlier in the week. Marcors, when it comes to finals day tomorrow. It's cut relatively cleanly and takes some stopping and ultimately does carry the rope. So that's a good cricket shot. Jaggi just gets the bottom hand through it, back foot moving across nicely. It's a well struck shot. The run rate required up to 17.2. Not an easy task, but finding the boundary, I wouldn't say often enough, but not too far off from the Gladiators, but 3 wickets down. It's probably the biggest concern for them. Are they making their job a touch easier, though, with a few wides in this over? Not the tidiest figures from him. It's actually nicely played. Wasn't a bad ball at all from Ali, but pushes it out into the offside. It will just be a single, though. They've got protection down deep on the offside. Square of the wicket. Such a change to see this Kerava ground bathed in bright sunshine. It really has been quite a while since we've had that for any lengthy period of time. Big in swinger, hits the pad, going down leg side, but tremendously good bowling. It's the first one that he's really got to hoop in during this over. Wrist looked like it was in better position. So 130 needed off 44 balls. Kumar at the crease. That one is a wide. Not a particularly good change up from Ali. He's only been more wayward in this game than we've seen him in the tournament to date. Gladiators still holding out some hope, as they should. A couple of lusty blows to finish off this power play. Certainly would help. Kumar drops it on the offside and they'll scoot through for 1. Good chance while we're waiting for something to happen here in the middle. Go to our YouTube chat. Just a big hello to Adjun and Trip Denny in there still. Great to see Johnny He's been with us for most of the day. Wayne loitering around. Thanks for all the support from everyone for the knee operation. Great to see. Great to see some caring chat in the YouTube group, because that is what community is all about. Speaking of community, the Markhors set themselves up in a decent position here. It's threes all round, 33 for 3 after 3 overs. Have a look at that Manhattan for the Markhors. Some big overs in there, 25, and then finishing off with 23 and 26. The Gladiators going at a pretty consistent clip. It's those teams who can get the big overs, get a few magical ones, even a potentially supersonic over. Ones that are causing the most damage in this event. Bit of chat in the group about Arunjan comes on. It's a nice little bit of off-spin bowling. Thrown into the chat group, courtesy of Mr. Maximo, my suggestion for a logo for the Markhors. Such a great team name that I'd love to see it incorporated specifically into the logo for Greater Helsinki Club. Markhor, just what a tremendous goat. Full stop. A little sort of wrapping around horns. An aggressive but friendly creature. Nice bowling again from Arjunan. It's only one of his overs so far. A little bit of flight. The bowler decides can't be bothered sticking his hands out to save the single. I haven't seen too many bowlers recoil away from a straight drive when it's giving them the opportunity to help their own figures. Junan basically waved that through like a matador with a bull. Managed to beat him again, although at least there was a greater degree of difficulty on that occasion. One ball to go. Only 3 off the over so far. Satchinarayanan not doing quite as much damage since that first ball, Maximo. Had the opportunity to use his feet on that occasion, but stayed at home. Pushed it down to long off, and that's the end of the 4th. VNCC Gladiators 37 for 3. This match is making its way towards a thrilling conclusion. The Markhors comfortably ahead on aggregate run rate. In fact, with every over, feels like the Gladiators are getting more and more away from the total. Probably their best bet now is to focus on collecting that bonus point. Not that it will do anything for the overall table position that they have, but might give them a bit of a self-esteem boost. One way of doing it, the underneath edge, it is stopped from going over the boundary. However, and it is called no ball, so have a look at this on the side on replay. Easy call for the umpire. This is Mohammed Kashif who's come on. Bowl the 5th. Nice job on the free hit. Speared in at the leg stump. Brings Satchinarayanan back on strike. Love to see some fireworks from his bat. Strong hit, but there's plenty of protection on that part of the Kerava field. After an early flourish, the Gladiators just really struggling to find the boundary. Ball wild wide of off stump, fairly easy call for the umpire. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket, Kumar. Drives it to the offside, but hits it straight to Rahman, who keeps it to 1. Another big swing and a miss, but called wide. Sato Narayanan. And just the feet not really moving towards the ball in any way, shape or form. Another tight call. That ball did swing quite late. Another lusty blow. Can't beat the fielder coming around from deep square though, so very much an innings of ones. Recent overs. Good defensive bowling from the Mark Gores. Swung straight back at the bowler. He jumps out of the way. Allows it to scoot through for the one. It's a tidy enough stuff from Kashif. Nicely struck out to the offside, but nothing much happening as far as the Gladiators are concerned. 5 overs gone. Score at 47 for 3. They are still a long, long way away from chasing this total. If you need to be mesmerised outside watching the coverage today, then please don't forget, for all of our Hindi speakers, we now have the European Cricket Hindi account at European Cricket Network Hindi. Go check it out for some Hindi language content from the European Cricket Network. Short ball to start this 6th over, but nothing much that Satyanarayanan can do with it. Arjuna coming on for his 2nd over. Nice air. Kumar tries to cut. He's really getting bogged down. 6 off 9. Really need to start going harder. Gladiators 65 off 28 needed for a bonus point, so for a point. Still a long way to go for them. But makes good contact. Not the greatest effort. Down there at backward square leg. Shahzad Shabir maybe still dreaming about some of the maximos that he boomed during the batting innings. Lost his concentration and the ball runs away for a boundary. It's been pretty tight so far, Arjuna, but not his best ball on that occasion. A little bit more flight. Causes some footwork uncertainty for the batter. Nice flight again. Just dropped before Kumar. Pushes through for the single. Trying hard here, the Gladiators. They just cannot free the arms, the stump-to-stump line of the Marcos bowlers. A bit of air driven straight back down the pitch. Hits the stumps though, so even when they do manage to beat the Marcos fielders, there's equipment on the field that's working against them. It's the end of another tremendously tight over. So 6 overs down, the FinCC Gladiators. 53 for 3. A tidy 2-over spell from Akhil Arjunan. No wickets, but only 10 runs off it. Farouk Zeb's going to take up the attack for the Marcos. 108 runs required in only 4 overs, so getting towards to the not too far away from being impossible range for the Gladiators. Good length from Zeb. It's gone to the fielder behind square. Quick throw in, but I'll make it through for a safe one. Another one of our flights coming into Vanta Airport, just overhead. Provides plenty of excitement for the residents of Kerava. Discussed yesterday that Kerava's announced itself as the national cricket capital here in Finland. Certainly a beautiful ground, incredibly well maintained, and great job from Cricket Finland to get it in such a great condition. Well, thank goodness for that. After nurdling and nudging for the last 13 balls, Kumar has finally taken the long handle to a length ball, smashed it to the leg side for a Maximo. Give us time to look at the chat. My boy Jordan O'Brien, fellow Brisbaneite, asking whether or not Arjuna gives me Carl Webb vibes. Charlie Webb, rest in peace. Big man, the former Broncos and Cowboys enforcer in the NRL. Need a bit of a closer look, to be honest, to see about Arjunan. Certainly didn't give me vibes in the way that he was bowling. Not how I suspect Carl Webb would have done things if he was out there on a cricket field. Bowling from Zeb, a little bit of pop off the pitch. Let us know though, Jordan. Hopefully have you back here for finals day tomorrow. Your potential opponents becoming clearer by the hour, although somewhat will come down to how that final game between the Markhors and the Vanta Vipers go. They're two powerful batting lineups. Kumar doesn't quite have the power to clear the circle, and after that short flurry of action, he goes for 18 off 16. Ball just got a little bit big on him. And the FinCC Gladiators now 62 for 4. Jagadesh Satyanarayanan still there. He slowed down after that first ball 6. Sitting at 19 off 15. Let's get a Akhil Arjunan's profile page. Good to see him out on the field today. Obviously, quite a talented cricketer. As many are within this Markhors lineup. Zeb puts it on a slightly foolish length, and Kumar eases the ball over the boundary rope for a Maximo. Is there some fight left in this Gladiators lineup? 68 for 4 after 7 overs. Still requiring 93 off 18 balls to win the game. They're a long way away from that, but it does let us turn ahead to see what's happening in the final game. The assumption that the Markhors, the Vipers, sorry, the Markhors complete the win here and take them to 3-0. The Vipers needing to take them down in this final game to try to get first spot. That is a strange looking shot from Jagu. Somehow he's managed to take a full toss off his hip and sky it down to fine leg, but for his benefit, there has been a no ball call, and rightly so. It was sitting above no ball height. So it is a free hit. Kashif coming on for his second. Was a little bit wayward in his opening over. Nice change of pace though. Kumar not getting quite the same zip off the deck to work with. Going back to your comment, Jordan, to be fair, I've just had a look at Akhil Arjunan's profile photo. Carl Webb comparison, not a million miles off. I know this is fairly niche for most of our viewers, as Satyanarayanan launches a Maximo. So some fight still from the Gladiators. Too little too late really, but they're going to give this bonus point a good crack. tell you what, the logos for the Markhors coming thick and fast as the chat gets very enthusiastic about this. Well, that's another pretty decent shot from Satyanarayanan. Hits it hard, he hits it flat. But with just enough carry to get it over the fielder at long off. It's great stuff from Kroom. Another cartoonish Markhor. I'm absolutely fascinated with the Markhor. Has to go down as one of the world's great goats. Slapped across the leg side by Satyanarayanan. Gladiators 84 for 4. Drew into Kashif's figures a touch. 26 with 2 balls to go. It's a very high strike, will land inside the boundary, and that is the end of a short but sweet innings from Kumar. Nicely taken by Ziel Rahman down there at the long on boundary. Just a bit wide of off stump. Kumar managed to get the ball on the bottom of the bat. Not enough sweetness to carry the boundary. And he goes after an entertaining but short knock. Let us know in the chat. You got some options for the Markhor's new logo. What is your favourite? Oh, it's hard to focus on the chat when there's such a compelling contest on the screen. It's nicely driven by Mahajanam. Completes a pair of overs for Kashif. He goes for 27. Rewarded with the wicket of Kumar, the previous ball, and 2 overs to go. Gladiators, they're fairly way out of this contest and have been for a while, but at 85 for 5. Needing 76 runs in the last 12 balls. Markhors took about 50 off the last 2 overs though. So it shows how much you've got to stay in the game. The whole 10 overs in these T10 contests. Take your foot off the accelerator at any stage. Can be some substantial repercussions. So Fahad Mahmood going to charge in for the 9th over. Generally say it all happens in the 9th. Absolutely nothing happened there as he bailed out of the run-up. Been a bit of a lone hand here from Satyanarayanan, 33 off 19. Full ball just turned to leg by Mahajanam. Probably the more relevant chasing point, 27 off 11. We'll get them a bonus point from here. Satyanarayanan sends his partner back. Clearly giving a signal that he's best placed to try to land a couple of boundaries to get them this point. Short and wide ball, that will help. Not sure if you can hear the audio, but it feels like the planes are getting lower and lower as we go throughout the week here. Obviously very close to Helsinki-Vantaa Airport. Major international airport in Helsinki. Very pleasant airport to go through, mind you, as well. Quite a substantial renovations in the last decade, bringing it up to standard of sort of visitor numbers and flights that the city of Helsinki has generated. .24 off 9 for the bonus point now. Never know, a couple of big blows. Satchinarainen could get his way up to a half century as well. Be a nice way to finish for the Gladiators. Ball went down leg side. Umpires clearly decided that it took a bit of pad on the way through. Addy and Tessarand on YouTube thinking that it's likely the Markles will get all the points from this game the way this ninth over has gone, but Mahajanam managed to find the boundary. Much needed. Just been a few too many dot balls and singles for the Gladiators in this innings. So the equation now 20 off 7 for the bonus point. Driven nicely down the ground by Mahajanam, but it is just a single. We'll get him back on strike for the start of the 10th over though, so 6 balls left in the tournament for the Gladiators. Been a gutsy chase, just a bit outmanned to be honest. Bowling attack's been solid rather than spectacular. A couple of wickets for Rahman. The second over of the game. Arjunan quite solid with his couple of overs of off spin. So final 6 balls of the tournament for the FinCC Gladiators. As Rahman coming on to bowl the 10th. It's Ardasam Rahman. Well, aborted takeoff on a couple of occasions. Umpire just asking Nolan Cherry, the wicket keeper, to get back if he's refusing to wear a helmet. Short ball, pulled away. Just the one, unfortunately for the Gladiators. They need a couple of boundaries and they need them very soon. Good to see the Markles spreading the bowling load around, giving some players an opportunity, and it's a wicket for Rahman. Half tracker on the leg side, so probably not by design, but a nifty catch out there behind square on the leg side. And I wouldn't say it's the most well-planned wicket of all time, but no on the scorebook. And there's a 6th down. FinCC Gladiators, 95 runs on the board. Still 66 runs short of this lofty target. And even now it's going to be a difficult task to get the point out of this game as Rahman strides in. May have 2 and 2 here. Unfortunately for him, he can't complete the catch, but he does complete the run out. Lovely piece of work. Well, the action's all happening in this 10th over. Balakrishnan, he goes first ball without scoring. And while we deal with the excitement happening out in the middle, what a wonderful time to bring Maximo back to the commentary box.
There we go. They were just floating in, and yeah, I've been keeping an eye on this one. Obviously, it was always going to be a tough one for FinCC Gladiators, but you know, they've been a great addition to the tournament as well. Krishnan goes without scoring this time around. Nice little direct hit run out from Rahman off his own bowling. But, you know, just speaking to them, I know they've had a great time as well, and you know, they'll be disappointed that obviously they won't go any further, but at least get these couple of days of ECN cricket. I think it's been a great experience. We've loved having them. So just 3 balls to go in this one. And now I'm going to do a bit of number crunching, Rhino, because yeah, with the Gladiators going down without taking a point out of this one, I haven't done the net run rates just yet, but it will be interesting. So because, remember, the Greater Helsinki... Oh, jeez, still out. But jeez, an attempted viral clip. And Rahman just took a great run out off his own bowling. And then when he had a ball underarm lobbed to him, he absolutely clangs it. And luckily, he's able to recover just in time. There goes the ball. Luckily, he kept his eye on it, picked it up, and still had time to break the stumps. So I was just looking at this. Now, the Vipers have had a no result, which cost them a couple of points, potentially. They've also had, their 2 wins have just been regular 3-point wins, whereas the Markhors have picked up 2 bonus point wins. Long story short, going into the last game, the Markhors are going to be on 11 points and Vipers 8. And you know what that means? I'll tell you in a second, because Selvaraj is going to launch this one. Going, gone. Maximal! That's the way things are going to finish with the Gladiators. Oh, bit of consolation. They'll bring up the 100 at least off the last ball. They'll finish 102 for 8. So what that means, basically, there's a 3-point margin between the Markhors and the Vipers, which means the only way the Vipers can steal top spot is to take all 4 points out of the game. Because if they take 3 points, that means Markhors will take the other point, and they'll only make up 2 points on them. So basically, the equation is simple. For the Vipers to secure the double chance, they will need to make a 4-point win in match 20, and that'll what will be a top-of-the-table clash. But now we do know our qualifiers, and we just don't know the order they'll be in. Let's have a look through this second innings with the Gladiators finding that 161 chase a bridge too far. Though they do bring up the 100 in the end.
Yeah, certainly do. It was a game that I always felt that the Markhors were in control of, but the Gladiators put in some feisty efforts during the course of this T10 tournament and possibly deserved a little bit more from their showing, but I'm sure they'll have learnt a lot along the way. They've got some talented young cricketers. They certainly know how to give it a go, but a little bit overmatched by this Greater Helsinki lineup. In the end, some good fielding, but the occasional big strike that they kept their run rate up at a reasonable level, and certainly feel good to them that they managed to rack up the 3 figures across the 10 overs, even if it did cost them 8 wickets. But very disciplined bowling effort from the Markhors as well. And in particular, Ziaur Rahman looks pretty good with the new ball at the top of the order. They've still got some question marks there. Rizwan Ali, not the greatest couple of spells from him. Shah Rahman managed to execute one brilliant run out, almost mashed the simpler one up. But in the end, a pretty comfortable victory for the Greater Helsinki Markhors, and they roll on in their ECS Helsinki 2025 tournament, still undefeated, and looking forward to that matchup later this afternoon, Maximo.
Yeah, might just have a look at the coin toss in that last game as well, because that could affect things. Looking at the scorecard here, though, they end up going down by 58. 34 for Satyanarayanan was the top score. 18 for Anant Kumar and 12 for Nishit Singh at the top. 11 extras, 102. And yeah, for the Gladiators, obviously we wish them all the best. Still, plenty of cricket to go this season in Finland, I'm sure, and they'll be hoping to keep moving their game in the right direction. But yeah, there's a lot to like about that team. Let's have a look at the bowling figures for the Markhors. 2 for 10, Ziaur Rahman did a pretty good job, the skipper. Singles also to Rizwan Ali, as well as Mohammad Kashif Farooq Zeb and Atisham Rahman. We will take a break then. Just a bit of housekeeping. We are meant to start the next game in 10 minutes, but looks like there's a 5-minute delay on that one, just for logistical reasons to get teams in and out. So we'll be back for a start in 15 minutes. Mini sound of him, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan, and we'll have a battle for top spot when we return as the 2 top dogs go head-to-head in match 20. We'll see you then, live from Finland, for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back for the last game of the day here on day 4. Group B action will come to a close after this game, and we actually know the two teams we're about to see will be part of Finals Friday tomorrow, but we can't tell you which team will get the double chance. That's what we'll find out at the end of this game. That could be invaluable in such a tight competition. So we've got the Greater Helsinki Markors taking on the Vanta Vipers. The Markors winning the toss and electing to bowl. Now here's the skinny. Vipers need all 4 points, so whatever they make, they need to defend 70% of it. So for every time you see 10 runs, think 7, if that makes sense. Because of the good performances by the Greater Helsinki Markors, they've had 2 4-point wins and a 3-point win, so they're 11 points. As far as the Vipers, they have 2 3-point wins and no result, which is worth 2. Markors 55%, so it's going to be tough for the Vipers anyway, just to win the game, never mind win it by such a large margin. And you've got to feel a bit unlucky for the Vipers because they didn't get to play their games uninterrupted so far. That's just the weather gods and the kind of uncontrollables that have messed with them. Because you actually look at, obviously they've been pretty dominant when we have seen them. 6-over match. It was a huge margin against the FinCC Gladiators, 131-60, but because in reduced matches the bonus point isn't available, they had to settle for 3. And their other game, they went pretty close to defend to the 4 points. They scored 158, which meant they needed to keep their opposition 110 or less. That was against Oulu, and Oulu made 118. So basically what that means is that the Vipers need all 4 points. The other thing is Vipers actually have a better net run rate. So even if they had taken the 4 points earlier today, it might have been the case that just a regular win might have been enough to get them to the top on net run rate. But I suppose there's a bit of relief as well for both these two teams. I know at least they will be part of Finals Friday tomorrow, but in such an even competition, I think that double chance is worth a fair bit. Warm welcome back to all of our viewers watching from all around the world. Kenny Sandhu here, Adian is watching, Johnny Heesum, Trip, and everybody settle in. Here we go with match number 20 for top spot. Starts with a ball that's going to hit the pads and probably fly away for 4. Now, if you had 4-leg buys on your bingo card first ball, you'd be laughing now as things get underway. Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. So basically, flip the script. The Markors will have a target that they know if they can at least get a point, so exceed 70% of whatever is set for them, then they've got top spot. And they've earned that right through strong performances. This time it's up and away, going, and just inside. Oh, no, maybe not. That's going to go for 6. Maximal. I think I was looking at the wrong rope there. Check this one out on the replay. Next to 2 circles. Just had the legs here, Wichamuni. Where did this bounce? No, isn't that 4? I'd love to see that again. That's been called 6. Maybe it actually bounced backwards. Oh, maybe I'm crazy. Well, he said it was 6 and it was just out of shot, so it must have been a plonker. Whoa! Throw that hits the edge of the pitch, hits the groove, and then flies away. I suppose it was 6, because I know on such a clunky outfield, sometimes they can go backwards. Once it hits the ridge, I know exactly where this hits, just inside the return crease. Pretty good bit of backing up there as well. So Vipers have a net run rate of 6.9 versus the 4.9 of Greater Helsinki Markors. And that's even with Markors picking up 2 4-pointers. But don't forget that the no result that the Vipers had to swallow. And to be fair, last night they were kind of given the opportunity to play. They said, no, we don't want to risk it. Want to wait for it to dry out a little bit more. Oh, proper umpire clothesline. That's one of the best ones of 2025. The counter went flying. Oh, super slow-mo, please. Late decision. Boof. Bring back the biff. How did the stumps go over? I need more of that, please. Oh, bad. Oh, the stumps went first. Oh, well, the cricket gods conspiring. This is where just a call might be the best move from the umpire, rather than risk having your shoulder ripped out of its socket by the burly fast bowler Rizwan Ali. Speaking of burly fast bowlers, here's Andrew Ryan back for the last game of the day. And bring back the biff, Rhino.
Love it, Maximo. And a full toss, wide of off stump.
You just wonder if the clothesline affected the control of Rizwan Ali there. Completely lost the plot.
I feel like we've had more action in the first 3 balls of this game than we've had for a little while. It's all happening out here at the Kerala National Cricket Centre.
Right.
Big game, this, isn't it?
Huge.
2 gun teams in Group B. Full toss, smacked. Not a great ball, but Silver also changed up the length by taking a stride or 2 down the track. 18 for none after 4 balls.
I just wonder if it plays on the bowler's mind. Can they have confidence getting into their delivery stride when they've got the spectre of the umpire sticking their arm out?
How does the umpire not hear the impending footsteps?
There's
got to
be a bit of squelch factor still in the run-ups as well. It was one of the best umpire clotheslines, but it's the umpire that I think wore it worse.
Full toss, inside edge. Sorry, just short of a full toss, I should say, but it runs off to the boundary. So, excellent start from the Vanta of Vipers. Not everything coming off the middle of the bat, but 22 runs off the first with still 1 to go.
Yeah, magical stuff. And like I said, Rhino, there's only one route to top spot for the Vipers, and that's 4 points. So, even at 22 now, it's probably worth, what's 70% of that? 15? Something like that. So that's the way you're going to have to look at it.
It's an intriguing way of looking at it.
Yeah,
Maximo.
It's worth 15.4.
Oh, hits him on the foot.
Terrible cricket. But that'll happen. Those stumps have gone down now. But this is a wide, but it probably would have been 5 wides. It was such a big angle. It's going to be a tough one for the keeper. He was just starting to move. I
also don't think the bowlers followed him. I think that was just an ordinary ball.
But then there was a chance for a run out, but the fielder fumbled. Well, you're going to get terrible cricket sometimes. That's the end of the first over. It's 23 without loss. Magical start.
Certainly was. Tremendous start, full stop.
Kroom said it unsettled the bowler of the clothesline, bowling wide of the crease now. Probably makes sense. Quick look at the calendar. Okay, I'm looking forward to many things. I'll tell you one, Cyprus, which is on the calendar, that's going to be a bit unusual because that is not actually any ECS cricket. It's an all-international trip.
No.
Mixture of men's and women's T10 and T20 internationals over, I'm going to say 9 days. I'll tell you exactly in a minute.
Well, Arjun, who we saw a little bit of in the last game, bowled pretty well, actually. As Jordan O'Brien described him as Carl Webb from the old rugby league days. Probably won't mean too much to many people, but he is a short, nuggety, powerful figure.
11 days for Cyprus. So it's 2 days of women's T20 internationals and 3 days of women's ECI T10s, and then men's ECI T10s for 3 days and men's T20Is for 3 days.
Who else is going out there, Maximo?
Rico's going, and I believe Nish is our Cyprus specialist.
I was meaning more in terms of the teams participating, as Widjamuni continues on his merry way in this ECS Finland 2025 tournament. Lovely strike.
I don't know if it's been settled yet, but I know that it's meant to be there. Maybe the robots listing. That's one of the few things I sometimes don't know until a couple of weeks before, is who's travelling. I'm sure their teams know quicker, but it doesn't really find its way into my desk until a little bit later in the piece. Who'd be a good match for Cyprus? Normally Greece, they're around the traps, obviously proximity-wise as well.
Arjun fires it in. Just a little whip across. Tell you what, Vinny, Atif Rashad had a pretty good play on that ball. He's gone for the one-handed grab, which is reasonable in the circumstances.
Yeah, I think it was the right option. I think he was on the move and just had to hope it stuck. If he went with 2, then the left side of his body would have probably taken him over the rope. But, yeah, tipped over the bar. Okay, my guesses, these are only guesses, with Greece there. With Greece nearby and Turkey.
Oh, surely Turkey. Yeah,
that'd be
I'm glad you said
that'd
that.
be an interesting try series, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Maybe throw in Malta, another island.
Spear down the leg side. Call wide, and they'll also scoot around for an extra.
Could be one of the few times that Magic Spray Mary comes on for the umpire, that boomfa in the first over.
How is Magic Spray Mary?
Yeah, you know Magic Spray Mary, she's retired from Magic Spraying at the Cardamom Oval, but she is still part of the ground crew. She actually normally is at the entrance.
Did she announce her retirement with a social media post? Silvers struck that off the bottom of the bat, and it's well taken. Catch taken out there by Ziaul Rahman, and the first wicket's down. It wasn't a particularly good ball. Silva taking a step down the track again, but getting it just mistimed. Hit it too high, and well taken.
Yeah, it's bottom of the bat job, really, isn't it? And for the Marcors, I mean, I suppose you go into this, you're looking to win the game. I mean, also opposition you might run into tomorrow in at some point. Gihan Silva hasn't really clicked at the top, has he? He's out for 11. It's 38 for 1.
Interesting talking around the traps just before as I went to get my couple of slices of cake, courtesy of Claire's Wonderful Catering. I was asking a few people about their views on this game, sort of mixed feelings of the Vipers at their best are probably the better team, but they've also got quite a few players who can be quite up and down, and if Wijamuni fails, have they got enough in the rest of the batting order to put the sort of 140, 150 totals on the board that they need? So, an intriguing contest. Finish off Group B. Arjun spears that into the leg side. Not sure what he was appealing for. Thanuka, the man who's gone out to accompany Wijamuni.
Got some breaking ECN commentary news as well, which has come across today. Something's been decided. No, it is last game of the day. It's a good time to drop it.
Short ball, well left.
It's a good friend of the chat, and obviously now regular of the ECN commentary team, Phil G. He's had a chat with him. He's had a good day. I'll tell you what.
That's lofted by Wijamuni. Arjuna puts it wide of off stump. It's pretty creative batting, to be honest, Vinny. That's a ball that was wide of off stump. Wijamuni's managed to play it relatively late, give it some serious elevation, and to carry the infield for a boundary. He's a quality cricketer, this young man.
Well, it would have been a wide. That's the thing. But, yeah, he went after it anyway. So end of the over, 44 for 1. You can see that with a 3-point differential, you need to go 4-0 here if you're the Vipers, because if you get 3 points, sure, you get to 11, but the other point's going to go to the Marcors. It's going to put them up to 12. So no need to worry about net run rate. Actually, it's one of the benefits of bonus point as well, is it's less hard math required, because you just know in this scenario.
You don't want hard math determining outcomes.
Some people struggle with hard math.
So are you going to keep us all on the edge of our seats with the Phil G news?
Yeah, I definitely can tell you. I'm just waiting for a break in play. Is Ziaul Rahman.
It's called wide.
Okay.
Sure about that one.
Yeah, so a spot's opened up during the Western Shield and the Melton Shield. I know that you'll be doing some of the ECC Challenger Division and towards the end. So there's a spot up front with Corey, obviously coaching in the Western, and Tina potentially playing in the Melton. So Rico and I will be there, of course. But yeah, Phil G's got the call up.
What a great moment for Phil G.
Yeah, he's got the call up. It's come from, I want to say, the Kerry Packer of the company, but the tap on the shoulders come and said, yeah, we think Phil's doing a good job.
Boy. You're in.
Have full confidence. So yeah, Phil G will be part of the Cardamom crew during the Melton on the Western Shield.
It's a big moment, the first time that anyone takes their steps into the hallowed halls of the Cardama commentary box.
Have to have the kind of the little meeting before the game. That's going to be 4. It's a full toss outside the legs, and Widjamooney says, "Yeah, would you mind of this?" As he clips it for 4. And
what? Speaking of that, what could we give as a replica to the baggy green cap or something like that for commentary debuts at Cardama?
I think you'd unplug the headset from the console and you'd hand the headset over, and then everyone has to clap.
But that's not a permanent memento.
Does it have to come in like a little pouch? But what? Yeah, we don't.
Could we could we not do their own office chair?
Do you know what it probably is? One thing I don't like having these ideas generally, because everyone's valuable on our team. That's going to be pulled away, and that's going to be 4. So 2 short this time from Zia Uraman. Bit of an overcorrection, and the 50s come up as well during this over. Yeah, because I don't like to have class, because there's not just Phil is capable. Some other commentators haven't had the chance at Cardama. But I suppose if you were going to do it, maybe it would be a certain jacket or something, which is handed over.
The Cerise Cardama jacket.
A bit like the Masters. Widjamooney, 31 off 8.
Oh, shot. Widjamooney might be in his hitting zone, but he has got some spectacular timing. Beautiful parabola on that strike as it carries out to the far reaches of this Kerava ground.
Yeah, special kind of sound, wasn't it? Off the bat of Widjamooney. Yeah, by the way, Jacob is just off for the day. See you later, Jacob.
Thanks, Jacob.
I say up in Estonia. It's more like over in Estonia from here. But he confused his mum because he was talking about knee operations on rhinos earlier. And, of course, we're talking about your knee operation. You are not a rhinoceros, even though it's a...
I wonder what a rhinoceros's knee is actually like.
It has a little bit of pressure on it, doesn't it?
Well, why don't you take commentary for a moment? I'm going to...
Rhino's going down the rhino hole. Widjamooney on a heater. Oh, rare miss hit this time. Still might get runs. Gets 1. Almost like you got to wait for a mistake for him.
So there you go. So a rhino's knee joint is quite a complex structure, like a human knee. I might try to pronounce some of these medical terms.
You can try it.
But it's obviously has to take a fair bit of weight.
4 of them, though, instead of 2.
True.
Oh, down leg side. Gets away from the keeper momentarily.
It's a pretty ordinary outcome, too, for the Markors, because it brings Widjamooney back on strike for the final ball of the power play. But they have got, so the Rhinos do have an ACL and a PCL, the posterior cruciate ligament.
Yeah, okay.
What would happen if a Rhino tore their ACL? It's drilled straight back down to the bowlers. Pretty good delivery, given he had to have Widjamooney back on strike for that final ball. Rahman goes for 18 off his over and 63 for 1 after 3.
I don't see too many Rhinos playing Aussie rules. I'm sure they'd be pretty handy with the old hip and shoulder.
Do you reckon they have their own little sort of Rhino analysis shows where Trevor's been ruled out of herbivore hunting for 6 weeks while he goes through some ACL repairs?
Yeah, I think potentially. You've got 3 legs to compensate, though, don't you? So,
do you start walking around in circles, though, as a rhinoceros if you've got a ACL injury on one of your knees?
That's a good question. Any? I was to say ventriloquist. Am I thinking veterinarians?
You don't want to rule out a ventriloquist.
Any ventriloquists that want to share the animal news through their tummy? Yeah. Couldn't find the word then. All right, Arjunan gets the ball.
Slips down the leg side. Manuka going to sprint through. He'll take a second, throw on the ground. The keeper takes the bails off. I think this is pretty tight and, in fact, might be out, Maximo.
It's very close.
Didn't really feel like he slid his bat particularly well.
Say, if he's out, he's just out. My spider senses are saying he's just in, but I really don't know. It's a good throw from the knees. Have a look at this. Comes in risky business style. Just hurls it away. How close is this? He is out. And I said if he's out, he's just out. And he is just out. Great work as well by the keeper, Nellen Cherry, to whip those bails off. He probably feels like he's in here, but he's going to get a rude shot because that's a one-and-done job off the leg. So it's a random kind of a duck for Tanuka, but it's a duck nonetheless at 64 for 2.
Well, the Rhino's knees may be mashed up, but his eyesight's still pretty good. He's called that out from a good 75 to 80 metres away. And a wonderful piece of fielding. Thankfully for the Vipers, Widjamuni's still at the crease.
This is a good lesson for umpires, actually, because it was frustrated me in my career how bad umpires were at judging run-outs and stumpings. And we both played a lot of indoor cricket where you get a bit of a calibration. But a general rule of thumb is if you think it's out, it probably is. Very rarely you'll think something's out and it's not, because by the time the pictures hit your brain, the bat has gone another metre. So
it's not something you can really think about, is it?
No, but and we know this from all the replays, so you actually see most of the umpires, because they make soft signals, they're right most of the time. But I wonder, without the cameras, would they be so confident giving the decisions? Because a lot of the time, it'll be an unpopular decision. The batter will feel like he's in. Like just then, I bet he was sworn he was in, but the pictures show that he wasn't.
Swung away, Widjamuni. As soon as anything is near his pegs, it's just getting swatted over the leg side and usually over the boundary. He continues his rampage in this tournament. 44 off 12. Madhushanka, skipper's joined him out there now.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it?
Although not listed as the skipper for this game, as Ravi Kangala has been given the captain's armband.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Maybe after his somewhat up and down bowling performance in the last game.
Maybe just resting the brain.
Well, Widjamuni is resting nothing. He's just knocked up yet another half century with a brutal Maximo. Lifts the bat. It's taken him a grand total of 3.4 overs. He's powered the Vipers for 77 for 2 in that time.
Yeah, that's brutal, isn't it? 13 baller as well for Widjamuni. What a series he's having. A lucky towel, Steve Waugh style, in the back of his trousers. I think Steve Waugh had the lucky hanky, didn't he? Yeah, walking stick 77. Just kind of, if anything, it's a medium pacer kind of ball and ends up the other side of the fence. All right, so again, I'm going to play the 70% trick. Right now, they're basically 54 for 2 off 3.4 overs. So that's not a bad score. So
does that mean Widjamuni has to get stuck with 70% of his 50?
He should only raise the bat when he reaches 71.5.
He's on 35 at the moment. Oh, the catch has gone down at the 45. Stepped across to the offside, flicked it sweetly, but there was a chance to have the main danger man gone. It would have taken a spectacular grab.
Even would have been a stylish way to get out with that leg glance. Down the leg side, it might have been a stumping opportunity. It might have been 5 wides. Instead, it was drop catch, but it might have been 4. Crazy delivery. What a catch that would have been if it had stuck.
Madhushanka, big heave across the line. No contact. That's the end of an interesting spell from Arjun. Felt like he bowled a little bit better than 1 for 34. But at the same time, Sasindu Widjamuni is on a rampage. 51 off 14 balls. That run rate is still looking pretty healthy despite dropping a touch in the last few overs.
Yeah, he's running to a couple of good players though, hasn't he? So I liked how he changed his pace in that over as well. Okay, the faster one went for 6, but when he got the less set batter, Madhushanka on strike, he really kind of tossed it up, forced Madhushanka to make the pace and forced a miss. Anyway, Widjamuni, 51 off only 4 overs. Here we go.
Rahman charging in, short ball. Well, that was I was expecting to see that flying to the pavilion, but a rare mistimed shot.
Yeah, me too. I was expecting the sound of ball on roof. But yeah, you're going to have miss hits along the way. You just hope it doesn't cost you a wicket when you're so in and when you're so kind of good for the level.
Full toss, almost inevitably going to be called no ball, I think.
Been called
has already, yep. And so Rahman slaps his thigh in frustration. It was actually a pretty good grab out there on the boundary from Fahad Mahmood, but it's a pretty easy call.
Yeah, definitely high. And just be a bit annoyed, Madhushanka, that he wasn't able to whip it up and out of the ground.
I like umpires giving that call on the field, as the free hit is taken for a Maximo. Wijamuni not getting the best piece of it, but he still managed to whack it far enough. And fielder out there actually had a pretty decent play on keeping it in, but once again, just slightly out of reach. I think that's Farouk Zeb there on the cow corner boundary. High off the bat, but it's carrying some distance. And it's another terrific shot from Wijamuni. This man is on fire.
Yeah, a bit like an octopus, was all hands here, wasn't he? Just kind of, broke the wrist at the right moment. This is classy stuff from Sasindu. 64 off 17. I don't want to curse him, but I am going to say it. We could be on for our first century since opening day.
Steps down the ground, slight miss hit out to the offside, but seems to have some good fortune there, Wijamuni, doesn't he? When he just does miss time one, tends to float into open spaces. Picks and chooses his spots, though.
But that is the luck factor. You got to have the luck on your side, because the luck can undo you in a minute. There's nothing lucky about the shots he's playing, though. He's been sublime, hasn't he? I think sometimes you just got to bat and just let the chips fall where they may.
Strong strike down the ground. Ramada Shankar carries the boundary by a good 10 metres, so he's getting in on the act now. And this total is getting out of control for the Markors. Just brought up triple figures, and we haven't even reached the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a confidence booster for Madashankar as well. His first Maximo. Raman up in the 40s.
Another one that goes high and straight, not as well timed. Fielder converges on it. Atif Rashid takes a good catch. And boy, did the Markors need that. 100 for 3.
Yeah, very good fielding side. In fact, both these teams are very good fielding sides. And you would expect these fielders down the ground to be the cream of the crop. That was a nice catch taken down there by Atif Rashid. Again, similar kind of shot. Maybe wasn't quite as full, so it hit high on the bat. And brilliant piece of outfielding there by Rashid. Watched it all the way in. Wasn't as easy as he made it look. End of the 5th over, though. 100 for 3 off 5. So that's a bit like 70 for 3 off 5.
I like this analysis, Maxbo.
In fact,
tell you what, 70 for 3 off 5 is still a pretty decent score.
Exactly. It's better than par. I would love, actually, not easy to do in real time, but above the actual score to have the 70% score. I don't think it's that easy to change things so quickly.
Oh, what is our graphics team paid to do if not to make little adjustments on the fly?
Might have it by 2028. Also, if the percentages could be true for the 4-pointer. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, we don't know which of these teams will be playing in the qualifier 1 and which will be in the eliminator. The only way the Vipers can make it to qualifier 1 in the double chance would be to take all 4 points out of this game. But Hadley's Empire 11 first up in the eliminator. BTCC Dark Knights. That's moon time in qualifier 1. And join us at 6:15 GMT, 8:15 Central Europe, and 11:45 in India. More runs coming. This one was a bit of a one-hand job from Wijamuni, and he certainly liked the ending. 6 runs.
Great strike. Wijamuni continues on his merry way, 71 off 19. Welcomes Zeb to the wicket with a first up Maximo. Short ball cracked again. Thought they came a little bit high off the bat, but it's carried by the boundary by about 20 metres. Yet another Maximo. This is getting very repetitive. Wijamuni 77 off 20.
Walking stick 77, but not keen to go anywhere. Wijamuni. Zeb's bowled 2 balls. 2 balls. There we go, 2 balls, and they've both gone for 6. Balls
7 Maximos in the last 2.5 overs. One's not particularly well timed. Would have taken a great catch, but such is the fortune of this man. It has dropped inside the fielder's hands and has even carried to the boundary for a 4. It wasn't a bad piece of bowling from Zeb. And as they are, Rahman, who's probably a better fielder than that, to be honest, comes sliding in. Can't even get a good piece of hand on it to stop Rolling away to the boundary. Short, wide. Tell you what, if I was the Marcors, that's precisely what I'd be bowling to Widjamuni at the moment. Just forcing him to play a few cut shots and saying, well, he's clearly capable over the offside, but saying if you're going to beat us with your weakest shot.
He's been beating him time and time again, and this is going to be another one as Widjamuni is motoring towards the 3 figures. That Maximal takes him to 87. He wants to change something. Well, I wouldn't.
He probably wants the same ball to come back, because much like a tennis player who's knocked down a few first serve aces, wants to face the same pill again and again and again. He's clearly in a mood.
Widjamuni.
He's only 13 short of his ton. Short and wide. I think that's actually pretty well bowled by Zeb, although the advantage for Widjamuni does bring him back onto strike for the start of the 7th over. 6 overs gone, and the Vipers are 123 for 3.
So what's that? 123, 70% of that 86. So 86 off 6. You'd be going, yeah, pretty good. Thing is, yeah, it's so hard to... Well, basically the par now you're looking at isn't 13 and over. It is kind of more like 18 and a half and over. So it's tough. But having said that, obviously Widjamuni's doing the business. 1, 2, 3 for 3 after 6. Big 4 overs coming up. Marcors being put to the sword here by the talented right-hander.
4 for Hard Mahmood gets to face Widjamuni in full flight. Well, there's the single, so it leaves him with 11 to go for the century. Certainly won't run out of time. Karunaratne come to join him at the crease. The left arm paceman who hits a mean ball when he gets going as well. Out of control shot. It's in the air, but fielder down there on the 30-metre circle. It's actually done pretty well to keep it in. Gulfam Nazir got nowhere near the catch, but pursued the ball with gusto.
Oh, no, you're a fan of rugby league. A little bit of the old play the ball in this, just without putting it on the ground in the first place.
Technically very good play the ball, at least making contact with the foot. Many players don't at these days.
1 century we had, and that was on Monday. Muzaffar Fahim for Gymkhana Gladiators. Are we going to see another one here? Karunaratne on strike though at the moment.
I'll ask you a question, Max. What's the highest score for this year?
Good question. And I feel like it's Julius Sumaret. But I will find out just now when I have a check.
Widjamuni up to 89. Still got 3.5 overs left. Swings it over the leg. Hasn't got the greatest piece of that ball. And it will just be the single.
Actually, I think to be honest, I think it might be Chowdhury and Hornchurch who whacked 150 recently. Sumaret had it for a bit, 132 not out. That was beaten by 139 by Ashful Islam. But earlier in Hornchurch, yeah, it's Shawan Chowdhury. Oh, that one smashed. That's going to go over our head. Maximal. Karunaratne. Sometimes, yeah, can take a ball or two, but when he hits them, they stay hit, and that was a monster 6. What a performance this is against the Vipers, and just showing they can do it against good opposition.
Oh my goodness, that's a brutal strike. Saw some of his power in the last game, got a few out of the middle of the bat.
So it was Shawan Chowdhury, but then, of course, Alan Jones, famous name in Australia, Alan Jones for Old Brentwood scored 160 not out of 40 in Hornchurch. That was in match 31. So there's your answer. The highest score of the year is Alan Jones, 160. You know, he had the highest scoring game. You'll love this, actually. Backs away slightly. It's counterproductive.
Oh, a hit from side on. It was a good ball from Mahmood that generated the jammed out shot to cover. The fielder swoops in. I think that might have been Ziar Rahman. Hits from side on.
Well, to quote Big Brother, it's time to go. I know they've gone to the replay, but I can tell you he's stone cold dead here. Quick throw, almost off the wrong foot. bang, stump's gone, bat nowhere. Karunaratne removed, and they needed something. Okay, they didn't get Wijamuni, who's on 90, but they do get the dangerous Karunaratne run out. Sublime piece of fielding, and it's 134 for 4.
Beautiful piece of fielding. Wonderful stuff, but they needed a moment of inspiration. The Marcors.
Yeah, so you'll love this. The record for runs in a match, 403, was set in 2022. And I think it was equalled, actually, during the ECL a couple of years ago. And think about that, 403 runs in a game. Okay, but this year, it's gone up. We had a 208 chase in the Jersey finals. That was 415 games, 415 runs. That broke a record that had stood for a couple of years. But then, in Hornchurch, we had it broken 419 runs in a game. And then later the same day, 419 again. So that is now the record for most runs in a game. From memory, it was like 225 to 196 or 194 would have been. Pretty high scoring.
Did you enjoy the trip out to Hornchurch?
I actually didn't make the trip.
Didn't make it?
I would have loved to, but we had cricket in Czechia at the same time, and so Tina and Nish, they did Hornchurch. I'd been to Hornchurch before, though.
I know you have.
I went there in 2023.
Very popular man in that part of the world. It's called wide. Again, a tough call.
I wonder if there'll be the day, a bit like in baseball, where you're allowed to gut right up in the umpire's grill and, kind of, what's the word? I mean, it's not very cricket, is it?
Not really.
It's fun to watch in baseball. Kick the dirt in the umpire's shoes.
Almost the same ball, lofted out, and it's spilled. Atif Rashid needed to do better.
Well, Samranaka has a live first up, but maybe even more importantly, it gets the dangerous Wijamuni back on strike on 90. The catch is held. You've got another new batter. Obviously, you've removed one of their specialist bats as well.
So important to keep these rampaging bats off strike as long as you can, and they've done a pretty decent job of that. Wijamuni's been starved to the strike the last over or so. Off-speed ball, doesn't matter so much. Oh, he's been put down again. Thought he'd timed that nicely from the wicket, but actually the off-speed ball caused the miss-hit. And yet another catch goes down. The Marcors have been pretty good in the field the tournament to date.
Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Really hurts. He's had his lucky moments amongst all the good shots. Like I said, cricket might be 80% skill, 20% luck, but don't dare try it without the 20%. And to succeed, especially in this format, you need the cricket gods to be smiling on you.
Don't you ever. So Wijamuni, ever since he's got within range of the century, has just started to struggle. Maybe getting a little bit exhausted after battering the ball to all parts the last couple of innings. 91 off 27. You wouldn't say he's slowed down, but managed to keep him in check the last couple of deliveries.
91.
Hit on the pad. Very, very ambitious appeal, but he might actually get back for a second. No, it's well backed up by
Off the bat?
Rashid.
No. Leg by, so we'll stay on 91. Yeah, it's a nervous 90s. Not particularly nervous, just kind of lost his mojo a little bit.
He's down on his haunches at the moment. A bit of fatigue kicking in. Anyone who doesn't think T10 cricket takes it out of you. Zeb outside off stump. Just drilled towards cover. Surely they couldn't come up with a second. Side on strike. Managed to go for an overthrow, and Summer Yaiki manages to get through for the double.
But with things slowing, and we haven't had a boundary this over, suddenly we're talking, let's say it's 142 at the end of this over. You're talking that's kind of like 99 after 8, if you use the 70% tool.
Short down the leg side. That's an unbelievably bad ball to get away with.
Yeah, and they don't want the runner even to try it because they want the main man, Wijamuni, on strike. You can understand that. 141 for 4 after 8. With Wijamuni to face up. We say it all happens in the 9th. Can we have our first century in Group B? I guess we're about to find out.
Well, I said about an over and a half ago that there was absolutely no chance that Wijamuni was going to run out of balls. By the way, he's gone in the last sort of 7 or 8. Not striking it quite as nicely.
Yeah, Croom's in the chat saying, fortunately, Alan Jones didn't bat against us. There were some worries. Croom was great in that ECS in Hornchurch. Yeah, I would have loved to have gone, as I said. Unfortunately, can't be everywhere at once.
Big swing. Ball lofted out to the outside. Fielder run.
Oh.
No, they've dropped him again.
Madre mia. Rhino. Oh, Rhino. I don't know if he's kissed the Blarney Stone or whatever, but he has been dropped so many times today, and he's on 91. That's hit. He popped up off the shoulder for another go. Well, he gets another chance to push towards the 3 figures. Samaranayake, though, right now is going to work this off the bounce through a boundary. So the Vipers continue to climb, and some uncharacteristic missteps from the all-conquering to this point. Greater Helsinki Marcos.
Well, from some good cricketers too. There's Rizwan Ali, I think, who put down that latest catch. They should be showing better than this in such a key game. That's a nice shot from Samaranayake. Swings across and swipes it out behind square. Nice strike. Tell you what, if Samaranayake monopolises strike in this over and then Wijamuni gets off strike quickly in the next, he might actually miss out on the ton.
Yeah, it could happen. I'd hate to see it, though.
Hate to see it. It's a change of pace that's gone a little bit wrong. Very, very wide ball. It's not a bad job, though, Mahmood, in the overall scheme of things for this innings. Run rate at 18 per over. This figure's currently none for 23. Another wide one. Samaranayake. Flying edge. Fielder ends up trying to evade it more than anything, but they will scoot through for the double.
The old strike hog here. Samaranayake batting too well. It's you'd imagine with 8 balls left, let's say even if he faces half, 4 balls to get 8, he's going well above that rate. In fact, he's going better than 3 a ball, Wijamuni.
That's a very, very nice looking shot, but it hasn't carried the distance. And finally something sticks for the Marcors. Atif Rashid coming around there from long off. Hasn't been their most successful effort as far as catching goes. But finally, they send one of the Vipers batters back to the pavilion.
Yeah, well taken. Just to his left, Atif Rashid. Yeah, he doesn't make too many mistakes. I didn't think he was going to put that one down. Samaranayake, though, nice little cameo from him at a 4 and a 6 to his name. He's out for 15. It's 155 for 5.
Vipers decelerating just a touch.
Wonder if the
time in which they had such ascendancy.
Wonder if the cricket gods have like a 99 not out against Wijamuni just to kind of give him the ultimate bittersweet.
Well,
let's
see what happens if Manoj hits
been
a single or hits a ball that will be a single this year. Will Wijamuni send him back?
Yeah, I wouldn't take one here.
It's crack. Well, Wijamuni not even thinking about it. I'll tell you what, if I'm the Marcors, I'm pretty happy with that outcome.
This happened in one of the T20s. End of the over, by the way, 156 for 5. It happened in one of the T20s in Czechia in the women's T20s where, I know sometimes people, they say, I don't want to know what I'm on. I don't want to know what I'm on. But sometimes they should know. So Joanne Stiglitz was on 49 at the non-strikers end. She kept running back for risky twos. And they had plenty of runs. That's one time. Okay, she never faced a ball in the last over. Was stuck on 49 not out. She's played 44 games, never scored a T20 50.
Oh.
And she's just forever 49 not out.
Just stuck.
Yeah, I said, but I don't want to know what I'm on. Yeah, but if you don't know, then you're not going to get a chance to do it.
Get 49.
And it doesn't matter if you get out for 49.
49 asterisk tattooed on her ankle.
Somewhere.
Ali.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Out.
Wijamuni, I reckon there's a decent chance he doesn't get this.
Yeah, I think he would have been run out if he'd run.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, yeah,
no doubt. But famous last words. Must have been partway through the 7th over.
It actually bounced so quickly back to the bowler, who came and made a direct hit from point-blank range. I love the little bit of the old harsh words for Wijamuni, who's batted the innings for 92. At Manoj, a cheeky little one for him. And A couple of words on the way out, 156 for 6.
Well, he's trying to do the right thing here, Minaj, just get bat on ball and turn the strike over. Unfortunately, bat on ball went straight to the bowler.
Lucky to have
charging
crossed,
through.
actually,
Yeah.
if they'd run. Oh, Widger stuck in the 90s for, like in a test match when someone's in the 90s for like an hour. It feels like
Well,
that.
it does feel
It's the
like it
ECS
now.
equivalent. Here's
Kahingala, the skipper.
This is where the sacrifice has to be on as well.
Yeah. Has turned over the strike, so he's done his part. Widger, I suspect will, not just because of the state of the game, but for his own personal ambitions, will be going hard.
I want to go back and see how close they were to the clock, because I knew the clock was pretty tight.
It was dropping down.
A couple of the wickets.
Getting that wicket in the last over.
Yeah, I think it might have just saved
Did
him.
help. Short ball, couldn't have ordered a better delivery to smack it. The arms have gone up, although according to our scorers, somewhat prematurely.
Oh no, this is even worse because he thinks he's 100 when he's only 98. I think they
Never know. Maybe in Vipers culture, 98 is a key number.
They made the time by about a minute, so those wickets. He's taking the full-on helmet. He's kissing the badge. It's all happening. I saw this happen in the IPL.
How does this happen, Maximo?
Suresh Raina did this, and he was out. He was out next ball. So yeah, he thinks he's got it, which kind of makes this even more fun. Widger actually in real terms on 98.
Oh, outside edge could have gone to the keeper, but that is his century. Not brought up in the most glamorous fashion for a man who has smoked the Marcors bowling all around the ground. But he finally gets triple figures, even if he doesn't know it.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what he's doing, what's happening. But have a look at that. 86 of the 102 on the leg side as well. He deserves it. He's played some amazing shots. And like I said, the cricket gods have been smiling on him too to come. Oh, why would you run? Oh. Okay.
He's held the crease for his partner to come through. Precisely the opposite of what he should have been doing.
I suppose Kahingala maybe deserves a go, but Widger it's...
Could you imagine if that was the ball that he was on 98?
Oh, yeah. That would have been a disaster. Race is on. It's such an undignified exit for what's been such an amazing innings, but he will be run out for 102. Well batted, Sasindu Widger. As he goes, it's 167 for 7.
Oh, thank goodness. Only 5.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If he thought he was on 100, but he was only 98, and then this is kind of naughty from Kahingala, who has to just kind of play his role, especially because it could decide the double chance.
Well, could you imagine if
he's going to smoke this for 6? That's what he's got to do.
Well,
he missed it by about a metre.
He has played a dotty. So he's gotten himself on strike. He's run out his team's superstar bat.
He's given one of the all-time great stares to the umpire why it wasn't a wide. It wasn't a wide. 167 for 7. All right, do you want to hear the points thing? Because that's what we all care about. Basically, the Marcors need 117 to hold on to top spot. So to get 4 points, the Vipers need to keep them 116 or less. So that's the magic number. But the Vipers certainly had the fangs out, didn't they, as they cream 167. One of the best umpire clotheslines of 2025, in my opinion, to start this off, as the poltergeist under the pitch took the stumps out. But then it was time for action, and it was Sasindu Widger, 102 off 32 that brought it the first century of Group B in the second of the week.
Well, I can imagine that most of the highlights here are just going to be Widger belting balls all over the ground, or certainly on the leg side anyway. This is a tremendous piece of fielding to create a run-out opportunity that looked for all money like it was an easy double. But like one man that they could not stop, and that is Sasindu Widger. Just glorious striking all round. Although in saying that, the catching from the Marcors was generally very, very poor. It was put down on a number of occasions, some easier than others. That was pretty good fielding. The direct hit coming from side on. Shame they didn't show that quality when some of the other opportunities came around. Widger, though, spent an awful long time in the 90s. It was halfway through the 6th over, I think, that he reached 90 in the first place.
You know when you manifest something, so he just acted like he was 100, even though he was only 98. But how he survived some of these drops against a good fielding side, I'll never know, Rhino, but he certainly made them pay.
Certainly did. It was a century of great quality. And he had some support around the place, particularly from a couple of the left-handers, managing to knock a few boundaries. Finally, there was one catch that was taken by Atif Rashid. This was a slightly comical run out as Minaj just poked the ball straight back to the bowler, and there was a time there where we wondered whether or not Widjabudi would score his century. That was probably a better shot to bring it up.
That's
certainly got his team up. This was the one that actually delivered the 3 figures. No celebration afterwards whatsoever. And then the most absurd run out where he has held his crease for a fairly low capability batter to come through and face the last. So let's see whether or not that costs the Vipers in the end, because as Vinny said, they have to defend this target. Well, they certainly can't allow the opposition to get a bonus point. They need all 4. So I'm sure we'll be within the mathematical checking on a regular basis to make sure everyone's kept up to date as to how things are playing out. Vinny, that is a batting scorecard dominated by one man.
You are exactly right. It was actually beautiful to watch as well. Widjabudi, such a talented stroke maker, finally run out in bizarre circumstances. It was almost like the stall gift, to quote a running race from where we're from. Next best score was Samaranaka 15, and Gihan Silva 11 also made double figures, but it was all about Widjabudi. They're the 44th century of season 2025. Looking at the bowling, well, they all got a bit of tap, didn't they really? Fahad Mahmood, he battled 1 for 26 wickets also for Arjuna, who I think bowled better than his figures suggest, 1 for 34. Zia Rahman with the other wicket. But look, it's all to play for. Like I said, 117 for the Markhors to secure top spot, and that actually matters more than the game even. So despite the great effort by the Vipers, I still think they're probably underdogs to take the 4 points. We'll see what happens though after the break. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan, and we'll see you for more blue skies and sunshine and cricket, of course, when we return to Finland for the final stanza of day 4 here in this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Finland and our coverage of the European Cricket Series. These are domestic T10 matches played in many, many locations around Europe in pretty much every month of the year. What you're looking at there is the Kerava National Cricket Ground here in Helsinki, Finland, and what we're looking at specifically is match number 20. Now, Vanta Vipers have put 167 on the board, but this is actually what matters more because all that the Markors, the batting team, have to do is get more than that 116 and hold on to their point. If they do that, then it won't be possible for them to lose top spot. So basically, you can throw the 167 out the window, and 116 is the kind of adjusted score, if you like. 117 is the target for the real target, if you like, for Greater Helsinki Markors. So I actually think it's one of those situations where GHM, they're underdogs for the match, but they're favourites for top spot, if that makes sense. And if you don't understand how that makes sense, someone that will make sense of it for you is Andrew Ryan, who rejoins me to close out day 4 in Helsinki.
Well, I'll try my best, but you are the odds man and the mathematician amongst us, Maximo. But either way, first and foremost, the Markors should be looking to win this game. But secondarily, given they're chasing such a hefty target, that bonus point will enable them to stay top of the tree, courtesy of the Vipers' washout yesterday. So the Markors undefeated at the moment, 3 relatively comfortable wins. They managed to take down Oulu, a very, very close one on day 1 that was a reduced overs game. Fortunately, as we've come to this deciding contest as far as the top 2 goes, weather has certainly made a turn for a better, and it is a beautiful example of a Scandinavian summer's day here in Kerava.
I will say this. They've been, I suppose, cost a point, you could argue, in that game that they absolutely belted the Gladiators with reduced over. Maybe. But I will, so that's maybe out of their control. But there was one thing that probably wasn't in their control. As we see Madashanka opening up and a bit of a miss hit. See Rahman out there to open the batting along with Rashid. But I know, I mean, I was actually rare, it's rare I'm in the conferences, but I happen to be wandering past. And I heard the conference before match 14 yesterday, where they kind of offered the captains. They said, look, we think the ground needs a bit more time, but if you both agree and you won't want to play, then we can play. And the Vipers said, no, I think we'd rather not. So I wonder if that's the decision they would do, because even if they got 1 point extra, then probably a regular win would be enough with their net run rate.
Big swing down the ground. Didn't seem like the cleanest contact off the bat by Rashid, but he's a strong young man and a very, very nice straight hit. The first Maximo of the innings.
Yeah, nice shot. Slight hint of outswing there, but he kind of met it, didn't he?
Looked like the bat turned in his hands. Quite incredible that he's managed to generate the power that he did straight down the ground. Slow ball from Madashanka. He does bowl it very well. He had his control issues in the last game.
I like that slow ball a lot because the arm speed is identical to his regular delivery, and it's, I mean, you can pick it up, but only after it's left his hand, and so it's already in flight. So as a batter, it's kind of you're playing a shot, and you have to just check yourself. So it's very hard to then get a full-blooded swing on it.
Really, you talk to a lot of batters, and those sling bowlers feel like they're a couple of Ks an hour quicker as the ball. Oh my goodness!
Do you know what? He got done by the slow ball as well because he's jumped. And he's jumped so early. Look, he's on the way down. Can we can't really pick it up on the replay.
It was almost like a bunny hop to start with.
There you go. And then he was going down when he should have been going up. That was bizarre. And good fielder as well, Karunaratne. He has to pick that one off the fence.
It's like the elevator where you've accidentally pressed the down arrow.
Oh, I hate that.
Another slow ball. You could guarantee that Rahman has picked that, whether it was out of the hands or not. It's gone down on one knee and smashed it across the line.
Yeah, good shot. It's that length which has been punished pretty consistently, hasn't it? Over this short of a length. Just kind of stand and deliver.
So keep an eye on that bonus point text down the bottom.
Yeah.
99 of 55 required, because if the Markers can get to that, then they keep top spot on the table. This is where Matashak got into a bit of trouble in the last game, spraying a few down the leg side.
You know what they say on The Office? That this is a real quiz. If you know that, The Office UK, by the way.
The UK.
It's
I actually preferred I know it's controversial. I preferred the American
different
version.
character. Yeah, I mean, it had the chance to develop it a bit more. I think the UK went Faulty Towers with it and said, no, that's enough.
Rahman backs away. Somehow has gotten enough bat. A ball wide of off stump, taking it behind point. It's pretty healthy first over for the Markers, 23 for none. And this game is positioned very interestingly, particularly with that bonus point element right in play.
Yeah, 18 matches since the Golden Ball. That makes sense because we've had 19 in total. The first one was Golden Ball, and the 18 since haven't been. I know there's a question about the purple flowers. That some people have been seeing in the lead-in and the kind of beauty shots of the ground. Is it lilac? Is it lavender? But I can tell you, I looked this up the other day, and they're lupins. Okay, or specifically Lupinus polyphyllus.
Can I tell you a story about these, Maximo?
I only have the fact. If you got a story, you've won up to me.
I'm not sure it's a story. Apparently, they're actually an invasive species. So
That's
they're
what it
such
says,
a part of the Finnish landscape now, and they're beautiful to look at. Not quite as beautiful as the action of Priyan De Silva, who's continuing to perplex batters across this group. But so there's actually initiatives in place for people to remove them and having incentives to remove them from grasslands.
That's interesting, yeah, and that actually has come up in my search as well, saying, yeah, they out-compete native flora. So, yeah, that brings up a good point. If something's better looking than what, I'll admit, in Australia, a lot of the native trees, I'd say, are pretty ugly. Should they say, or is it an improvement?
Are they really ugly? What are you talking about? A
just
eucalyptus
general
or
shrubbery?
Fair.
You know, bring it.
Mate, you haven't spent enough time in tropical rainforests.
Oh, yeah, Australia is every climate in one, isn't it? Really,
pretty large landmass. Silva short of a length, swung across. Can't beat the two men that they've got out there. So they've got fielders positioned at deep mid-wicket and probably a little bit of a, not sure I like the description of straight cow corner. Probably just a wide, long on. De Silva continuing to be tight when Madashanka isn't. 1 for 2 off his first 3 balls. That's an ordinary delivery.
Great take. That was a classic case that Manoj behind the stumps missed one that was pretty basic. And so he's like, all right, I'm concentrating. So, the funny thing about keeping, I don't want to go down a keeping rabbit hole again. It's a real test of concentration and switching on, switching off. And one tactic I used was to expect a hard one every ball, which is a difficult thing to do. But it's often catches you might miss, not because you're not technically capable, but that split second of just expecting you're going to have to do something spectacular can cost you that extra distance. So, yeah, it was a nice take down the leg side.
Speaking of doing something spectacular, make note after the Silva charges in again. He's obliterated over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a beautiful shot from Rahman, and that ball is carried all the way into the meadow, featuring plenty of those invasive flowers. But I was about to say, actually, it would have been terrible timing that De Silva's not doing anything particularly complicated here, but just getting the ball consistently either in the block hole or just nibbling away from the top of off stump. It's proved a lot harder than some of his sharper bowling teammates have been.
De Silva, still decent over, only 9 off it.
Wide of off stump, and good call from the umpire. A little bit of late swing.
I haven't seen too much of Manoj keeping. Maybe he's a bit of a Zoolander, can't turn right. He's coupled to his right, he's kind of frozen. And,
did you have a side that you preferred taking difficult balls?
Do you know what's funny is I was actually better taking dive and catch, but I felt more comfortable to my left side. I've got a theory why that might be. So I also played a lot of indoor cricket where you do favour your left glove because you've got the full glove.
You've actually got the full glove.
Yeah, but I just felt more natural to me. Into the second over, and it's 35 without loss. Yeah, without wanting to delve too far down a wicket-keeping rabbit hole, one thing that's quite important when you're keeping back is to, not... Both sides aren't equal. The outside edge side is the side that you need to expect edges to go to. Now, once in a while, there'll be an inside edge, and then you just got to hope for the best. So when I haven't done it for a while, but I definitely have done a fair bit of specialist wicket-keeping coaching. And, I never had too much coaching because it's hard to come by specialist wicket-keeping coaching. And when you do, a lot of them are just very much do it my way, and I don't think that's the way. There's lots of different ways you can do it.
Short ball. First ball from Samarajika. And it's heaved straight down the ground. Gee, that's well timed.
It's a good shot, isn't it? What's that? So they're under 10 and over to keep the point. It's looking tough for the Vipers. But, so I would actually set up maybe 9 of those catching boards, and throw from about a cricket pitch away. I'd want to throw from about 20 metres or 18, 20 metres so the keeper felt like it was the same distance before the deflection. Just a wide. Pretty close, though. So a lot of this reaction stuff, that's great for reactions, but it's not actually simulating what's happening in the game because it's just, you need to be at a similar distance back. And even it means you missed the boards, even with 9 of them. So it looked like 3-3-3, like a noughts and crosses board. It's amazing how frustrating it is when you keep missing as well. But it's also handy because not every ball's a catch. So sometimes you have to wait. And then there's one that's going to be great to take. But I actually say to the keepers, right, this is a right-hander. So for a right-hander, you should be a bit more opened up towards like cover, because then if the ball is on the offside, you actually got a little bit longer. You could take it almost behind yourself. Whereas if you're closed off, you're kind of fighting your own body. To a left-hander, you should be the opposite. You should be opened up towards your left. So again, you're expecting to have to go that way. So that's one thing, your body position. But the actual positioning, a lot of people talk about how far back you should be, and that's pretty basic. You want to be taking the ball around your hips on the way down.
I've actually never heard it described in terms of having a slightly open position depending on the hand
one of the best
batter.
Tips I ever had.
It's a great tip for young people.
I would actually, when I'm training, it's all wide.
Well, speaking of keepers who
Derek
could do with a bit of Maximo instruction.
This is a tough one. It's a swinging ball, and he's a challenging ball to keep up to because he is moving it around. So the biggest thing here is he never gets his right foot really going at all. You see, maybe late, but by then it had gone, and he's got the full teapot on. It's going to be 5. Was that a wide as well? Yeah. So 5. Watch it. That's a good view of what the keeper sees. So you think you're dead. You got to almost go before you realise it. So yeah, this won't carry. The final thing I'd say, I would say, all right, same boards. I'd be like, okay, now this is a right-hander and set up this way. And I say, I don't care if you miss them to your left. Don't worry about it. But anything to your right, I want you to be making a play on. If you catch it to your left, it's a bonus. And then you do a few left-handed ones as well.
Swatted to the leg side, and it's low. It's hard, and it's just out of the grasp of the fielder coming around there from long on.
Misjudged it terribly. He ran in on it, and why, I'll never know, because this was always carrying to him. And, when you see to slow that down a little bit, we'll try and find out where that bounced. In fact, it's gone. I don't know if that's the first bounce, is it? Is it? Maybe it was.
It's carried the boundary by quite a distance.
It actually was probably catchable. I don't know how. It must have been really flat. Anyway, this one's going to be one bounce for Rashid. Going great guns. I tell you what, this point's looking a likelihood at the moment for GHM. So we'd have a lot of fun with these drills, and we'd start kind of, depending on how hard I was throwing, and then we'd go kind of club cricket, first class cricket, and then we'd say test cricket at the end. So test cricket, you're really pegging it and, feeling like you're keeping the Dennis Lely or Shoaib Akhtar or something, and it was really fun. And you'd have, because you want to practice hard ones. That's the thing. Not just easy ones at that level you should be able to take already. That one gets a bit closer to it.
Oh, the arm went up for the wide call to begin with, but then quickly went back down.
An interesting
replay. I actually thought this was
is a big wide, but
one.
I think he might have been unsighted. Look at the bowler's hand in the way. That was a wide. But anyway.
Can he work from the bowler?
Yeah.
Tell you what, though, Maximo, we've talked a lot about the Markhors chasing down the bonus point. Actually, they've started rapidly.
Could win the
58
game.
for none. They
Yeah.
could not easily, but they're certainly on track at the moment.
They're ahead of it. Yeah, they are ahead of it.
Have a look at the Vipers, those last 4 overs, 11-7, 15 and 11. So 44 off the last 4, which in the context of what rate they were going at to begin with,
Well,
it's pretty bad.
The jinx of the 3 figures. The only other century in this game, Fahim century, they lost the game as well.
True.
We could have 2 centuries in losing sides, potentially. The final. So I just talked about opening up your stance as a keeper, and I was doing it quite a pronounced way actually. By the end of my career, it was just working for me. Oh, jeez. Oof. Ouch.
Is he top edge
Yeah, I think
that
he's
into
top edge
his
that into his... Oh, he's
grill?
almost been hit again. It was almost the second kill shot. Wow.
like
Is this a no ball, firstly? Because he tries to pull it, but he might have been just below his hip. He's been hit in the head once. Is this a no ball?
Oh,
Probably.
I'll tell you what, I'd probably give that.
Pretty flat. Maybe he's slightly cracked, so he might get away with it. But now roll it through and watch him take it in the head. Boof! That's one tempo. And as you got the replay at the other end, he almost wore it when he was coming through for the single. Thankfully, he didn't. Called the coroner. So has it been called? Don't think so. It's been given 1 run. Oh, better.
De Silva grants them a wide.
As much as you want a stumping, your primary objective is to stop the ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure about him standing up at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, trying to make something happen. 60 without loss, don't mind it. Maybe try and make the batter a bit uncomfortable, but I think the bowling's making Manoj a bit uncomfortable as well because it's zipping around.
Swatted down the ground. Not a perfect strike, but good enough, and certainly to the left-hand side of the fielder, landed about a metre inside the boundary.
Again, got my eyes on the keeper now. It's good keeping as well. And if he missed that, he was right behind it, at least throwing his body at it. Last thing I was going to say was about when you're keeping back, positioning. A lot of people talk about how far back you need to be. And like I said, you normally want to take it around your waist, a regular ball, when the ball's on the way down.
Short ball from De Silva, pulled out to deep mid for the one.
But one thing that doesn't get talked about is how far sideways you are. So I read in the book, you plonk your left foot on the off stump, and that's it. And that's how far sideways you should be. But actually, there's a bit more nuance to it. So if you're keeping an in-swing bowler, you should be further left because you're likely to get wrong-footed. If you stand in a normal, that's a good stop as well. If you stand in a normal spot, then you're likely to be drawn to your left, and that outside edge, which still comes more often than not, you're going to be wrong-footed going back for it. So to an outswing bowler, it would actually be a bit wider, and I always just felt everything was going to that right-hand side, to a right-hander this is. Everything's reversed for a left-hander.
Once again, probably not brilliantly timed, but does manage to find the gap between 2 of those fielders on the leg side, and Rahman's going at a pretty rapid rate here. The score goes along to 69. We haven't completed the 4th over yet.
Haven't got a wicket, have they? It's hard to believe they're not going to get this 48 off 37. So yeah, there's one final point on your sideways positioning. So how do you quantify that? Well, I used to go, when the batter wasn't in the way or anything, I would work out, okay, what was my ideal position? And if I was perfectly behind, my eyes were behind middle stump, then was there an edge on this? I certainly reacted like
Certainly
there was.
the bowler thought there was.
That's the negative if you're keeping up, is some of these little edges you're not going to hold on to. Hard to tell, but the reaction certainly suggested there was a little bottom edge on that end of the over. It is going to be 69 without loss after 4. So yeah, if you're right behind the stumps appear in a line, as in the bowler's end and the keeper's end. So you see the keeper's end stumps and the bowler's end stumps in a line. Now the further wide you go, there's a distance that starts to appear between the stumps. So I would visualize the distance, right? For this bowler, the stumps need to be kind of this far apart in my eye line, and that's how I would visualize, okay, how far sideways I'm going, not just how far back I'm going. And how far back you're going, I had this really good simple question. How do you decide how far back to go? And my short answer is you guess, and then you make adjustments based on what's happening. And you probably would rather be slightly too close than slightly too far away. But yeah, sometimes it matters. And it's also good to have that communication if there is slow ball coming for you to make an adjustment.
Leg spinner. Rakitha. Ball's gone through the hands. It feels like it could have ended up in a nasty injury Full toss from a leg spinner Nimesh on his first ball.
That was a proper finger spray job required. Let's have a look. Bit of a filthy full toss. Bang. And before you know it, it was out of here. 6 runs.
Not a great ball to start the over. And the Markhors continue on this quick procession. Much better length. Scoots through. There's been a little bit of variable bounce on this Kerava track over the last few days. Probably hasn't been helped by the amount of moisture that's gone into it and probably still sitting underneath the surface. Rocks back onto the back foot, swings it straight down the ground.
Go on.
Wijamuni. Well, he causes an overthrow with a slightly overzealous hurl into the bowler.
Yeah, can I tell you another little tactic that I've even used this in outdoor at times, especially in this kind of scenario, short form game towards the end of an innings, for example, a T20 even, or even a 50 over game. But it's the silent call.
Explain.
I'd love to explain.
A little bit of flight from Nimesh. It wasn't actually a bad ball, just a touch over pitched, but Rashid clubs it straight down the ground for a Maximo. Beautiful hitting.
That's, yeah, he said not a bad ball. It was bad adjacent. It's still a full toss, and it wasn't even called a low full toss.
I guess my point was he bowled it with a lot of flight, and it was dropping, and we've seen plenty of batters
on a longer
hit those.
On a longer pitch, it had nice shape. Better. Oh, that could still
this
be
could
out,
be
you know.
tight. Love to see a replay of this from side on.
He fumbles it, but it stays in front of him, and then he took off. I don't know why, and he's out. I reckon, go back a frame. I reckon those bails are gone there, and I don't think the bat's down. Let's see, there.
I think you're right, Maxie.
I reckon that the bail's gone, and he's still got room to move. So I think that is out. It's by the barest of margins, and there's still room to go. So I actually think this is going to be out. And he's been given. So
someone told you that the Vipers' first wicket would be from a big swiped leg spinner that's hit the wicket keeper in the chest, and the batter's gone for a bit of a random stroll down the pitch unnecessarily. You wouldn't have believed it, but in the end, they're 83 for 1. Rashid goes for 37 off 14. Otherwise, a very competent display of T10 batting.
Yeah. Good recovery. I mean, you're not going to glove everything, but yeah, that's a good shot of it as well, actually. You see that yeah, go on. I'll find the right frame there on that camera. The bails just pop up before the bat gets down. So, yeah, excellent recovery. He's kind of lucky that it didn't go too far from the stumps. It was really close to stumps, actually. So, yeah, maybe a small opening then to work their way into the 4-point opportunity. The Vipers, even though it's not looking very likely at the moment, nice work by Manoj. We talked a lot about him at this stage.
Well, at least Nimesh is giving the ball some air. Too many spinners in T10 just push the ball through flat, not getting above the eye line. Nimesh, he's over-pitched once or twice, but giving the chance for missed strikes.
Right, Nellen Cherry, muscle man.
Another flight of ball now, and Cherry loves to smoke his first ball for a Maximo and loves to hit in that area too. He's not your typical slogger by any stretch. Hits very, very well over cover, and it's a good start for him. Maximo first ball, and the marker was 89 for 1.
Yeah, beautifully struck away, and bit of a set, if you like. 89 for 1 after 5. So a quick look at what's coming up. Bulgaria starts on Monday and it runs for 2 weeks. Belgium is the following week. Actually overlaps with the second week of Bulgaria with the T20s. And Germany, Krefeld. It'll be good to be back at the Erdingen facility, their National Performance Centre of German cricket. And then Stockholm, which right now unfortunately has been ruled out with a knee injury. You don't often see that in the commentary game, but you do here on ECN.
That's big news.
Corey's been ruled out with general soreness a few times. Budapest Cup's a bit of a bonus one coming from Hungary in late July.
It's a good ball in the block by Karina Ratner. I imagine Rutgers could get ruled out with a paper cut at some stage.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. All kind of sore thumbs from playing all these games on his phone.
Sending messages to his beloved 24 hours a day.
That's true. Could be an ECN wedding in the air with Corey. at some point. Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't that be something? Would we be brought along to commentate the activities as Karina Ratner manages to get through? Surely this is not a second stumping.
No, I felt like one foot was in the air, but one foot was down. That's my instinct. Let's have a look. Or is there a bit of a jump? Okay, fine. One foot's down, one foot's up. Yeah, read it right. So yeah, foot's in the air, foot's in the air. True, but foot's also on the ground.
Just noticed Rahman wearing matching shoes with his team jersey.
Extra points. In fact, I would say that each team should get 5 extra runs for each person with matching shoes.
That's a good shout. A man who does love his matching shoes. I'm not surprised you're in favour of that.
That's me.
Does save us having any ties as well in terms of table points if there was some random fashion-related bonus points?
Yeah, maybe as a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. What if we had matching ties? Where does it end? Hey, I've got this from Lana, who she said she loves the little cottage. Have we got camera? Can we bring camera 3 up? She's talking about the little the cottage in the background of the square leg umpire. That's not camera 3. We're still on the shoes. Okay.
Let's go shoes first.
It's in the queue. Yeah, it's true though.
It's like our karaoke tunes from last night.
That's I didn't think that was the cottage they were talking about.
I thought
it looks more like a shed.
It's Karuna Ratner. Drifts on the leg stump a little bit. But
normally I do this behind the scenes, but let's do it out loud. Can you show me on camera 2, can you go into the forest over the car park and can we see that little kind of red brick cottage? Why do I keep saying college?
No idea.
Oh, I'm losing my English. Yeah, look how good are our crew. Why aren't we staying there?
It's a lovely,
lovely
aesthetic seeing that in the middle of the forest. Oh my goodness. It's been unceremoniously pumped for probably one of the bigger maximos we've seen in this Group B.
Take that. Stand and deliver job, matching shoes, doing the trick.
Rahman doesn't like to just pop it over the boundary, does he?
No, he likes to make sure of it. They're cruising here, just 20 required. Vipers, they've put on big runs, but they also, a bit like the GHM, showing that they're going for big runs as well.
So they require for the full-on win, 71 off 25. They'd love to get that as a way of putting a marker down against the Vipers and topping this Group B with a fully fledged win to finish off the qualification phase. And Rahman, he's racing his way to a half century, 46 off 20.
Yeah, 16 required off 4 overs, and think that's a certainty now. It might not have been if they had pushed up towards that 200 that they looked on for in the first innings. They really did. But even good teams, I think, with good bowling attacks, they still find with the dynamics T10 cricket that they can go for large runs. Hey, tonight, what's our plans? I mean, we kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone last week with the Sompasona and the karaoke rolled into one. And tonight, I feel like it might be
I reckon it's at least a power nap first.
Some quiet reflection.
Thinking about one's life choices.
Calling a spade. And, we were responsible as we could be. But the fact is we just didn't get a lot of sleep because by the time the sun goes out, it's 11 o'clock. And then we went to grab some quick sustenance.
And some karaoke.
And at karaoke as well. So, they want to, but it's classic. Fumble might have caused a run out.
I think as a few of the guys have learnt here as well, it's actually very difficult to sleep in even when you don't have the alarm waking you up because you get so much natural light coming in despite the fantastic quality of our apartment at Fornob.
Bird's eye view.
Yeah, the
well
seagull.
Done. Well done, 2 circles.
Big swing down the ground. Widjamooni's charged in, but it's going to carry him quite comfortably, and Rahman brings up a well-deserved half century. Some powerful striking in that half-ton, Vinny.
Yeah, very, very good hitting. He deserves his half century. He's kind of steered his team. I think pretty much guaranteed a spot in the qualifier 1 tomorrow.
And around to the leg side. Probably only take the 1. And it's good outfielding. So Rahman up to 53 off 22. So 8 off 21 for the bonus point, so that's basically a given. Soon switch to the actual overall match situation. 59 required off 21. Nice change of pace from Matasanka. Really has been expensive in his 4 overs today, Matasanka, but he's a good quality bowler. If he can put it all together on finals day, it's going to be a real weapon for the Vipers.
Yeah, it's going to be... Well, tomorrow's so unpredictable. You have 4 teams that could all win. I've been thinking this lately. I've been doing this for a long time, obviously. Slower ball right off the end of the bat. Try and do that again. Wouldn't be able to. Rahman will hustle through for the single. But you know, when you've got such even teams, I just feel like tomorrow will belong to one team. But I can't tell which team. Tomorrow, it's one of those things that's on the given day.
If you had to pick your winner now, Vinny, who would you go for?
The real story would be if the Dark Knights could get up with Moonball getting the nod. But even though that they're in qualifier 1, so even I've got a funny feeling about Empire. They always just seem to find a way to win.
Very experienced in the T10 game.
But they're going to have to
missing
win.
A couple of their big guns.
They're going to have to win 3 games. So I don't know. That's what I mean. You can make a case for every single team. Vipers have probably batted better and more consistently than any team.
I think the batting depth of the Marcos might actually get them
GHM
home.
are going to get that double chance. So, nicked it. Yeah, so I suppose if I had to use my brain, which I'm not a huge fan of, but GHM probably, if you think the Dark Knights have kind of, I would say, fallen upwards in the top, but they played a dream group stage. Can they recapture the magic, the lightning in the bottle? I don't know. But yeah, I suppose GHM being the other team with double chance, they're probably statistically favourites for me tomorrow, but it's wide open, and it won't be too long before we can fill in the gaps, by the way. Just 4 more runs, and that'll be it. So coming up tomorrow, it's finals day. Empire to take on the Vipers in the Eliminator. It's one of those very good teams is going to be out by the end of game 1. And then the Dark Knights will do battle with GHM in qualifier 1 for this first spot in the final. And then, of course, qualifier 2 will decide the other finalist. And it all starts same time tomorrow, 6:15 a.m. GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:45 in India.
So 55 in 3 overs. I'll have to get a hustle on. And it's a well-taken catch. Melon Cherry loves to open the shoulders out to that cover region. Can't get enough elevation or timing. And he goes for 10 off 6. Only the second wicket down for the Marcos, 113 for 2. But every ball they chew up here is going to make the task even harder. My feeling with the Marcos, I'm not sure they can bowl much worse than they did against the Vipers in here, nor field much worse, given Widjamooney just had life after life after life.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose from a must-win game, but was must not get thrashed game for GHM. And I kind of said it before. I said I think they're favourites for the point, but not favourites for the game. It's kind of panning out that way. It's fallen off the pace a little bit. Still a chance of winning, 27%.
Tanuka with the catch out there on cover boundary. Nicely taken, actually. The ball was travelling at a rate of knots. Samran Yaika, he's been okay with the ball for the Vipers. Outside edge, flying down for a boundary. It's been very rare that teams have patrolled that area with third man on boundary rope. Avanta really holding the hopes for the locals here. They are Avanta, the next municipality across from Karava. So plenty of local interest in how they go in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. So that's the 117, by the way. So now we focus on the game, which is
Full
academic.
toss, probably okay from the no ball perspective. Zeb just drills it straight down the ground. Probably frustrated because had the opportunity to launch that delivery.
Let's have a look then. This is what we can confirm now. That's with the point being secured. Hadley's Empire 11 to take on the Vipers in the Eliminator, and the Dark Knights take on GHM in Qualifier 1.
Large strike from Rahman. As long as he's there, the Marcors are in with a shot here. Maximo takes the equation down to 44 off 14. He races along to 60 off 24. Quite an innings.
Yeah, it's been a good innings, hasn't it? Maybe we've got a thriller. We had one of these in Belgium in ECS 22 there, where we had a golden ball in a game like this, where the result really didn't matter.
Oh, that felt like it was in the slot again, just a slight change of pace. Oh, there's a dropped catch. They could have basically closed the game there, the Vipers. And it was, I think, actually, Wijamuni coming in. Or
So let's have a look.
no, Wijamuni was next to.
And he's given it a little kiss on the way back.
Oh,
Catch and release.
definitely not one going in the books. That is a healthy strike. Seen him hit with some power in previous games. Zeb, he's a good, powerful striker, tall man. And the Maximos keep on coming. So the end of the 8th over, and they now require 37 runs off the last 12 balls. This is set up pretty nicely, Maximo.
It really is. But you're right. I think Zio Rahman, he's the key, isn't he? Having said that, Farouk Zab, he whacked, I think, didn't get 40 off 10 earlier in the day.
Hit a ball.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, we had a literally last group game, but the finals had already been decided by that point, either on net run rate or it just had been decided. And that there's this secondary target that we were all watching. And then, of course, it went to a golden ball, and everyone was like, okay, let's play a golden ball then. You know, it's a weird vibe.
Waste of time.
Well, especially it was getting pretty dark, and it'd been a long day.
So
Still an exciting golden ball.
Keith Namesh, who went for 20 in his first over, did pick up a wicket though. Tough gig. All happens in the 9th. Throw the ball to a leg spinner. Short, but jumped off the deck a little bit, so got into an awkward spot for Rahman. Just the single. Tall leg spinner. Ash, when he gets it right, he's got a relatively high action. Does get some leap off the deck. It's just a little bit of control with the length. It's his main issue. That's a lovely ball. Spinning nicely from wide of off stump.
Slipping away little by little. Zeb needs to capture the juju here.
Well, there's a little bit of a
Oh,
conflab
good
with the
shout.
umpires. Thought there might have been a late no ball call, but
36 off 10. Almost hit a perfect finish here. Good leave. I like that kind of element that's come into cricket. It's a bit like baseball. It's like leaving a bad pitch alone. You know, just we'd say good eye. That's what they say in baseball. Like good eye, good eye.
Take the wide while it's there. Short ball.
Because the thing is, you can hit those, but because you're stretching for them, they're out of your zone, so to speak. It's most likely a miss hit, and therefore you would have been better off just taking the wide. This one isn't necessarily out of the middle either. You'll have to settle for one.
Get the feeling here that Namesh is trying very hard not to put anything into the front foot strike zone of these two batters. That one's a little bit too short, but Rahman can only pick out the fielder at cow corner. So 33 off 8. Needs a bit of a Maximo flurry. That's well bowled right in the tram line.
That hurts. That's a bad eye. Here's one that actually was inside. He was hoping for a wide. Definitely gets the line, probably a little bit inside as well.
Light it up. He has a crack at one that would have been a wide, but it's paid off. It's rolled away to the boundary for a 4. So it leaves them needing 29 off the last 6. So they haven't got quite the momentum that they needed to make this an easy chase. It's going to require some powerful strike in these last 6 balls. Marcos to get up. They'll probably be ruining the fact that they dropped Wijamuni about 5 times in his innings. Allowed them to get up to 167, so to put a very high target on the board.
Yeah, so what are we looking at? 29 off 6 has been done. I mean, we saw 34, I think, off the last over to win. Or 32 has been done. It's been happening more and more, actually, lately. I might dig up my highest off a last over to win. I know that Zemus Deploy did it earlier in the year in the ECIs in Malta, playing for Hungary. All right. Again, doesn't really matter, but won't be a good feeling going into finals if he gets taken down supersonic.
So Karunaratne given the responsibility of the last over. Batter swiveled. Not sure. It's hard to tell from our vantage point here, but the wicketkeeper's very confident.
We'll have to have a look. Oh, no. I reckon that's still... It's another one where the foot's in the air, but the other foot's down. Look at the heel. It's half in, half out, I think.
I think there's something behind the line at that point.
You can't really give that. In fact, I think you can even tell that the weight goes down, but the foot actually stays in the same spot. So I don't think that'll be out.
It's a slight change of pace. Nicely bowled by...
But the main thing is they
Karunaratne.
don't score off it. Not out. I wonder if they're going to give this just because they see it wrong. But no, I think that's a good decision. Oh, still looking at it.
Two batters out there. So
okay.
Rahman continues on his merry way. 63 off 28. Unfortunately, barring a miracle here, it looks like it's not going to quite be enough, but he's batted very well, the skipper opening up the batting.
Good replays. Rhinus has been very good on the buttons the last couple of days.
Hasn't
Big
he?
thank you to you, Rhinus. Uh-oh. That was fine as well. Goodbye, game. Most runs off the last over to win. Oh, yeah, of course. It was in Brescia recently during the ECS. Bologna, I should say. Not Brescia. But it was Hassan Ahmed playing for Fresh Tropical. He hit 35 off the last over. In fact, he actually hit 40. They needed 35, and they did it. And
Hassie attack.
and it was off Zain Nakfi. Oh, this time he really likes it. Is this about the same?
It's
Honestly,
proper deja vu.
His foot is planted. Is it on the line?
Certainly playing the same sort of shot.
Let's have a look. Well, not just come good. Here's that same. What's the right foot? It's all about the right foot. Not out. In fact, he was too quick that time. Does he ever go out? Roll it forward. No. Just swivels. Hey,
nice keeping, though.
Yeah, excellent. I told you, the more I've talked about him, the better he's got. Chanaka Manoj. So they needed 163. This is, by the way, qualifier 2 for a spot in the final in Bologna. And they needed how many? They needed 158. They were 123 going to last over. The last over went like this. Wide. Oh, I'll wait for after this ball.
Well, whitish ball, but pokes at it with one hand and sends it to the boundary.
Manifested the wide, but yeah, goes after it and does get the 4, but it's consolation runs really. So yeah, listen to this. They needed 35 off the last over. Zain Nakvi bowling. It went wide, 7 up, 6, 6, wide, 6. 1 and run out. Got Hassan back on strike. 6 and then 6 last ball when they just needed 1 to win off the last ball. He hit a 6 anyway.
As one does.
40 off the over, a hypersonic last over. You're right.
Poor Zain. Probably should just go back to his batting.
It would have been player of the match if it wasn't for that game as well.
Well, that's gone a mile in the air. Multiple players converging. No one's going to take this.
That had collision written all over it. I'm just glad that no one gets hurt. And Rahman, good knock in the losing cause here. But, GHM, I mean, I just said maybe they're favourites for tomorrow. Well, they're not going to win this game against the Vipers. Vipers are going to have to do it the hard way. Both Vipers and Empire will have to win 3 to win the tournament. But I can't remember a stronger 3 versus 4 matchup, actually, than that.
Oh, that's nicely powered over the boundary and flushed to end the game. The Vanta Vipers, they may be victorious by 17 runs, but I think both of these teams will go into tomorrow's final day with some confidence, and particularly the Mark Oars, given that by virtue of taking the bonus point from this game despite the loss, they have secured a top spot from Group B. Yeah, it's kind of something to gain for both sides there. I think a morale-boosting victory for the Vanta Vipers. I think for Vanta, I mean, they could have easily taken
top if they'd just taken one more point out of anywhere. They had to settle for a no result yesterday in a game that I think they would have gone in as heavy favourites, and then they had a reduced over game that they smashed their opposition, but only had settled for 3 because it was reduced overs. And so that's the way the cookie crumbles. In the end, they're one of 4 teams out of 10 that get the opportunity to play for the trophy. So may the best team win tomorrow. Genuinely, Rhino, all of those 4 teams realistically could be holding the trophy this time tomorrow. Join us 6:15 a.m. GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, 11:45 in the morning in India for Day 5. It's finals day here in the European Cricket Series Finland. We'll definitely have a new champion because Helsinki Titans, who won it in 2020, they are not qualified for finals day.
No, I think you're right, Maxi. Any one of those 4 teams could very easily take it. Obviously, Hadley's Empire 11 and Vanta Vipers have a slightly tougher road given they've got to get through the eliminator to start with. But either way, it's an incredibly evenly matched series, and I'm sure you and I, plus plenty of people here at the ground and watching on the European Cricket Network, cannot wait for finals day tomorrow. Quick look back at the highlights of what was a really entertaining contest. No shortage of runs scored by these 2 teams. There's plenty of power in both of their top orders, and no one more so than Ziaur Rahman, the skipper from the Markhors, who really was on top of the bowling for most of the day. This was an incredibly comical way to lose the first wicket, as the wicket-keeper Rod just somehow chested the ball and then effected a stumping. It's a strange way to lose the first wicket, but Rahman didn't care so much. He just continued on his merry way, and despite some good spells of bowling, it never felt like the Vanta Vipers were necessarily fully in control of defending this total. It certainly never looked like stopping the Markhors from getting that bonus point they needed to take the top of the table. But in the end, also, that massive score. Well, not massive, but it was certainly a very strong score in the context of what we've seen here at the Carriver ground for the last few days. 167 for 7. Was a hefty total to put on the board, and just proved a little bit too tough for the Markhors despite the best efforts of the skipper. Probably just needed a touch more support. Atif Rashid, not too bad innings, 37 off 14, but Nolan Cherry didn't really get going. One Maximo, but 10 off 6 for him. With some strikes at the end.
I'll give you something quite unusual, that Vipers are the only undefeated team in Group B,
and yet
but they don't finish top because they had a no result in there, and twice all 3 of their wins actually were just 3-pointers, whereas the Markhors had 2 bonus points in there that just put them over the top, 12 points to 11. LUCC finishing 3rd with 7 points. Lions from KCC in 4th, and Gladiators from FinCC in 5th place with 4 points. 68, Rahman looks in good form, doesn't he? 68 off 32, but it was in a losing cause. Rashid batted well and quickly for 37. He was stumped unusually by Manoj. Nalan Cherry with 10 while he was there. Zeb, not bad innings, but needed something superhuman by the time he came in. He's finished with 22 not out off 8. Bowling wise, well, no one really stood out. Wickets to Samaranayake and Namesh. Let's say De Silva and Karun Ratner were the more economical options for the Vanta Vipers. So, yeah, Rhino, we're all set up for a finals day tomorrow. And like I said, it's probably one of the highest quality eliminators I can remember in a while, with Empire to take on the Vipers first up. And one of those teams, their chances will be dashed just 2 hours into the day.
Won't they? It'll be a disappointing moment for whoever gets knocked out, but it's a 4-way stoush tomorrow here at the Carriver National Cricket Ground for ECS Finland 2025. Very evenly matched 4 teams, and I think clearly the 4 best teams that have participated in the competition. So it's been some action-packed cricket over the last 4 days, and let's hope that the weather stays glorious and sunny in time for tomorrow so that we get all 4 games completed and are able to crown a champion. So, as Maximo mentioned, the eliminator taking place first up, Hadley's Empire 11 up against the Vanta Vipers, and then the VTC Dark Knights with Mooney in the crowd coming back to take on the Greater Helsinki Markhors. And big question, who will be the X Factor tomorrow?
I would love to see some crowd. I know it's a Friday, so, call in sick from work, get down here. They don't have 4-day working weeks. Weren't they trialling those for a while up here?
If Gerard Brady is going to do it, then everyone else should be doing it.
I'd love to see some moon-themed costumes as well, just maybe just a few big spheres, a bit like that on top of the building there.
It's like a giant golf ball.
But, the same sort of thing. But yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow. Just before we go, I want to say big thanks to everyone that's been working right us behind the scenes, working tirelessly, pushing the buttons today, dealing with some technical issues, but coming good in the end, and we appreciate that. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Some good opportunities to check out Player of the Day. I've got a feeling our Player of the Day might be one of those run-outs. We saw a couple of brilliant run-outs today, but you'll have to log on to our social media to check that out. Don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. And now if you are watching on YouTube, thank you, first up, but also don't forget, helps us a lot if you do like the video and you subscribe to the channel. Let's get on K-Watch and see, when are we due for another K? Someone tell me, maybe give me an update in the chat right now. But if you are watching on FanCode, big thanks again. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. And yeah, it's our viewership that really keeps ECN up motoring and pushing boundaries in a way that cricket's never done before, especially here in Europe. But for now, I want to say big thanks to all the blue crew at the ground, all the umpires. Thank you to the weather gods as well for looking after us today. It's a very, very pleasant evening here. Hopefully more sunshine tomorrow and definitely some action coming your way because it's the finals day of the ECS men's here in Finland before we head over to the women's series on the weekend. For now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Stay happy, stay safe. Have a wonderful night. And on behalf of Andrew Ryan and myself, we wish you all the best. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Here's some of the best bits of Day 4.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my my body.